Well, good morning. We're on day 2.
So that's all they know.
Watching the train show. John, we started here.
So then
Screen started and got a bunch of stuff going on that's being figured out.
it trucks in the car,
So just open.
and there's a chicken.
And we'll be going to talk to the manufacturers. That'll be fun.
And they didn't get enough to get out of the way. And I hit her. You're like a 16. So stories like that. I think you could put together a kid about stories that people can follow. I think it's crazy stories. Yeah, no, I think that's got some of it. All right. I'll go work on it.
I want to start moseying over.
I want to be quiet. Okay. And that they be clean. Oh, they will be clean.
That's on. Okay. Do the microphone checks and all that. I'll be back.
Good morning, everybody. Get it ready to start the day. Can you hear us? All right. Here's the evil cinnamon roasted nuts guy who roasts right by our booth. So we're tempted by that every single day, all day long. Okay. Ooh. We had quite the adventure last night driving to our hotel. Bernard Helen from Mini Prince got us lost in a bad part of town. We're like, we're not letting you, the Canadian, give us instructions on where to go anymore. I think they're just about to open the doors. Okay, let's take a look at some of these booths as we're going by.
Are you making movies for the station or something?
For a YouTube channel.
YouTube.
Yeah. So live streams.
How does he tune in?
Looks for TSG Multimedia on YouTube.
TSG Multimedia.
This company, TSG Multimedia.
Okay.
Have a good day. Again, if you didn't get a look, here's Spring Creek Model Trains. I think they brought a whole store. We're showing all your loot. I'm like, I think they brought the whole store. That's what it looks like. There you go.
Did we check if the audio sounds okay?
Yes.
So in a minute, we're going to be talking to one of the manufacturers here. And if it's not too much trouble, could you let us know if the voice is tracking okay with the video? So to say that it doesn't look like a kung fu movie where the voice isn't synchronized together, that would be most helpful for folks watching. And I guess so. We'll see about talking to ESU first. Give me one moment.
Trackside Mike. I don't know how it compares to Springfield because we haven't been to Springfield. So I don't know. I think they expect around 10,000 people over 2 days. So it's probably a little smaller, I've heard. So, but it seems like a nice size. A lot of people, a lot of variety of stuff.
I think we're going to circle back around here. Let's go talk to San Juan Models. Hold this.
Yeah.
Base for radio, remember.
So this is San Juan Models or San Juan Car Company. So these are really cool little buildings here. They also have some cars on the back table.
He's new. He's on camera.
I have another phone in my pocket that's active, and I can take some close-ups of some of the cars. Talk about one of them.
So this, just so you know, this is how much you know about San Juan?
I don't know.
That's us. Okay, so San Juan Model Company. We'll explain this. San Juan Model Company.
They're apparently not ready yet. Let's take a look at more of their models. Right over here.
San Juan Model
So lots of cool little structures. We'll find out. I'm not sure if they're selling them as kits or already constructed. San Juan Car Company, San Juan Decals, San Juan Details, which used to be Grant Line Products, sorry. San Juan Publishing, the Leadville Shops, American Limited Models, and Rail Graphics. Wow. They cover a lot. Okay, so yeah, these are kits.
Just so that was for your personal.
Thank you. Okay, now that I have all that figured out, I am here with John from San Juan. Is it Car Company?
San Juan Model Company.
San Juan Model Company. Tell us about what you guys do.
Well, we have about 9 different companies under San Juan Model Company. And one of them is Grant Line Models, which everybody knows is all the parts and pieces that you can do to build these models with. And that's what these models are in front, are injection models that we do right here in Colorado. So everything's made here. And we have all those parts. We keep this company up and alive. And then we have San Juan Car Company, which makes, narrow gauge.
The ones that I knew about.
Yeah, the narrow gauge O-scale cars. And then we have American Limited, which is imported, ready to run cars, which we did, you see sitting here on the backdrop, and the narrow gauge, quarter-inch and HO cars. We're also acquiring just recently classic scale miniatures, classic miniatures, and these are kits that we're going to re-engineer to laser quality and then reissue them in the coming year. So there'll be a lot of it. These are historic images too, just like when I was a young kid, I was using Grant Line parts, and now I'm making them.
Yeah, I think everybody used Grant Line detail parts. So.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So
you guys having a pretty good show this time, right?
oh, this show's great. Yeah, this is really a lot of people coming through here. A lot of exposure.
All right. Well, thanks for your time.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by.
And you'll be able to find this on TSG Multimedia. Oh, here we go. We have a question from the audience.
Oh, okay.
That's it? Oh,
What was the question?
What was the question?
Are they wood kits?
Okay.
And he answered that some are styrene and some are wood.
Yeah, these are injection molded, and these are wood craftsman kits.
Okay. Was it Rod watching? That's Rod. Hi, Rod. Yeah, it's going to be another one of these days.
So we're like live all the time, huh?
Oh, no. Well, today, yes. If you see us rolling the
So
car
if I
around,
say something stupid right now, it's
oh,
the
yeah.
world
Would you
sees it.
like to say something stupid? For the...
I
Wait,
usually do.
what did you say earlier?
What you guys?
Okay.
Very good.
Oh, one more time.
What?
She wasn't looking at us. But it. That's all, folks.
There you go. There you go.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Come
Thank
back
you.
when you don't want to have fun.
Yeah, right. That's what.
Yeah. Don't get too
All
serious.
right. Scale.
Sure.
I teased him a lot.
Yeah. Oh, this might be a good time. Hey, if we promise not to look at the floor before you vacuum it, can you do your bit on the? Yeah, I'm gonna put this. Oh, okay. I thought you were about to clean things up a little bit real quick.
Just tidying back up.
Yeah. So for this one, let me tell my camera folks. Sorry.
You're fine.
For this one, I'm going to take this out, and we'll get some close-ups of what they're talking about. Okay, so I think she's going to come over. Where are those amazing? Are these the new? Oh, they're back here. Okay. Oh, we were running around the show all day, so I didn't even get to see them.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing probably people watching recognize the person standing next to me. This is Shane from Scale Trains, and they had a big announcement of the cold cars yesterday that we're going to ask about. Or if you want, you can just take this phone and tell people whatever you want to tell them.
Oh my goodness, are we live? Or is this
We're
more-
live.
Oh my!
We're live on YouTube right now.
Awesome. Well, John, thank you so much for coming to visit with us this morning. I want to welcome the viewers to the 2023 Rocky Mountain Train Show, and want to share a couple of the big news that we had yesterday. Is we announced a Trinity 82-foot 7883 reefer, and first time that this has ever been done in HO, and pretty cool. There's several different variations as we look at the ends of the cars. I'll set them down here so John can get them for you. You'll notice that there are 3 different HVAC units, and one of the things that's never been done before. Not only will these be available with sound, but the control unit, the LED will light up, so you'll get the green light on these. So. And we're doing, I believe it's 9 road numbers in these 3 different versions. So you could actually have 27 different cars. Very common car on the prototype. You'll see it not just on BNSF rails, but you'll see it across the country. And look for those probably to be delivered this fall. And then a lot of other new announcements that we've made recently. And I'm sure we'll take a walk. You want to take a walk around and look at a few things? You'll be the second camera person. All right. So just a few things we look around the booth. On the other side here, we've got our Kit Classics lines expanded greatly. We've taken some of the MTH freight cars and brought them to the Kit Classics line. And the best thing is price point, right? You're looking at about a $19.99 to about $22.99 price point.
People are going to love that.
Yeah, and the hopper car that you're seeing there in the video right now will actually be available this Monday. And so look for those really quickly. And then a couple other things. We just shipped GP30s. That's been huge for us. Still have some of those in inventory, so folks haven't missed out. You might even notice some tunnel motors sitting there. You're going to have a tunnel motor announcement later this year. More SD45s later this year, SD40-2s. So a lot of new product for the EMD fans. And then we're growing our N-scale lineup. We announced 40-2s last year. Look for delivery of those this summer, and kind of give you an overview on the table. The coil cars, as John pans down, the 42-footers will be here in April. You'll also see some 48-foot cars. Those will be coming this summer. We announced those about a month or so ago. And then as we pan around on the far table, got a few folks standing there, but John's going to sneak around the corner. We announced the HO 48-foot coil car in January. Behind that are some ES44s. The Ferromex versions will be here. That's been really hot. Almost sold out. They'll be here this spring. And, of course, AC 4400s are coming this summer. And in front of those are the PS 5820s. Those will come in a little bit before the AC 4400s. And then everything on the front table is pretty much in stock, except for the S-scale product as we come around to the front. And as John comes across the table, you'll see as he gets to the end, we just announced the S-scale rebuilt boxcar. And a month or so ago, we announced the two-bay hopper. You'll also see a caboose sitting there. And we're actually working on some more S-scale projects. You'll see being more coming soon. And, of course, we revived the S-Helper brand name. So a lot going on and a lot more to come this year. Really appreciate TSG taking the time to stop and see us here at the show. And I'll hand it back to John.
Thank you very much. And I say this all the time on the product spotlights that we've done on the scale trains models, that I think all modelers owe a debt of gratitude to scale trains for pushing everybody to do more in terms of the detailing, the tunnel motors. Now you don't have to see the gear towers. I know that's been for a few years now, but that's all really cool stuff. And thank you guys for pushing the envelope.
Well, that's very kind of you to say. We really appreciate it. And, we'll continue to do those things that are really innovative and try to bring some new and exciting ideas. And, the light on the reefer is just one more step, and there'll be a ton more down the road.
I'm very interested to see the GP30. It's on its way.
Oh, you got one
coming. I got one coming. Drayton sent me the information last week.
Awesome.
So
I think you'll love it. You have to let us know.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. All right.
Thanks,
Shane. Thanks, Scale Trains.
Thanks,
Oh, yes.
So I teased this several times yesterday. So they always have a great booth with so much equipment out to show. They also have lots of freebies. It looks like they have some kind of a register to win something contest. So it's always worth it to look for scale trains at a train show. All right. Now, perhaps, look who's across the aisle from these guys. We've got Rapido. Look at all that equipment.
Let's go. Oh, well, yeah, okay. Hi, we're doing the live broadcast on YouTube, and we're trying to talk to all the manufacturers. So, anyone you know, if you like let's do it. All right. Next, we're going to talk to Rapido. And Rapido is a company, I think, on par in terms of details with the best of the best. And everything I've ever had from Rapido has been top-notch, super detailed. the engines run like Swiss watches or Canadian watches,
We don't make many in Canada.
right? So why don't I hand this over to you? And I have another camera that I'm going to use to take close-ups if you want to talk about something specific. Just hold
Okay.
a microphone like that.
Alrighty. So,
And tell them who you are first.
hi, Dan Darnell from Rapido Trains. I guess we're here to talk about a few things we're showing today. And I guess we'll start down with the N scale, down the far end. We have our rerun of our Dash 8s in N scale, our O&R, C&R barrel ore cars, the center beam hopper, and we have our N scale flexi flows coming. Then we have all our new, all our new trailers that we've just come out with. Our center beam flats, our bulkhead flats. Now these are Canadian prototype, but a lot of them moved into the US. Sodium chlorate cars. Our Canadian Pacific Angus cabooses. Then we have our USRA box cars. Our new Great Northern 40-foot box car that'll be coming out. And we also have our UP box car with the double rivet panels. Our new SP box cars that were just announced a little while ago. Our Canadian Pacific D10 steam locomotive, which is in production now, should be here within a few months. And then we have our new Southern Pacific double-door boxcars. The coal porters came out a few months ago, and they've been selling quite well. Our new Canadian National and Canadian Pacific piggyback flats. Our M420 Montreal Locomotive Works, second release on the M420. Early test prints of our new GEC 30 that will be coming. And then moving along, we have our retooled HO scale Dash 8s for Canadian National and BC Rail. We also have our GP9 RMs, mother and slug set, and single switcher. Up the front, we have our RS-18s and RS-11s that are coming out soon.
Hang on 1 second. I just went flat. I think I know what's wrong. Tell them I'm going to fix it. Sorry, I had my mobile data. It's the wrong way to do it. Okay. It should come back. It should be much stronger. Here, tell me what. Oh, here we go. It's relogging in. Okay, here we go. Please proceed as soon as you can.
Okay. Our new U25Bs, high nose and low nose versions. Our GP38s,
Hang on, it's
still frozen.
Sorry.
No problem.
We're doing something that's, as far as I know, never really been done before. I'm trying to put it in. It'll show up. Can I see that for just 1 second? I'm trying to come back in on the remote phone that we're using, so bear with us while we get this done. The detail in the models was so good, it made the camera malfunction. Yeah. Hang on to that for a second here. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. I need my glasses for this part. All right then, please proceed.
Okay, so we got our GP38s. We have a high nose and a low nose. Soft launch today on the GP40 that we'll be doing. PAs, Santa Fe, and our newest run of E units.
These are going to be dynamite.
These, yeah, our new 44 tonners, 3 different versions. And then our AB sets of VE8s. And one of our Bud Via coaches, the new Slumber coach. And then the county car in New Haven. This is an Amtrak version. We're doing a rerun on some of the cabbage cars we did earlier. And that. Our Bombardier bi-level commuter cars that we're doing. And the last is the RTR turbo liner.
Obviously. Thanks, Dan. Let me come around there real quick. All right. Let me make sure. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for your time.
Take care.
Thank you. All right then. All right then. Oh yeah, very much so. Hi. Sorry. Hi. I'm here on YouTube. You may remember John sent out an email that we're going to be doing a live stream to YouTube. Oh, he didn't send it to you?
He did, maybe, but I didn't read it.
Oh, well.
Or didn't think it pertained to us.
Oh, no, it pertains to you. I'm with TSG Multimedia on YouTube, and it's a channel all about trains. We have almost 60,000 subscribers now, and if you'd like to get a little exposure on there, you can talk about what you're doing here. Whoever wants to.
That's the ugly guy to talk to.
The ugly guy to talk to. Oh boy, that's a great introduction. He's on break though.
Yes.
Oh.
No, he got it.
Here, let's do this. Gail Cousins. Okay, we have Gail Cousins representing Markland. So, what would you want to tell the audience of 58,000 subscribers about Markland and what you guys are doing here? Because it's LGB and Markland, right?
We're LGB and Markland and Tricks. LGB is the Garden Railroad. Markland is our HO in or Z and 1 gauge. And very. I think you need to talk to Stacy. She's the one more excited about this. But, Markland we've been around for 160 years. LGB 52 years. Garden railroading is what we created with the product. It's indoor-outdoor. It runs in snow, rain, even the sunshine. Markland is our top-of-the-line digital system that's very popular in Europe. We're bringing it over to America, doing quite well with it so far.
We have a really interesting Markland layout tour on the channel. You'll want to look this up when you have time. It's a 70 or 80-year-old set from Germany from like the 1950s that a friend of mine has. It's this huge case, and you open it up, and it's a whole layout. And when you close it up, it's just this giant wooden case. And it's been in the family for like 70 years or 60 years. It's actually in the Bay Area in California.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Rick probably knows about it out there. He's from that area. So
We'll have to ask him about that. Yeah, that's
him, and we have another digital guy that still lives in the Bay Area. That do the ETE, European Train Enthusiasts.
Yes, they're always at the Hiller Aviation Museum.
That's him. That's him. This guy here.
Oh,
so
okay. I'll have to ask him about that.
Yes.
Yeah, I've had a number of friends that have old Markland stuff. So the stuff lasts forever.
Yes, it does, and that's part of our problem. Is our competition is our old stuff, and it never quits running. So it's always good.
The other cool thing about it is it's pretty easy to work on. It's like old cars, right, with carburetors and all that. You can open it up and actually fix things.
That's right. And we now have a warehouse for North America. We're centrally located in Missouri. So we distribute all around America, Canada, Mexico, and we do quite well.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Should really talk to Rick.
Yeah.
Rick.
Well, we'll talk to Rick real quick. Quick, Rick. So I understand you're from the Bay Area.
Yes.
So you probably, I'm guessing, knew our friend Bernard Beck, who's no longer with us, from the ETE. He would give clinics at the European Train Enthusiasts at Hiller Aviation quite often, and had his own little Markland set in his garage. That was about an 8x8 room.
Yeah, I vaguely remember him. Yes.
Tall German guy.
I was part of that chapter when I was there.
Yeah. So, Gail thought you might know about the layout tour that we did of that giant Markland set. Have you seen that?
Where was it at? Which one?
It's in Hollister, actually, and it's privately owned by a family, the Hill family. They've had it for like 80 years or 70 years or a long time.
No, I haven't seen that layout.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll get a link to you.
That'd be good.
All right.
Curious.
Thank you for being on the channel. All right. Maybe switch to a different camera now or turn it.
Yeah, no, I was with that chapter for years, but I remember the name. And when I was at Euro West, I was busy. So, and the ballast tank.
Oh, we got to see that. Do you have a rail grinder too?
No, just a ballast tank.
Here's something really cool. Thanks for pointing that out. On the display here, they have a ballast tamper. Check this out. It operates. How cool is that? It's even spacing the ties properly. That is really cool. And then since we were talking about railroads in cases, Gail also pointed out there's a case over here. It's a little smaller than our friend's case, but check this out, Z-scale in a suitcase. I'm going to be saying this a lot today. How cool is that? That is so small. All right. So that's it for Trix, Markland, and LGB. We'll take one last look at their garden scale stuff here. Cool. There's our camera rig. Hi, John.
Hey.
This is John Gardberg. You've been seeing him on the channel for a while.
I'm John Gardner. I'm the co-chair of the Rocky Mountain Train Show. We hope everyone comes here and has a great time.
Everyone has a great time, so you succeeded.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We could do that all day. No, thank you very much.
Or Lionel.
That's cool. Thank you. All right, guys. You can tell we're at Lionel booth here, and it's so great. They have these trains out that kids can use controllers to operate. No better way to get kids into the hobby than putting a controller in their hands. I mean, look at this little guy. They all run them like 90 miles an hour, right? Yeah.
I don't know any other speed but fast.
Yeah.
Fast.
Nice. So this is just a great opportunity for kids and adults, to be honest, who are new to trains. You know? So you can walk by. That's fine. You can walk by.
Thanks, Lauren. All right. So I'm going to get this camera ready. Okay. All right, so I'm here with Ryan from Lionel, and he's going to talk about Lionel's presence here at the show.
Well, this is great. We love coming out to Denver every year. We look forward to this one. It's just a perfect time, and we love the show because we get to see so many different people, from families coming with little kids for the first time in their first trains to our diehard collectors who eat, sleep, and breathe Lionel the same way we do, and everybody in between. So it's just a joy to be here. Wonderful town, wonderful scenery, and it's great to get out for a few days.
One of the interesting things that we've talked to John about, because he's been on the show a number of times talking leading up to this, is the convergence of traditionally what we call toy trains, as well as the scale model type trains, the super detailed, perfectly to scale.
Right.
And that's something that I've found really refreshing here, because a lot of times people get a little, on both sides, get a little snobby about it. It's like, oh, well, we've been around for 250 years, and you guys are just newcomers. Or they're like, well, we do skip. It doesn't matter. It's all cool. It's all trains.
Absolutely. Right? And what's nice about Lionel is we have that whole gamut, from toy train to rivet counting, hardcore, wonderful features, locomotives, and everything in between. But even though we're obviously the greatest train company ever,
of course,
we couldn't do this by ourselves, right? It takes this entire show and all these manufacturers. We really are a big family, and it's great to see them as well.
Absolutely. Are there any new products or stuff that you're highlighting here at the show that you'd like to show us?
Thank you. Yeah, there's always something new. This year we've got our new command control system, our Base 3, coming out. This will allow you to run trains with all the different command systems we've had in the past. TMCC Legacy, our Bluetooth system, so you can connect wirelessly. You can run anything from an old conventional locomotive from the 1950s right up to our modern Bluetooth locomotives through the app, through older controllers, all connected through one base. And those will be delivering later this year. Then we also just recently announced some new additions in our HO line, which is still up and coming and growing. We've got some 3D printed samples here of some new freight cars that will be delivered later this year. Some of our kits that have been built up, and of course our ready to run sets. And then you'll see on the walls the whole gamut, from American Flyer, traditional train sets, Made in America boxcars, and personalized items, all the way up to our Vision Line Big Boy that's top of the line and does more things than just about any other train I've ever seen. Well, Big Boy's down here on the end. Yeah. So everyone loves the Big Boy.
Oh, yeah.
And this is our new Vision Line model. These will deliver early fall this year. It is loaded with features from pilot to tender. You've got smoke in the stack, the whistle, the safety valves, blow down, and as you run the train, the coal load actually depletes as you consume the fuel. You can run it with Bluetooth, you can run it with command control. It has our new 4-digit addressing system. It is really a remarkable piece of model engineering. I can talk for an hour, or I can let you go however long you want me to go.
I don't know if you can hear us talking.
Okay.
So we might need to get her attention. Here, let's walk.
Let's walk that way. Mm-hmm.
She's not switching back to the other camera. Here, we'll do a wrap up here.
Okay.
Can you switch back to us, please? To this? Oh, there I am. I saw the cameraman on the camera for a minute. So that's Lionel. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
It's great to hear about. This is something that I don't hear a lot about. So it's good to hear about Lionel and what, because, you know, everybody's doing something in the hobby and it all counts towards cool train stuff.
Absolutely. 123 years going and looking forward to 123 years more.
At least 123 more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, then. So I'm here with Alan. Alan's with Kadee, right? And everyone knows what Kadee is. They're the standard for wheels and wheel sets and couplers and everything related to operations. Everybody I know that has a serious operating layout upgrades to Kadee couplers. That's what it's all about. So, Alan, I know you guys also have some new stuff. So why don't I hand this to you? I'll get out my remote camera and I'll follow you around and you can talk to the people about how great Kadee is.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
I already said my part about how great Kadee is. So.
Well, we've been doing this since 1946, and
Lots of practice.
lot of practice. And the development of the wire whisker was done in '88, and we couldn't find a wire that wouldn't take a set until early 2000s. So finally, after many, many years of Dale saying nothing would be better than that, he finally approved it about 3 years before he passed away. So with that being said, the wire whisker couplers, the 140 series was born, and it's easier to use. You don't have the little metal plate to put in there as far as that goes, the centering spring. Some of the other stuff we've got going though, some new cars coming out as well.
I sometimes forget that you guys do models too.
Yeah,
You know?
and we do everything in-house, all right here in the good old USA in White City, Oregon, 100%.
People love that. Right.
So-
We also have micro trains and talent. So
You got it.
right?
Exactly.
Which we'll be talking to them later too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're the standard for in scale, right? So,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. So let's shoot on over. We've got some G-scale trucks. When USA went out of business and Aristocraft did, there was a need for the large-scale trucks. So that was one of the things that we wound up going with. And we had a two-piece patented design in our HO scale. So we utilized that for our G scale as well. And been received very, very well. Very well. And they work fabulous. They come in black, they come in silver, however you'd like to get them. They are a zinc product. And again, all made in our factory in White City.
And the all-important Kadee coupler height gauge.
Yes. For every scale, from HON3 on up. As far as that goes, here's some of our world-class cars that we brought with us here. We do have a smoking special on them. Normally they're anywhere from $38 to $44, and they're here at $25. Our trucks and wheels. This is just a very small sampling of what we make. We make over 700 SKUs all in-house with that. And then the ever-popular Kadee couplers from the good old number 5s, the 10 and 11, that's the bulk packs of those, to the 148s, height gauges, greaseums, trip pin pliers, you name it. And then over here we have our O-scale array of what we would call our AAR couplers as well, which are a little bit different, and they're all metal. You can get them with a plastic box or metal boxes. And below that are G-scale and 1-scale products as well. Our newest release that people have been asking for O-scale and in 2-rail. So these are development trucks right here. They are cast. They have wider flanges, and we're going through the NMRA conformance right now for the Proto 48 guys as well. So you can see the narrower flanges on this set versus the standards on these. And they'll be roller bearing, AAR.
Bet the fine scale guys are going to love those.
Yes.
O-scale, fine scale.
Exactly. Yep. So we're working with those, and we're actually doing testing, running them right now, because we don't want to put anything out that's not going to work 100% to our satisfaction. So remember the All-American Company, Kadee, guys? We're here.
Waiting for her to switch back here.
Yeah.
Okay. Hands getting tired holding this. Yeah. Al,
Talk about your O-scale couplers.
yeah, that's what these are. Oh, I just realized I'm not flashing people today.
Oh, no. Are you supposed to be flashing me?
I'm supposed to be flashing people. Oh, you just got flashed.
All right. Oh. I wonder if there's a way that can you send that to them? It's on a form. Oh, it's on the form. Somebody stole our only flyers we had made up
Oh, no.
at Amherst and at Train Fest.
That sounds like sabotage.
No, they were out there and they were asking specific questions, and it was like we only brought one flyer just to have out like this to show.
Oh, so they figured it was for general purpose.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Let me hand the microphone to our top secret producer, and I'm going to talk to Alan for a minute.
And could you roll back around that direction so we can try to pick up ESU again?
Yeah.
So, at some point, I'm going to go.
Sounds like we're going to hit ESU next. Yeah, so our audio works pretty well because it's on a camera. We're using a phone that we're not using it for video, so the audio works fine. It's just the video. Let's take a peek down here. This is where we'll be headed. Okay, guys, look what I found. A manufacturer with no one in front of them. Hi, this is TSG Multimedia. We have a YouTube channel and we're live right now streaming. So we would love to hear about any news that you're released or just some of your newest models and stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you for
just hold that. That's
hold
your
it like this.
microphone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can show you a couple of things over here if you like.
Yeah. It'll take me a little bit because I got my card.
No worries.
We're gonna do these right here.
We can start here. Yeah. Everything on this tower here is available at your hobby dealer now. We started with our 53-foot reefers. We've got a selection of N scale that is now in stock.
It does want to focus on this one.
Oh.
Let's see if it. Does that help? There we go.
There you go. Yeah, those were just released in February, so they are available now if you need some trailers for your industries and such. The Wonder Bread one that we've got there on the end, that one's been selling extremely well, so you might want to find that.
So you guys can't tell, looks really well detailed. It looks really nice.
Now here's one we're excited about. This guy here.
I can hold this.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let me make sure to have you on camera here.
So these are available now at your hobby dealer. This is the Indiana Railroad. And these are the SD90s. This is Indiana Railroad, yep. And we've got this one. Of course, we also have the 25th anniversary one. We could show you that one in a little bit. These are available now. They're selling out very quickly. So if you're interested in this road, do check that out.
So that is just beautiful looking.
You have a brand new model that we can show you right over here.
Awesome. You take that.
All right. Oh. So I'm going to give this back to you. Yeah. And this is a brand new model. We announced this last year, December of 21. This is an SD90 Mac H. Of course, this is the demonstrator unit. This is a pre-production sample, so we've got the colors nailed down now. But I wanted to show this to you guys because it's a brand new model. It's never been offered in plastic before.
Let me look really close at the details.
This
Wow,
is
guys.
Genesis. So with this Genesis, you're going to get the SoundTraxx Tsunami 2 decoder. You're also going to get all those lighting features that you guys are used to now. So you're going to have truck lights, number boards, all your headlights. Of course, it's all LED. And since it's Tsunami 2, you can fine tune all those sounds. It's going to be a great addition to the fleet. These are going to land, we're looking at about June, July of this year. Will be available at your hobby shop.
Nice. Wow. Wow. I'm looking at the little stickers on the little decals that you can read them. If you can get something magnified enough, you can read them.
Absolutely.
And the vents on top, the fan things. Wow.
Just fine detailed.
Oh yeah, the grill steps. Yeah.
So
okay,
again,
guys, this is a really nice looking model.
Really
I love
neat.
the paint scheme too. That's awesome.
Interesting story behind this. EMD announced this back in 94, 95. The teal that you see here was the same teal they offered on the Corvette that year. So it's actually an automotive color from GM.
Oh, and my stepdad had a Corvette, that color
go.
teal.
So yeah, if you're a Corvette fan, you need to pick one of these up.
There you go. There you go. That's lovely. Wow.
And of course, C8 and C9 Genesis cabooses.
Okay, let me make sure we're still. Yeah, we got it.
These are at your hobby dealer right now. These are Genesis level. So they're going to include either a light with decoder, or you can jump up to the SoundTraxx decoder, which has light function as well as sound function. So again, the UPCA8 and the CA9s are available right now at your dealer. Everybody loves those slogans that they used to put on there.
It's true. We do.
It's really cool, but kind of hard to see in the light.
Like, look at the little, I don't know what that is. Is that just like
a grab iron?
Grab iron. It's so delicate.
It's very delicate, yes.
It's so well done. And the little grill steps and stuff.
Exactly.
Wow.
So yeah, definitely if you're a UP fan of the 60s and 70s into the early 80s, you still need a caboose. So pick up the CA8 or the CA9 at your hobby dealer now.
Who doesn't need more cabooses?
Exactly.
I know.
Everybody needs cabooses.
We all love them.
Exactly. And if you got a maintenance away train, pick this guy up. This guy is selling out quick.
Just a time.
Just a
There we
little bit.
go.
There we go.
Yeah. Nice.
This is a maintenance away version. You can use this up until current day if you want.
And that lovely institutional green.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Definitely stands out, but they are selling out.
Yeah.
Be sure to check
those
it
are
out.
nice looking. So nice.
And then just delivered this past week. SD40-2s, part of the Athearn line.
Ooh, pretty.
These are actually going to be unique because these actually come with Tsunami 2 decoders. I've got one running over here. We'll look at it in a second, but check out the detail. This is our Athearn line, formerly the Ready to Roll line. Really nicely detailed.
There's so many little decals on the side here, guys, that are like, if I had a pair of visors, I'd be able to read those.
Absolutely. All those
awesome.
warning labels. And these just came into stock this past week. So if you're looking for a 40-2 for your fleet, check your hobby dealer today.
And the air hoses,
All your air
are those
hoses?
air hoses? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. That's great. And that's over here running
Yeah,
live. Can we go look at that?
Absolutely. All right. Hey, how's it going?
Here, I'll get the post camera.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, this is the chassis version of the SD40-2, and it's got Tsunami 2 in it.
We like SoundTraxx.
SoundTraxx is so much fun because you can just adapt it to the way you want it to sound. Sound levels, lighting functions, all of that. And again, available now. We just shipped these to dealers last week.
You guys do a great job keeping people up to date with what you're coming out with on your weekly streams.
Oh, thank you, John. I appreciate that.
What else are we looking at? I wasn't here, so I wasn't privy to what
Anything else wants to show?
whatever you want to show me.
You know what? We could shot these and they're new.
Oh, yeah, we can put that down here, too, if you'd like. Oh, there you go. And then I'll have you look at our anniversary trailers that we've got.
They're beautiful.
Thank you. The Wonder Bread one seems to be everybody's favorite.
Everybody can relate to that.
Exactly.
You love the N-scale stuff too.
Yeah, the FP45s and the F45s are available now, and of course they come with or without a Tsunami or the SoundTraxx decoder. Lighting features like that beacon are available with the decoder version. Got some GP38-2s, GP40-2s, and of course the -9 there on the end.
Right. Those are the Jeeps.
And I'll show you real quick our Athearn's exclusive trailers that we've got. These guys here, we did this for our 75th anniversary. They just landed back in February. They are selling out quick. So there's 3 different versions. Got the light blue, the white, and then of course the anniversary one, the dark blue 75th anniversary.
Oh, that's pretty. Can I say that it's pretty?
It's pretty? Yeah, why not?
Well, blue's the Athearn color.
It is.
Oh, well, what else are we showing?
We got some roundhouse cabooses that have just come in, as well as those 50-foot outside brace box cars. Those are available at your dealer now. More N scale. Some more SD39s. Those landed in February, so their supplies may be limited at this point. They go fast. Got some ready-to-roll tank cars that just came in. And this one right here that you're starting to look at, John, this is the 25th anniversary of the Indiana Railroad SD90. These guys are going quick. And of course, our Dash 9, your last order of the Santa Fe Dash 9s. And a Prime for Grime GP40-2 CSX, formerly chassis system. The patch is awesome. Yeah, perfect for you guys modeling early CSX.
I guess I'll finish the talking. All right. Well, thanks for sharing.
Yes, thank you, John.
I love the display. You guys have the clear shelves. That is a nice touch.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that, and we love coming to shows like this and showing off our stuff.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you much. Here, why don't I hand this back to our top secret producer? I'm going to talk to Jim for a minute.
What's a slurry car?
What?
What's a slurry car? Oh, someone wants to see that again. Better.
Here, better?
Yeah, let's do that for folks. Hold on a second, guys. I got a delay, so hold on.
I just showed a slurry car in scale.
I don't know. There it is. Nope.
I don't see it here. Oh, let's
you know what? Yeah.
Yeah, set it down on the yeah. We'll do a close up of that.
All right, guys. We'll get that shot you want. Yep, you recognized him, Dave, back there.
Okay, is that a good enough view of the slurry car?
There we go. That's Rod.
Hi, Rod. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I need to get some reviews too. Now that we've got our website done, hopefully I can catch a breath and start getting back on it.
Well, I mean, I think we have my info, right?
I did, yeah.
Did she give you one of those?
No,
I didn't yet, no.
Although that does show my better side. That's why I like to stay.
You do a great job.
Who'd you meet, Sparky?
I was going to say that if you had sent one of those, they would have already seen it.
Well, like I said,
live in living color.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a new website.
So Athearn has basically been just revamping their whole website. So now they have a new website, and we might be getting some models from them to show off in really good detail for you guys on a product spotlight. So hopefully that'll happen soon. And I'm not sure. I think we're going to try to run back over to ESU and see if we can talk to them. But who knows? Kind of depends on who is free, who doesn't have a bunch of people in front of their booth. Mainly so I can get in there with a cart, or somewhat close. Or I have to start pushing people out of the way.
It's a lot of work that people wear more than one.
John, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Sydney.
Yes, Sydney.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
All right. Safe trip back. California, right? Yeah. I'm actually headed there after this.
I say let's just visit these guys. Let's look at all this fun stuff. Look, guys, train. We'll show the little train here. There you go. Video bomb. There you go. Yep. They were just talking about it. There you go. Yep. It is live. Yeah. Yeah. I think our Australian guy just had to sign off. He might have had to go to bed. So I don't know what time it is in Australia. Australians tend to show up on our live streams a lot, so either you guys let me know. Are you guys like night owls or yeah.
Hi. We're here with Eric Smith now of Micro Trains as she pans or tilts up and pans over. Micro Trains, the standard in everything N scale, basically. And why don't you talk about your presence here and talk about Micro Trains? And you're welcome to hold this if you like.
Okay, happy to. Thank you very much. Hello, audience. Appreciate you coming by via live stream to see what's going on at Micro Trains. This year at the show, we have a number of new things to present and put on display. The first of which is our 65-foot mill gondola. This is a brand new pre-production sample. It's going to have drop-ins. It's prototypically correct in every respect. And the first release will be, the plan is this coming June, so we're very close on that. And we'll be doing all of the roads and all of the road numbers over time. So that's the story there. This is interesting. We have a release that is coming out the 1st of April, and it looks pretty benign. It's a houseboat on a flat car. The houseboat is 3D printed, and it comes to you this way, undecorated, unassembled. And we have an assembled and decorated version, which is this guy right here. And this is a prototype. This was a caboose. And a gentleman up in Canada, the story is that he contracted someone, I'm not sure who, to make a houseboat out of it. And so we contacted him, sought his permission to make the model. He said yes. And one of our graphic artists, this is their work in custom building and decorating the houseboat, which again, originally was a caboose. So kind of a fun story there. Over here, while we don't have models of it yet or samples, this is our next all-new tooled car coming up, and we hope to have it on the market before the end of the year. And it's the Thrall 60-foot flat car, modern version. And if you can see all of the features that are listed there in the placard, we're very excited about that. And both with the gondola that you just saw, as well as this flat car, Micro Trains will be releasing them both with and without loads, factory provided loads. So that's coming up. Here we have last month's releases, the March releases, and we also, with the new month of April, we have the April releases.
Western Pacific. People love Western Pacific.
Yes, sir. So
Sorry, comments from the peanut gallery.
That's okay. That's all right. And then our next family tree series is the Norfolk Southern. And those individual cars will be coming out in the months ahead. And then we have a 3-pack of a ribbon rail flat car. And this is a prototype. And we're very excited about that as well. And of course, micro trains will be coming out on a routine basis as we have for quite some time now. Factory weathered cars, some graffiti, and it's all good stuff. And we want to say thank you to all of the N-scalers out there. We really appreciate your patronage and the relationship that we have with the N-scale community. All right, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you, much appreciated.
Yes, sir. Let me give this back to the top secret producer.
All right. Hey guys, guess who I have standing right next to me? Let me turn this camera around. Yep, it's the man. Apparently the man, the legend, DeBob.
Yep, DeBob's N-Scale Man Cave.
Yeah, they were mentioning that on there, so you have some fans.
I do, apparently. I didn't know. I guess some of them watch my channel. Some of them see me here at the show.
Yeah.
You know, some people I've never even really recognized before went, "Hey, that's you."
Yeah.
So it's getting a little bit more.
And what kind of things do you have on your channel?
Well, I have how-tos. I have product reviews. I have train show videos like this. Let's see, some news, any random stuff that I might do.
A good assortment,
yeah.
like a magazine type.
Yes, it's a wide variety. Some non-train things every once in a while, but I do try and put something train-related in that video. Like there was a flood back in 2019 where we live, and the railroad tracks were getting flooded out. So I got a video on there. So I had to put something in there.
Yeah.
If it was train related, it had to be in there. So.
Right. Yeah. That's good. And again, it's DeBob's N-Scale Man Cave. Yep. Look for that. Subscribe. Yep. Watch the videos.
Yeah, I've got 12 more of these coming out next month that I'm picking up in Omaha. Still trying to find out whether people want to buy one or I'll give them away, contest, something like that.
Looks
Still
like a great
giveaway.
Yeah, a giveaway at a train show or something.
Yes, and it's a tumbler. It keeps your cold drinks cold for 24 hours, the hot drinks for 8 hours.
It's useful and pretty.
It is.
Yeah.
It's custom made.
Nice, guys. All right, we're going to take a peek and see who we're going to hit next.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Don't look now. Do we need to get Steve over, or are you guys going to do the talking?
Steve can come over, but we can all do some talking.
I'm here with Mike from Class 1 Model Works. They make that incredibly ridiculous, amazing well car that we showed on the channel kind of recently. Oh, there it is.
There it is right here.
Don't drop it, because those parts are going to, Then I'll have to complain because the parts came off.
Yeah, so y'all can see this. One of the most detailed intermodal car you're going to see out there. If it's on the real car, it's on this car too. That's the lengths we've gone to with these. These things are just really incredible builds. And they come in 3 different varieties. We have the as-built or as-delivered. This is the intermediate model that has the conspicuity striping added to it and a few little extra safety stickers. And then we have our late model car, which is really cool. And this one's been aged. We have aged the yellow color on it, and it has the paint out with the new TTX Heritage logo on it. So these things are really cool. Now, the thing is, these things are almost gone. We're down to about our last 20 units on these. So if you guys want to get one, you better get online, order it right now, or they're going to be gone very shortly.
They're going to be gone whether you get them or not. So you better get them.
Yeah.
But also you have the depressed center flat cars that are going to be coming out.
Yes, these things are really, really neat.
You have the containers. I found out yesterday talking to Mike that he's a container foamer. So we're going to have him talk about the containers here in a minute. But you want to talk about the depressed center?
The depressed center flat cars. These things are a thing of beauty. These are.
Can you hold this? I'm going to put
I
my
sure
other
can.
phone on and I will go straight up.
Sure
to these
can.
things. We can talk about the loads too.
Yeah, the GSC flat cars were General Steel castings, and these things were manufactured. Most of them were manufactured in the late 40s and 50s. Some as early as 1927 for Pennsylvania Railroad. But these things, basically, they are a dual redundant brake system on made for carrying very heavy loads. These are 125-ton flat car, depressed center, and literally these things had carried so many different items, transformers, big machinery, everything you could think of on these cars, and they had service lives for almost 40, 45 years on them. So they ran well into the 90s, and some even that were manufactured later, like 1967, ran into the 2000s. But these things have an incredible amount of detail on them. You can see all of the brake rig, you've got all of the brake system, the brake rigging inside the car, and we're including it in the car. So it's all in there. If it's on, again, if it's on the real car, it's on our car. We've got 2 different deck treatments on these. We've got a wooden deck, which most of the railroads hadn't started with, but then as some of the wood aged and got older, they stripped the wood off, and since they welded a lot of their tie-down stuff to the cars themselves, they replaced the deck with bar grate inside the openings of the frame. So we're actually offering that as one of our model differentiations on this. Each of these cars, too, had 3 different jacking pad styles. We had an A-style jacking pad, and it comes kind of from the triangular opening in the jack pad ear. We had a square jack pad that sat a little bit further out over the trucks. And then some of the cars actually had no jacking pads whatsoever. They just jacked up the end of the car. So we're offering all 3 of those variations. Again, depending on which railroad that you order, that's the style that you'll get with what they had. Now, the thing is with these, our Santa Fe models, they're already sold out, folks. They're gone. So are the Union Pacifics. They're gone. The rest of them are still available. Some of these are getting down low in numbers. The Sioux Line, the Frisco, the Missouri Pacific, Kadee, they're all down into a minimum number of units left. So if you guys really like these things, you need to get on that really quick. Get on our website and order these things, class1modelworks.com.
What are these strange contraptions?
These, if you're going to have a flat car, what do we always need on a flat car? You need to be hauling something. You need a load. These are loads that we've just put out for ordering. You can pre-order these now on our system. This is a 1980s style transformer. So this is a modern transformer. So you can see these things. Look at all the detail on that thing. These are going to be retailing out there for this one particular one for $59.99, but it's so neat. It is a high wide load. It's really going to make some interesting operations for your railroad if you want to go to that kind of length. But this thing is really cool. A lot of detail in that. We have an old style 30s, 40s transformer. This one is modeled after one that was being pulled out of service in 1961. So it's got, all the blank off plates on it. And so this one is going to retail out there for $44.99. We've got on this car here, we've got a turbine pump. And this thing was really cool. This was modeled after a photo we had from about middle 70s somewhere. So basically this is a big turbine pump for generating electricity. And lastly, we have a big dewatering reel. We think it's a dewatering reel or it's a drum dryer wheel. But this is like a 13-foot diameter drum on this. So we've got the load along with the bearings that go with the pump. And included with that load is going to be floral wire doing all your tie downs to the car. So this is a really cool kit. And that one's going to retail out there for $29.99. These are really impressive kits, guys. These are going to look really great on your railroad, especially if you're modeling from the late 40s, 50s on up through the 90s. These things will be right at home on your railroad hauling those big, expensive loads.
We mentioned something about being a container farmer.
Oh, the containers. These things are really neat. If you guys appreciate containers, this is going to be a real treat for you guys. We have our 48-foot exterior post containers here. Again, these supplanted in modern years by the 53-footers, but these 48s were the staple of domestic traffic on the railroads from about 1986 up through 2010 or so until the 53-footers really took over. We have two different styles here. They may look the same at first blush, but we have two different styles of containers. The first one is a Monon manufacturer container, and that's these 7 over here. And the other is a Hyundai. You say, well, what's the difference between these? Well, we're going to show you what that difference is. If we look at, excuse me here, if we look at these, they kind of look the same until you start looking at the front end of the containers up at the top. If you look here and here, the Monons have an overhanging roof lip with a little bit shorter front frame, while the Hyundais have a full height frame with a drainage channel behind it. So when you look down on those cars, you see a little bit different. The shorter sheet here, the bigger sheet there. But that's not the only differentiation. If you're looking at these and you want to tell them for a spotting feature on the rear end, the Hyundais have an extra set of retaining rings on the top of the closer bars. Now our manufacturer on these has gone to an extreme amount of detail on this. I don't know if you can see it or get a good look at it in the light here. All of the riveting on this was 1/2-inch and 1/4-inch rivets, and our manufacturer has done that down to scale size. So these look absolutely incredible. And they're all there. I've counted every single rivet and every single rivet on the car. I mean, I basically had a chance to crawl all over these things.
I told you he's a container farmer.
And we measured everything and basically drew up all the diagrams off of the measurements on this. So these things are actually scaled to what's out there. Our paint on this is so crisp and clean. If you look at the exterior posts, there's no overbleed on those. I mean, they are real smooth, real crisp lines. But another thing you'll notice on this, and something other manufacturers don't do, we don't just paint everything silver. So these exterior posts are all aluminum. So they're painted in a nice aluminum color, but the channels, the structural channels at the top and the bottom are galvanized steel. So they're a little bit more gray than they are silver. And that's what we've done. So if you really look at this in the light, you can tell this color differentiation. We've got that modeled on our containers. So this is really, really neat stuff, cutting edge stuff. What I want to show you guys is, if John can really zoom in here, is if you look at the door and latch, the door latches at the top, you can see all the hook and latch detail in there. Our manufacturers they're molding, their tooling on the molds is just outstandingly exquisite on these containers. And the back hardware, it's molded on, but with the paint they do on the fine detail, I mean, this is all scale fidelity on this. down to the fractions of inch. Their scale fidelity makes this stuff look so good that, having separate detail would actually detract from what we're showing. And one of the really fun things is no other manufacturer has done the little wedge. There's a little wedge at the base down here, kind of where my nail is pointing to, that helps to lift the door bars up into place when they close the doors. No one else has modeled that. We've modeled that on our containers. So guys, these are really cool containers. And if John can show you up here, some of these have sold out already. All these NS containers, they're gone. They were gone the first 3 weeks. Really popular. The Alaska Marine, the other one we had demonstrated here, they're gone too. So guys, these are selling out, and we're down to our last 20, 30 containers on all of these. So if you guys want these, any of these exterior post containers, get them now, because they're going to be gone real soon. They're not going to be available again for these numbers. Now we may have some other runs coming up, hint, hint, with other numbers and some different railroads. And we're going to make a little bit of a sneak announcement here. Our new second batch that's going to come in, we're going to be doing plain Jane containers. So those are containers, a lot of these have, all the big graphics on them, but most of these, like the Santa Fe containers, stayed on the Santa Fe system. The UP stayed on the UP system. The SP stayed on the SP system. The plain Janes went everywhere. So the plain Janes, they're just reporting marks and data on these, and they're going to look really good in their own respect. But the thing is that's nice is you can get those and you can run them on any railroad, anywhere, anytime. They're going to be a great, great deal for us.
Excellent. There's one other thing that you showed me yesterday that I want to show people, because one of the things we like to do is modeling tips.
Yeah.
And I thought when I did the product spotlight on those well cars that it was cool to have the little cardboard cutout container that it came with.
Yeah.
But Mike yesterday showed me a little trick about what you can do with those cardboard cutout or cardboard containers. So
Yeah,
let's go over here and maybe scoot with us. This is here, let me turn this other camera on so you can get a close-up of this, because it's pretty cool. And I'm disappointed in myself for not thinking of this when I did the product spotlight, but
Yeah. So what John was talking about, in our cars, we basically put a little cardboard container in here for shipping these, mostly to help hold the cars in place. But what you don't realize, and it could be the cardboard container, but you could use any container. If you need to work on the bottom of the car, just put your container into the car. Oh, now it's going to fight me. Here, I'll hold it. There we go. Thank you, John.
The third hand is always helpful.
Third hand is helpful, yeah, especially when you only got one free one. But if you need to work on the bottom of the car, you don't want to mess up all this detail. Leave that cardboard container or any container in there, and now you can easily work on if you got to take the trucks off or anything, or you want to change the couplers out or something like that. Any work you do, you supported your car up off of your working surface, and you can work on this without messing up any of the detail on top. It's just a little easy something to do that you wouldn't think about otherwise. Yeah, because you turn this over even in a cradle, chances are you're going to knock something off.
This stuff will catch on your foam on the cradle.
Yep.
Especially if you're not careful.
Yeah. And if you guys wanted to look on these cars have, you can't see it on there, but these things have significant weight to them. And the reason we have weight to these cars, and you can run them in a bare table train, they're not going to derail, is these things are cast in metal. The whole body of the car is cast in metal. And then all the details are added to it after that. So here you can get a good look at the car with all of the details and see just how many pieces and parts go on this car to give you everything that's on the original cars. So this is a really nice look into the background of how these cars are made and what they look like. So yeah.
Oh, we're getting fangirl?
Yeah. Yeah. So class one, we stay out of that we're helping people build state-of-the-art model railroads, and how we're doing that is providing you guys with the state-of-the-art equipment, as you can see, just looking at the products themselves here. So that's what we are. We're detail modelers, and we're not going to give you guys something we don't want to have on our railroad. We like the details. We want you to have the details. because we want you to make something that's going to look more like real life than anybody else does.
One of the things that I said during the spotlight was I took some pictures of these cars on my desk, right, that I do the spotlights on.
Yeah.
And I was going back through my iPhone later, and I came across the picture, and I didn't recognize it as being on my desk because I thought the car was real. And I think it was the later one, this one.
Yeah.
I was just like, they look that good.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen these, you got to see them.
Yeah, so guys, if you want to take a look at this, we've actually gone through and weathered up some of these cars. Hang on to this. I'm going to get my... Yeah, we've actually gone and weathered some of the cars so that you can get a good idea how good these cars can look on your layout with just a little bit of light weathering. And what's really neat is if you look at the picture we have behind here, these are these three actual cars shot outside in a natural railroad environment. And as you look at that picture, it looks like the real cars are out there. So that's how good these cars can look for you. And that's what we want to provide for all you folks. So, guys, if you want, these cars are going fast. So make sure you get on class1modelworks.com and order the one you want. Again, we have as delivered cars, 4 numbers. We have the intermediate cars. There's 4 numbers of those. And we have the 2 late model cars out there. But again, those late models are going fast. So they're going to be gone probably, this week yet. So I'm going to urge you to get on that if that's the one you want.
All right. I'll take that back. I've taken that back now. I don't know if there's anything left to say other than thanks for taking the time to share it with everybody.
Yeah. No, and all of you out there who've supported us so far with your purchases, we really appreciate that. We hope we're going to get some new customers from this, because as you can see, we want to give you guys the stuff that you want to have,
right?
And we're trying to keep some very reasonable prices on these. So,
that was another one of the comments I had on the spotlight. They're like $65 or something?
Yeah, $66. Basically $65.99, $66 on the car. But the level of detail and the quality on these cars is something that's beyond that. But we want to make it reasonable for our customers.
I thought they were going to be about $90 when I saw the picture, just because that's what comparable detailed stuff tends to MSRP for, right?
Yeah. And I'm going to also address a lot of people who, we know a lot of people out there like to do their own detailing and super detailing on models. And it's a thing that's, good for them. And we love it. We support that. That's really great. But for those of you who look at that and kind of get, oh my God, this is just really tough. You can buy a base model car, spend $50, $60 on parts, and then spend a month trying to put all those parts on. We've already done that. So for that $60, $66, it's already done. You can put this on your railroad, just take it out of the box, put it on the railroad, and all your friends are going to go, oh my, where did you get that? Where did you find that?
Or, wow, you did a great job super detailing that. And then you can say, yes, I did.
Yes, I did. Yeah. So yeah, we want to do that detailing for you guys, and that's what we're all about. And we've got a lot of nice projects coming down the line. We got about 3 more coming around real quick that a little hush-hush, can't talk about those just yet. But I think they're going to knock your socks off when they come out.
What about just between you and me and about 58,000 people?
Just between you and me, I can tell you, because we've already announced that we're going to be doing GP40s. We're actually on...
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, the GP40s are going to be really cool. We're going to be doing some really cool things that are going to actually elevate the hobby.
Oh, good.
I can't talk about what they are, but I can guarantee you they're going to knock your socks off. We're going over to China in 2 weeks to talk to our manufacturers, and we're going to run them through that. We're in our final engineering phases on that, so we want to make sure we got all the engineering details right, that they understand what we want and what we want to give you folks out there. And from there, we're going to be into our final designs on that. And hopefully in anywhere from 15, 18 months, we'll have them out and available for you. They're going to be a really super deal.
Can't wait to see those.
Yeah, we're going to.
How can people stay up to date?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
People stay up to date? You can stay up to date. Come to class1modelworks.com and register with us. So it's class1modelworks, all one word, .com. And if you go there right now, we're having a contest to give away these 3 cars. Not necessarily these 3, but these 3 cars.
I want this one.
Yeah, we're going to do a super pack of one of each of the as delivered intermediates and late models. And for some of you, if you don't buy them and you can't get them, they're sold out. That's the only way you're going to get that late car. Right. So we've got one reserved for the winner of this contest. So go on there, enter your email, enter the contest, and you'll get all the information. We send out updates all the time to keep everyone appraised on where we're at, what we're coming out with, where things are in the delivery process. So, it's a good thing and a good way to stay informed.
Thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, John,
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
it, man.
And it was great. Yeah, great.
Yeah, and all you folks, thank you for giving us your time and staying on board and watching. We appreciate that.
We have a couple thousand thumbs ups out there.
All right, that's great. That's great. We appreciate that. Thumbs up to all you guys out there. Modelers, we love you.
Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're going to have to go over here and talk to Robert next. So I'm going to go grab his attention. Oh, hello there. Next up is going to be Roka Models. And these are those auto racks that we spotlighted on the channel, I don't know, a couple months ago. And some of these models I've never seen in real life or as models, like the open one. I've never seen one of those before. I thought that was pretty interesting. We're going to talk to Robert Steers, who got these things out on the market. So let me hand this to you, Robert, and you can tell people all about them. I'll get the camera ready. We're ready for you.
Thank you, John. I really appreciate you taking the time to visit with me this morning. These are Safe Pack, SAFP-PAK auto carriers. These were the first covered auto carriers widely used in the U.S., produced in 1974 and 1975. Multiple different variations depending on the demands of the railroads and overhead clearance. These are prototype models of 11 different railroads, each model demonstrating a specific era ranging from 1974 to 1975 all the way up to the late 80s and early 90s. The Canadian Pacific apparently still uses these in Canada as well, so it does extend into the modern era. These are all ready to run, limited run. One of the unique features about these is the see-through sides. Thousands of little holes on the sides, all cast from one piece of plastic. All of these are prototypically accurate. There are 4 numbers for each model type or each railroad. These can be purchased directly from our website at rokamodels.com. That's ROKA models.com. We ship worldwide, and this is our first run for this new company. So we have many other projects in the works right now, and look forward to bringing more projects out in the near future. But thank you, John.
Thank you. Why don't we talk about this? You showed me this yesterday. I think that's worth highlighting.
Certainly.
Because these do look like metal sides, but they aren't actually. Now my phone just pooped out. Of course, as soon as you picked it up, the phone decided to drop. I apologize. Let me try reloading.
Tell me when
I'm trying to get the camera back. I don't know what happened. These are the hazards of going live, I guess, huh?
It feels like the phone's just completely stopped. Oh, here we go.
Tell me when, okay?
We'll try this one more time. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to the main camera. Sorry, it takes a minute. It's going to ask me to change my camera setting too.
Of course. No worries.
Yep, it's looking at me instead of looking out the front. Hang on just a sec. Is there anything else that you can mention about future releases or anything like that? Or is that all still hush?
Still a bit hush.
Okay. I'm just thinking of something to fill the time. I got it now. Okay, we're on. Please proceed.
Thank you. John, one of the interesting things about this particular model run is the highly detailed sides. We've had many customers say, well, these have to be etched steel or etched metal, but indeed the car sides are one piece of highly detailed, high precision plastic injection molding. All of the holes are 19 thousandths of an inch thick. You can see.
Trying to tell me something. What? It isn't? I'm sorry. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Yeah, let's do it with that camera. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Here, let me zoom up. Okay, please proceed, Robert. Sorry about that.
No worries. John, one of the unique things about this model run are the sides of the cars. As you can see, the sides are one piece of injected molded plastic, high precision injection molded plastic, which is a new technique for ready to run models. Each of the holes are 19 thousandths of an inch thick. You can see through the sides of all of these cars. There's no, we don't use any metal etched components here. And this technology has really just recently become available, and we're really proud to bring it to the market in these models. We have models coming from China as well. So three other projects in the works right now, which should be here late this year, early 2024. But I appreciate you taking the time to have a look at these models with us.
Can I see this for a second? Can you switch to it now?
Tim Hall.
We want to show how transparent this looks.
Please come up to the information booth and northeast corner of the building.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, thanks very much.
Thanks, Robert. I just wanted to show people with the other camera how transparent that is, and the best way was with the lights up top there. It's amazing how small you got those perforations. That's quite nice. Switch back to the other camera. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right.
Thank you, John.
Thank you for your patience.
My pleasure. Anytime.
Okay. Technical issues aside, hopefully we learned something. And if you want to see the other closer spotlight that I did on all four types of these models, you can look on the channel for that. Just search for Roka Auto Rack and you'll probably find it in the product spotlights. Thank you. All righty then. Okay. Why don't we take a very quick break from the main camera, and I'll come over here and kind of show you the lay of the land of what's going on here while the battery is being changed in the other. And okay, well, I'm told now that we have a couple minutes, so we're going to come over here and let's see. We need to talk to Bachmann at some point during this show. And, we also need to talk to SoundTraxx at some point during this show.
Talk to George.
we're gonna have a quick. You never know who you'll run into. Hi, I'm here with Adam Cruz. He was here yesterday, and we looked at the layout he was on. What are you doing here today?
I live here now, apparently.
It looks like you're buying stuff.
No, I just finished getting decoders installed in my Shikishima N-scale.
You do N scale too?
I do both HO and N-scale, so.
He's hopeless. I do too. I guess I do too, but I am also doing a garden scale thing, so I'm even more hopeless.
I'm not as bad as Heath, so.
Yeah. Heath is the worst. Yeah. Heath, you're terrible. That's right. We haven't talked about Heath this weekend.
Well, we haven't had anything go wrong, have we?
Well, no, we just had some stuff go wrong over here a minute ago. That was Heath's fault. He's somehow working on my phone not working. The camera just went off. And we know Heath has a lot of trouble with cameras. So, yeah, thanks a lot, Heath.
Blame Heath.
Yeah, blame Heath. Thank you. All right. I'm just looking over here at something, and I don't know if we're going to get George available soon enough. But they have a whole table here that appears to be dedicated to Bluenami. And Bluenami, in case you haven't heard, it'll be hard to believe if you haven't heard about this, but Bluenamis are decoders you can put into your engines, and then you operate them with your phone. And you can change everything with your phone. It's like having jam or ice in your phone. It is so easy. And now we are going to have the battery switch. And we'll go to the other camera. Hopefully it'll be working. We're a big. It is switched? Is it back on? Okay. Okay. You ready?
Sure, I'm as ready as I'm going to be.
Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
We know this guy. Okay, I'm just checking to make sure whether the camera broke, because I don't know if it can handle both of us.
I don't know. That needs an extra wide lens, though. I mean,
I started wearing suspenders, and someone asked me this morning on Facebook, why did you start wearing suspenders, mate? Is the belt falling off now? I'm like, no, they're just more comfortable. So
we're just going to put you in sweats.
Well, I fly in sweats because
well,
I don't want to go through the little, the shoe, taking off your shoes and then have to take these off and have to put them back on. So it's a pain in the butt.
I have to do that with my belt all the time. You can imagine the size of this belt buckle.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's
right.
a big. And
yeah, because you're from Texas, right? So you got to have a big belt buckle.
Of course.
Yeah.
Belt buckle and boots every time.
All kidding aside, though, we're not here to BS like that now, are we? We're being professional.
Why not?
Yeah. So
sure, I guess we should do our jobs. Huh?
Why don't we? Yeah. Well, I mean, my job is to have fun, so I'm doing it no matter what.
Well, that's what I do. I just have fun all the time too, and I get paid for it.
That's why we have fun together.
Exactly. We get along so well.
You'd never know.
Right.
So let's talk about this though, because I'm expecting that I'm going to ask you what's great and new in SoundTraxx, and you're probably going to start talking about Bluenami, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the big thing?
That is the big thing. Bluenami really is turning heads, especially the large scale guys, because they love dead rail. Battery power. Guess what? I just saved you a ton of money on your car insurance because now you don't have to buy the third-party radio systems. Yep. You can put our decoder in your model, attach the battery to it, put it on the track, and you're good to go.
Yep.
Now, the Bluenami runs on the iPhone, iPad, Android coming. So you Android guys, we are not ignoring you. We're getting it as fast as we can.
I see those comments all the time.
Oh, yeah.
If only it was on Android.
Yeah.
It's coming. So good.
Well, the good news is if you're an Android user, you can still buy the decoder today. And then in the next few months, when we have the app finished and released, you're already ready to go. Now you don't have to now spend the time to download or to do the decoder installation. It takes a minute to download the app, and it's free app. So as soon as it's available, you have your decoder already installed and it's good to go. Yep. The only thing that changes between the Apple products and the Android products is how the signal is generated. So the operating system is what's different, but the Bluetooth signal is going to be exactly the same. So it's not like you have to wait for an Android version of the Bluenami. You just install the Bluenami and you run it on either DCC or your DC track power until the app drops. Once the app drops, you're good to go.
Yeah. I didn't know that. That's good to know. So it's going to be the same exact decoder.
It's the same exact decoder. Nothing's going to change. Right. And so because the way the Bluetooth communication protocol, any of you guys that have the smartwatches, it's using the similar type communication, but it's how that communication is broadcast through that connection. And that's what the difference is. And so you have a unique communication that is to the Bluetooth receiver on a decoder, and all we're doing with the difference between Apple and Android is creating that signal. And so the only reason the Android doesn't have it right now is because you don't have that software on the tablet or the phone jet. And so it's coming, but once you have it, you'll be able to do everything you need to do through the app. You'll be able to run your trains. You'll be able to.
This is big.
No, it's a huge thing.
What you were about to say is big.
Yeah.
Changing all the CVs on your phone is so easy.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not CV programming, it's picking what you want.
Well, it's CV programming, but we've hidden it. We've hidden.
I mean, I'm not the one going, I want value X3 on CV39.
Correct.
It's, I want that whistle sound, or
Correct.
I want that prime mover, or chuff, or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. So when you're selecting the chuff, for example, you go into, if you're looking at Tsunami 2, you go to CV123 and you have a value 0 through 9, and that determines which chuff plays.
Right.
But now with the app, you find your chuff, you put the button, and it pulls down the menu, right, and it identifies which one's light chuff 1, light chuff 2, light chuff 3, medium chuff 1, 2, 3, yep, heavy chuff 1, 2, and you pick which one you want, and it instantly makes the change.
Yes.
So you can do this on the fly while your locomotive's running, and you can say, hey, I like that, or I don't like that. You can even interrogate. So one of the other things, what you can't do with DCC is read CVs on the main line. If you want to read CVs on here, first of all, reading all CVs takes like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's when it's acquiring the locomotive.
Yeah, and then if you go back, there's a read all CV button. It takes literally like 10 seconds or something like that, 20 seconds. But if you want to go back and find out what CV you changed to make that, you can just go back, type it in, hit read, and it'll tell you what the value is. So if you're trying to duplicate something, you can go in and make that change CV by CV. But the good news is the app eliminates all of that. You don't have to do any of that. The app makes it fun, easy, and exciting. But I'll tell you this, in my opinion, take it for what it's worth. I sell it for the same price. My opinion is that one of the best things about Bluenami is consisting multiple locomotives.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to do that yet.
Yeah. I know you only have one decoder, or you had one decoder. Hopefully you got more.
I have one now.
Yeah, well, you need to get another one.
I placed an order for about 50 of those things.
Oh, yeah, of course you did.
Yeah.
We'll get right on it.
Yeah, anyway, they're in the mail. The check's in the mail.
Check. But anyway, when you're running multiple locomotives, you go to the app and you click this little chain link at the bottom, and you have up to 4 consists that your device will run. You can have any number of locomotives in your consist. Oh, cool. So you can have 20 locomotives in your consist. You can't necessarily always do that with DCC. But you click you check the link, and you pick A, B, C, or D. And when you do that, the first one you put to the consist is the lead. Then any additional locomotives you add, you have 2 questions to answer: middle or trailing unit, or rear unit, or facing forward, facing backwards. And those are the setups. Once you do that, the app takes care of everything for you.
It speed matches it too then.
You have the ability to do speed matching in the multi-channel menu, where you can slightly speed up one and slightly speed it down. But it'll take care of sending the commands out to the individual locomotives so that only the lead unit blows the horn, rings the bell. But if you apply the brakes, they all apply the brakes. And you don't have to calculate the CV. You don't have to sit there and go, well, CV 21 equals 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 6, and then CV 22 equals 8 plus 16 plus 32. You don't have to do all of that. It's all done in the app intelligently. And if you want to go change it, there's just little check boxes and slider, and you can decide which one it does.
When I got that first decoder and did the install on the locomotive, I think last year, I couldn't believe. Okay, maybe we can move the camera since people are not aware of it. Can you go over here or something?
live
Oh,
TV
okay.
is
Yeah.
a wonderful thing to do.
Yeah, luckily we haven't had any car crashes or weird people flashing us behind the scene on the show yet.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen it yet. We're looking this way.
Oh, that's right. There may have been some
There
photo
may have been
bombs.
some- so-
Anyway, what I was going to say is when I put that decoder in last year into whatever, it was a GP40 or an SD40, I don't remember which.
That was the SD40, that Southern Pacific red,
Yeah,
and
the red
orange.
Yeah. The
Yep.
one with the fancy paint scheme that
Yeah.
they did all the weird stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
I remember watching that video. I watched them.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah.
You want to see what people are saying about it. But I was really impressed with how easy the changing of the seat. That to me is like the main. I mean, really, when I saw it, and I'm not just saying this to blow smoke here, I thought this has the potential to really revolutionize how people DCC.
Yeah.
Because, and especially with Garden, you'll be glad to know that the Garden size decoder that you sent is already being worked on to get into this Garden scale climax. I had my friend Trevor from the Fern Creek and Western Garden Railroad come out to my house a couple weeks ago.
He was the one that we saw in Chama,
Yeah,
right?
you met him.
Yep.
Yeah, you met him. And we're in the process right now of installing a decoder and a battery into this climax, and because you're taking out all that other stuff, the receiver and the booster and all this other stuff. Although I think boosters may be a thing of the past already, but the point is there's not all this extra stuff you got to put in.
Right.
It's just the battery and the decoder.
Yep. And a speaker.
And the speaker, which we put in.
Yep.
And that video will be coming out sometime soon, but you're going to see how easy this is. And the cool thing about it also is that you don't have to go get one of those expensive controllers. That's another $200 or $300 for the controller.
Yeah.
You're using your phone, which you have anyway.
Yeah, most people have it in their pocket anyway. And if you don't, you can go online and eBay. We found iPhone 6, 7s for like $50.
Yeah, you can get them used.
And the cool thing is, in my opinion, another opinion, is that if you equip your fleet with Blue Namis, and guess what? When you have operating sessions and you need more throttles, well, now you have to go out and buy different throttles. You have to do this. No, everybody's got one of these things in their pocket.
They
Guess
do.
what? They bring their throttles with them.
Yeah. And especially once you have that other app ready.
Yeah, the Android app.
Right. And here's something really cool. Androids you can get for $50 brand new. You can get a cheap Android for $50. So
well, there you go.
It can really change how people are doing DCC and how they're operating. So,
well, yeah,
I mean, hats off, man.
And especially for the younger generation. Everybody gives their kids the iPads or whatever, the iPhones, to keep them entertained, and they know those things better than you and I do.
Yeah.
You know, but the thing is, and that's with DCC, like you have a throttle here, and I'm not trying to throw NC under the bus. I'm just using it because I happen to have it here.
It's what's handy.
But look at all these buttons. It looks intimidating. And then if I say, hey, I want to turn on function 22 because I want to hear cab chatter. Well, how do you do that? I get that question all the time. But with the app, I just
waiting for us.
I was waiting for it. I go over here and there's a little sidebar. Functions
maybe you
1
can
through
zoom up to
14.
this.
Yeah, I can come in. We have functions 1 through 14 right there. 15 to 28. There it is. It's ladder. And I can. Yeah.
Oh, we must have had to glare off the lights.
Yeah, I got it. So I can hit the cab chatter button right there. There we go. And there we go. So I can sit there and make the change. Now, the other cool thing, you'll know Bob. Somebody apparently renamed the number boards as Bob. But to do that, I can just rename it. So I don't have to remember what FX3 is or FX4. I can just come over here and I can type in. I'm doing this upside down. And just to remember, so it's number boards right there, and a Mars light. It's quick and easy. I can also make any of these buttons momentary because I can go and change any of this.
We're having comments here. No, but it is though. That's revolutionary because
so when you have all these different functions, you don't remember what FX3 was or FX4, and especially when you're guest operator. You don't know what all these things are.
Especially when you're guest operator, because if it's your own layout or your own models, you might just set them all up the same. So F6 is always your ditch lights or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, it's just like I said, it's revolutionary. I really do think that once people understand what it is, get it, and especially once you have the Android thing out, I wouldn't want to be in the DCC business going up against SoundTraxx after that happens, because it's going to be, yeah.
And one thing I do want to say, guys, if you're new to this, please don't make assumptions. I've heard so many assumptions about what people think this is. Call us. We'll set up, because people just assume, oh, well, this does blah, 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 whatever. Oh, it's just, and they kind of shun their nose at it a little bit. And I want you to talk to them for 5 seconds and explain and overcome their preconceived notions of their reading a headline. They realize how cool this thing is, and tell you is more board in the works. We're trying to get some more formats to make it easy installation, like our Tsunami 2 product line board formats to make it easy. So we're trying to work on it. We're trying to get more out there, 21 pins and PNP boards for the diesel guy. Don't have a time frame again. We're working on as fast as we can. But guys, please call us. We have our support team. We're there answering the phones Monday through Friday, 9 to 5:30 Mountain Time. And we will help you answer those questions. Email us, sales@soundtraxx.com or support@soundtraxx.com. Ask your questions, please. The way I approach it, and John, we've talked about this before, there are no stupid questions. Everybody learns differently. And so when you ask a question or you have a question, that's how you learn. And this is how I always approach everything, because I want to make sure to so that you understand. Sometimes I have to re-explain things because the way I presented it wasn't the way they learned. Right. And so I have to go back and then restate it in a different way. Yeah. And that's why I want to say, don't assume, please call us.
Yeah. And it's actually happened to me where after you give me the answer, I realized, in my opinion, that my question was a stupid question, because I could have just read, something or figured it out on my own if I had just thought about it.
Yeah.
But it's easier to call.
Yeah, but I've never called your names to your face.
Oh, yeah, you have. I think we might even have it on video on the Chasing Trains video.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But no. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's easy to call, and someone seems to always pick it up. Yeah. And something else that people should probably do, if you have any interest at all, and you should, because it's a really cool product, is to check out the website.
Yeah.
And George also goes through the trouble to make a lot of videos.
Yeah.
Subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
There's a ton of to get answers when I'm doing my how-to stuff, so that I don't have to. Although I do call sometimes just to bug you because I haven't talked to you for a while, and it's an excuse to BS for a while. So
it does give us that.
Anyway,
you mentioned the YouTube channel. I'll tell you guys, there's actually a really cool video that we just posted. It's our Blue Nami commercial.
Oh,
it's about a minute long. We posted it last week. This was shot.
The scale one.
The large scale video.
Yeah, I did see that.
That was actually really a friend, a filmmaker of ours, a gentleman named David Dibble.
Okay.
He makes short independent films, and he shot that commercial for us. He's done a bunch of commercials. He's actually won awards at film festivals around the country.
I can believe it. Yeah.
And he shot that for us at his brother's Garden Scale Railroad, actually not far from where you live.
Oh.
He's out in that general area. And it's a really fun little video. So I encourage you guys to check that out, watch it. But if you want information, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Be sure to like it, comment, email us if you have a topic that you'd like to see covered in a video. We'll be happy to shoot it. We shoot them about a week or two, and you won't have to wait months for a video. As a matter of fact, I got to shoot this week for next Saturday or Sunday because I haven't shot them yet.
Oh, well, this guy's busy. But always takes the time to talk to you if you have questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there anything else people would need to know?
Well, the only thing I'll say is going back to the asking questions. I was a model railroader. I started at 14. Okay, so this is what the approach I take. Someone taught me how to build benchwork. Somebody taught me how to wire my tracks. Somebody taught me how to lay track.
No one starts out knowing that.
No one is born knowing how to model railroad. Now we all have our talents, but you learned how to do all the different things. Working with the railroad, the DCC equipment, the sound, it's just another aspect. And that's why I want to be here to help you guys, because it helps me. I know this is going to sound really cheesy, and I know we've never said anything cheesy to each other, but but it's the truth. This is my way of paying back to the community, because I enjoy the hobby. You know this. You guys probably know this out there as well. I model. I do a lot of this, and I travel, and I get to go meet modelers all over the country. I get to see some really freaking cool layouts
and operate on them.
So by helping all of you guys enjoy your hobby, that's my way of paying back to the community. So again, please feel free to reach out to us. We are here to help. And, that's about everything I can say. We're here to help you guys.
Yep. And if you have more questions, you can also check the website, SoundTraxx.com.
Yes, sir.
Cool.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Always fun to see you.
Yep. We'll have to figure out another excuse to hang out sometime.
Well, I got to try to get out there to California to see you.
Oh, yeah. I don't know when, but we'll figure it out.
This moment in time.
Yep. Cool.
All right. Thanks.
Online wants us to invite to our in May.
Oh, do you know about that?
No, I don't know about it.
Oh, well, you don't have to answer. You'll probably.
I have to run everything by the boss lady anyway.
We're having this. Let me back this up. I want to do a plug on this anyway. Would you hold this close to me, please?
Sure.
So if you're a YouTuber or if you like to watch us, that's the mini print sticker that Bernard stuck on me yesterday. We are having the YouTube meet May 19th through the 21st. There is a Facebook page for the YouTube meet and greet. And what we're trying to do is figure out how many people are going to be there.
Okay.
Because Michelle is being really nice and arranging a lot of really cool stuff for us.
Okay.
And we need to know how many people that is involved can plan for that.
Okay.
So YouTube meet and greet. And
I didn't know about it, but I'll definitely look at it. We'll talk to the boss ladies. Perfect.
You're officially a YouTuber too because you're doing the YouTube videos for SoundTraxx. So
yeah, absolutely. I'll try to see if we can get out there. It's
that
not that far. It really isn't that far away.
Right. It would be a great excuse to hang out, and that's what we're going to be doing.
Perfect. I like it.
Cool.
We'll try to do it.
Again, thanks,
Sounds
man.
good.
All right.
Good to see you.
Likewise, yeah.
Everyone loves George.
Awesome.
Everyone loves SoundTraxx.
Good. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
He has quite a following. Okay, I'm starting to get tired. We need to go. Oh, yeah. We need to talk to. Oh, he's talking to someone.
you good now?
Gone, you mean?
So I'm going to comment here while we're turning our cart around and moving to the next spot here. Usually, Sundays at train shows are what a lot of people would refer to as family days. And family days is stroller day, family day, kid day, however you want to call it. So a lot of families show up, and it's kids, and you'll notice there's a lot of little kids and a lot of strollers at the show today, a lot more than yesterday. We had a lot of kids and strollers yesterday too, but today there's even more. And we haven't talked to Intermountain yet either. And it looks like they got 3 people and only 2 customers. 2 of the customers. Go try and have a chat with these guys real quick. And we're going to also try to end up talking with our other friends from ESU soon. Let me go around. I'm going to hand the microphone to our top secret producer.
Thought I'd give you guys a little close-up look at what they got on the table here for in-stock items. Dave, I believe you're our railroading merit badge here. They have a whole in there, so.
All right then. So this is Lee from Intermountain, another basically local company here. And Intermountain, being a local company, supported the Rocky Mountain Train Show very well for a long time. I'm told by John Gardberg, the person that puts it all together, or one of the key people that puts it all together, I should say, because it's a team effort. I know that. But Lee, we want to talk to you about Intermountain. I'm just going to hand this over to you, and you can talk to our people, whatever you want to talk about it. And I'm going to turn on my other camera.
All right.
So that we can get some detailed shots of what he's talking about.
All right. Sounds great.
So,
Yeah,
let me get my glasses going here, because I can't see without that. Okay.
So our next locomotive project upcoming will be the Tier 4 GEVOs, the ET44s. And we're going to have these shipping here in the next week or so, and we'll have them for sale in May. 2023, finally. We have CSX, and then kind of highly anticipated Navajo is a small captive railroad in Farmington, New Mexico. They run 42 cars back and forth from a coal mine to a power plant, 2 locomotives, very unique with 3 horns forward, the other 2 coming out of the back, which are also tied into the reverser handle, so the horns are directional. Very unique. These units, and they left the split horns, so very unique.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, and then also the KCS. We feel like we nailed the colors on these. If you look at the prototype photos, this is just going to be an outstanding model. And of course, with KCS now merging in with CP, that's hopefully this paint scheme lives on for a little longer. Also, we're going to have N-scale F units. These are earlier design, later design, and they're tested and they run fantastic. The lighting is fantastic. We now have the ability to do the Mars light for the upper, the headlight for the lower, lit number boards, and also the option for ditch lights for anybody that wants to do a modern version. We are not doing modern versions, but the lights are there if you want to add them yourself. So it's really nice. And then also SD40-2s, both in HO. Not these paint schemes, but we're doing 8 other paint schemes in the first group. And these are anticipating a new drive. We're waiting on that to get done. So they're going to be heavier, pull more cars, and hopefully have better lighting as well. So we're excited about that. And then kind of the neat freight car we're doing is going to be the 5161 in H. We have the ADM version, which is the most common version. I did a lot of research on this personally. So we have the trough hatches, just a nice bays, a lot of wire detail, etched metal detail on the ends. They're super cars. And then the one that's never been done in HO scale is the CP SU and NS version. This one has a really neat rack gate system on the bottom with a whole slide and gear system, gear underframe. Because of that, details had to be run along the side sill of the car, and that's a unique spotting feature of this particular car. And there's no fulcrum on the A end because it runs along the side of the car.
Okay. I'm gonna put some juice on this other phone real quick. Okay. Sorry about that. It didn't last half the day yesterday. Next year I'm running the microphone. This setup with the phone is kind of cheesy. Let me just make sure I have it. Sorry, we're almost there. It's all good. Yeah, it is. The battery's dead. Yeah. So I'm going to have 2. I got another power in this one. Yeah. Hopefully neither one catches fire.
Where's the fire extinguisher? We'll put you out.
Yeah, it won't burn anything important. I'm already done having kids.
Okay, then you said it.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let me.
So we're going to do the whole
thing
over again.
When did this move out? You know, were you paying attention?
In the middle of showing this car right here.
Okay, so what
would we do this?
Yeah, we can redo that.
It's probably better anyway because that was fun.
Yeah, please do. Mention whatever you think is relevant. It's all good. And then just don't forget this. That's this one, I think. Oh. I'm gonna get. Just let me figure out this one. Oh. Oh, that's this one. Shouldn't be.
Nothing on it.
Just hang on. Sorry. If it's any consolation.
I know you guys. Seeing everything that you do with Michelle. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're almost there. Mic is working. Got it back. This back on here. Make sure it's not pushing a button because that'll probably screw something up too.
Of course, yeah.
And just stay close to me, close enough to where the wire does. Or here.
Yeah. I could put that in my pocket.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to get this one back on. Okay, so turn. Okay, let's try take two.
Okay. So we have the 5161 Trinity hopper here. We have the original version, the ADM version, which is also the most common version. Has the trough hatches, the etched metal roof walks, a lot of detail on the brake end, as well as the fulcrum on the A end. That's relevant because the other version is the CP2 version, and this one is unique in that it has a rack gate style with a beefier underframe. And along with that, if you look along the center sill here, side sill, you have the brake fulcrum and all that stuff out exposed, and it's not on the A end. Very unique. This car's never been done in A before. Lots of brake detail on the B end, and the 6 round hatches on top of the trough hatch. I had to use my drone to get some really good shots of this car, and we made it really, really accurate. CP2 has this one, as well as Norfolk Southern. These cars are going to be heading in production very soon, and they retail for $59.95 in HO scale. Nice car. We also have, shipping soon, we'll have N-scale bathtub coal gondolas. We haven't had these out in several years. We're also going to have these in HO scale probably in the following month. Several nice Canadian paint schemes, as well as some patch outs for scrap yards. Moving over, we'll show you the auto racks. These are kind of popular for us, super popular. See if we can catch this on camera, but you can actually see right through racks. Etched metal sides. This panel is the original style from the 1970s. We also do the more modern anti-vandal panels. You won't be able to see through these quite as much, but you can still see through them. The idea here is more metal so the graffiti artists don't paint the cars that are inside the rack. This is the bi-level that's currently available. We've shipped several runs of these. We're going to be doing another run later this year, for release later this year. So a new tri-level. It'll sit a little lower, use different wheels, different trucks, those kind of things. That one's still in the works. And that one's also going to be a really nice car. Etched metal sides. Another nice car we're shipping, I mentioned the 18 cars that the Navajo Mine Railroad uses. We made they have 42 cars. We are going to make 18 of them. We actually have these out now, and they will pair really nicely with your Navajo Mines locomotive that's due out in May.
Are those going to be done in N scale too? Or?
We've done those in N scale last year, and they've been released already. Also announced a few months ago, we have HO and N scale 4750 cubic foot 3-bay cover hoppers, another 8 paint schemes. Some of the ones on the table are already been released, and they're still in stock. The others are due here maybe later this year if we can get some reservations in. So anyway, that's what we have for the show. We'd like to thank the Rocky Mountain Train Show and the TCA for putting on a fabulous show. We've had a lot of fun coming down here from Longmont, so I hope to see you here in the future.
All right. Thanks, Lee.
I'm gonna hand this. Yeah, I'm gonna hand all this stuff back to our top secret producer. Oops,
my
wrong
phone.
one. Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
And I'll be back with you in just a moment.
Hopefully that doesn't sound too bad.
Thank you. I won't pan that way. When people realize they're on camera, they run.
Sorry about that. What? Oh, we're going to try to see if ESU is available now. And survey says, yep, he's talking to someone again. Oh, ESU's pretty. I'm gonna turn on the other camera real quick here and see if we can get a shot of their little display. I'm starting to feel a little hoarse. To this one, and we'll get a little shot of their display here. I'm just noticing the lights under this European steam engine. I've never seen that before. Not the one that's in front now, not the New Haven. But look at this little European steam engine. Look at the lights. Isn't that cool? Now, these are decoders. We're looking at models, but ESU makes decoders. But I wanted to show this little display that they have because it's pretty cool. We're going over now to I can't get their attention here. Okay, I think we're ready now. Do we have the correct microphone selected? Okay, I'm here now with Jürgen from ESU. You know, the Loc sound decoders of popular fame in Rapido, and they're in scale trains, and they're in a lot. They're in Atlas. They're in a lot of different models. So Jürgen, tell everybody out there about ESU and how wonderful it is.
Oh, hello. First of all, good morning and welcome from Denver. Well, I would like to say that we have very good products, and we focus on developing products that are easy to use and bring more fun to model railroads. And we try to show this here in our demonstration layout. You may hear that from the background. There's a lot of noise. We are showing locomotives that we have helped.
We took some video of your demonstration over there.
Yes, all the locomotives you could see there is our customers' locomotives like Skate Trains, Bowser, Rapido, Rossi, just to name a few of them. And what is important to know, we take it very serious in sound. So we are employing 2 sound designers and sound engineers, sounds, and make sure that everything sounds like the prototype, right?
And one of the very interesting things that is exclusive really as far is the ability to reuse your decoder. So if you're done with the locomotive, maybe it stopped running the right way, or maybe you're changing eras or changing from diesel to steam or something like that. You're going to build a new layout. You can take all your old ESU decoders, provided they're from a certain era or newer, and you can program a whole different sound into them. So you could take a decoder out of a diesel, stick it in a steam engine, and reprogram it to be a steam decoder. That's pretty cool.
Thank you. Yes, I couldn't explain it better, but it's true. All our Loc sound decoders have a flash memory chip, so you can erase them 1,000 times and reprogram them. It is not just only that you can make a diesel out of a steam or vice versa, but we update our sound library on a frequent basis. So all the sound project files our sound engineers I mentioned are making, we put them on our website so you can download them for free.
Right, I was going to mention that. Yeah.
And that is also an advantage because from time to time we do new versions, popular prime mover sounds. So if you have a fleet of, for example, 645 EMDs, you don't want to have them all sound alike, so you can put edition 1, 2, 3, 4. And sometimes you also add new features to the software of the decoder, like back EMF controlled sound is the next down the road, end of April. So once that is released, you just refresh the decoder and upgrade the software.
Right? That would be the firmware thing on the programmer?
Yeah. So the operating system of the decoder itself can be upgraded, and we are constantly releasing new features.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the things I've noticed with the Loc programmer, is that one of the options when you first put the engine on the track is if you want to update the firmware. So it's always good to have that up to date too, right?
Yes, the software really enforces firmware installed,
right, to ensure the best possible operations.
Exactly.
So do you come over for these shows from Germany, or do you live over here now?
No, I do not live over here. I just came to see some customers and also for the show.
Great.
And I live in southern Germany, near Munich, of course, where our headquarters is based. ESU is an international company. We have 3 major offices. The main office is in Germany, where we are also doing part of the R&D. But we do have a sound engineer that works in the US for North American prototypes. And our US office based in Pennsylvania is there to serve the US customers.
I wanted to get, this is just for me. I want to get something straight because I hear people all the time say Loc sound, but I know that the German form of Loc sound, right?
Yes, the German pronunciation would be Loc sound, but that's a Loc means locomotive in German.
Locomotive, right?
Yes, that was the idea.
I've asked a German friend about that.
Yes, that was the idea 25 years ago when we founded the company. We wanted to have something German and English to be international, but whoever you pronounce it, as long as you use, you are good.
Yeah, right. ESU works.
We try very hard. Yeah, and we have an international team, so we are really happy and proud to serve all the markets in Europe, US, right? Even Australia and even China is picking up, and they also like our products. So yeah, model railroaders are everywhere, and it is really one of the most fun part of my job to see that all the markets like our products.
Yes. So if you have more questions or want to find out, they can go to the website, right?
Yes, you can either go to www.esu.eu/en or www.logsound.com.
That's the one I remember.
Both is fine. They will just link to the same website.
Excellent.
And our team in PA will be there to answer all your questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to say before we go?
Have a look on our layout and how beautiful these locomotives sound. And we are here to make your model railway more realistic.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, let me hand the microphone back to the power.
I see that comment there, Joey. Late night model railroad. Yeah, these people kind of make it look like so much fun, huh? All these manufacturers. Well, I'm sure the manufacturers are looking to hire people occasionally. You never know. Let's finish up with a little action shot on the models they have on display here. Oh, yeah. Well, hey, whatever you're selling, I'll buy. So this is who you look for on YouTube, TSG Multimedia.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to get in the camera and say, wave hi? Look. Yeah. Yep, you're there.
Let me give you the microphone so you can explain what's going on. I saw that earlier. Yeah, here. Let me just film. Are we still live on this microphone? Yes. Okay. Jürgen wants to show us the video of the locomotive we were looking at earlier, but he's going to show us the dynamic smoke. I saw someone just demonstrating this earlier, and it was really cool. So let's focus in on this steam engine here, and you can explain what's going on. If you want, I can hold this.
Yes, this steam locomotive is not really a North American locomotive. Right. It is a German locomotive.
That was the first thing I noticed.
Excellent. Actually, the prototype was built in 1918.
Okay.
And it is out of our European ESU range of locomotives. So we did the design and production and sell this in Germany.
ESU sells models too? I didn't know that. I thought it was just decoders.
We have a range of very high detail and of course full of function locomotives in Europe. It's called Engineering Edition. And to show you our smoke unit system, I brought one. So the secret of this locomotive, it has two smoke units installed. One is for the exhaust and one for the cylinders.
Right, so the steam, okay.
Yes, that is the first time ever.
The New Haven is going to get in the way.
Yeah, let's wait a second.
Let's wait for a second, yeah.
New Haven is slow. because we always try to push forward for new features, and we want to integrate as many features as possible in locomotives. Also to show our OEM customers what is possible, and a lot of these functions and features will be picked up, like working pantographs, that was an ESO design, power packs, and hopefully the next thing will be dynamic smoke.
Which is, yes, let's see. This is really cool.
I mean, you know the synchronized smoke from other factories, but what we have added, we have also a second smoke unit that
There
is
it is.
completely independent and is this cylinder smoke, the cylinder trains. So it will automatically stop after a certain amount of second time, or if you are fast enough. And that makes it even more realistic.
Yep.
And I want to introduce this technology to North America as soon as somebody likes it. And of course, you can also push a button and have more smoke coming out. That makes it so much more realistic.
Yeah, that's one of the more realistic smokes I've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, there is a sensor on the first axle having 4 magnets so that we can synchronize the steam with the chuff, the sound of the chuff, and also the wheel position. So because the wheels are very large on this locomotive, we want to make sure that the chuff is done right.
Mm-hmm.
And that is just one example of what we are doing, because it also has an automatic coupler, power pack, and everything included.
Right. Excellent. Yeah, I saw that being demonstrated earlier, and as I was walking by, like, oh, that's pretty cool. But we were on our way further back. So cool. Thank you.
As I said, we are always here to make sure that we have more functions and bring more ideas to the hobby.
Right. Yeah, there needs to be innovation, and this is one. So cool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
They want the microphone closest so they can hear.
Oh, so we can hear it? Okay, let's try this. I'm going to put the microphone up. Which one do they want to hear? Well, ask them. Which one do they want to hear? Oh, they aren't saying anything. Well, let's just do this. Now, before I do this, I want to warn you, it may or may not work because this program that we use, StreamYard, has an anti-noise cancellation thing. So we're going to try this. May or may not work. Here, this looks like a GE. Are you able to hear that? Is there sound in this one too?
Yes.
They want to hear all of them.
Well, let's try the steam engine.
It may be difficult. It's too loud. It's not loud.
It is. Yeah, it is loud in here. Yeah. Yeah, the StreamYard's noise cancellation is really strong, and I've noticed that when I try to do stuff like this live.
People can go to our website, and there is demos, audio, and sometimes demo videos for all of our sound projects.
Yes, I've played the samples when I'm downloading stuff, so very good.
So that it's much better to sit at home in a silent environment to have a test drive of our sounds.
Okay.
Actually, this hall is really very noisy.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're also near the entrance where everybody comes in, so, and then they're making announcements on the PA. I mean,
yes, a lot of children got lost today.
I let them know in chat that they sound really great. So.
Here, the amazing producer wants to say something. Let me hand this back to her.
All right, I was letting them know that I was letting you know how great they sound in person. It's just a little too noisy here at a show because they're making announcements and everything too. So, but it's great to know that you can go to their website and they actually have sound samples there that you can listen to. So that's what I would do. Nice to meet you. I know.
Excuse me.
The Jurgen, I know.
You didn't meet him, did you, at the Colorado, at the museum?
No. I know of you. The famous Jurgen.
I had some cream chili. Yeah.
Awesome.
Did she tell you her husband?
Yes, she told me I think 5 times. She's very proud about this chili.
Let's try to get Blaine. And if he's Blaine, and if he's Arrowhead, and if he's still talking to someone, we'll just have to scoot right past on this. It sounds like we have time for another quick spotlight here before I get scanned. Oh, I don't know. Do people know about that? Did you tell people what's happening? Oh, let me tell people what's happening. You know Bernard from Mini Prints, right? Well, he's at the show here, and we purposely didn't show him yesterday. We didn't talk to him officially yesterday because we knew that today we are gonna get scanned by Bernard. Yeah, it looks like Blaine is busy talking to someone. Why don't we let's see if the folks at Bachmann are available. I'm going to run up here and try to catch his attention before it's too late. And hi. We're doing the live YouTube stream to my channel, okay, officially with the Rocky Mountain Train Show, okay, and the channel has 58 some odd thousand subscribers. So we want to have you talk about what's going on with Bachmann and why people should care about it. Right? And off the
Well, I think we have a good opportunity with with a plethora of tools from Aristocrats. So that's really kind of like our focus in on even the success of just this first locomotive.
I understand. I'm using this as our microphone.
Okay.
And unfortunately, my battery ran out, so I have the power brick attached to it. Sure. I'm going to introduce you, and then I'll hand this to you.
Okay.
This is, are we on? This is Rich from Bachmann. And Bachmann's been a very important participant in the Rocky Mountain Train Show, from what I heard from John. And so we wanted to make sure to hear from Rich about what's going on with Bachmann. So let me hand this to you.
Great, thanks.
Would you like to hang on to this too?
Sure,
just
no
so
problem.
We don't have to, and hold it just like a microphone right up to you.
Okay.
And speak into the microphone. Tell
I think
people what's so good.
the most exciting thing we have going on right now are our Dash 9s. So basically, there's 3 of the models that we have put out. Just released 3 weeks ago into the market. And currently we're sold out of 4 of the 8 numbers that we introduced. So very exciting. So if you're interested in it, get it now. Some of the other things we introduced here, we have a 53-foot Evans boxcar with a end-of-train device. Okay, and then so we have that in 4 different road names. Later this year, you'll see the Bethlehem Steel 100-ton hopper. So that'll be out towards the end of the year. A second item that we'll be doing in our large-scale business will be the GP40. So is in our catalog now, and we're looking sometime, hopefully in December, but I'm thinking it'll probably spill into the new year. So definitely something for our outdoor fans to look forward to for the spring of 2024.
I now have this active, so whatever you're showing, I'll go around and do close-ups of it.
Okay, great.
Now, something actually, let me get close so they can hear me. Something that I want to hear about, and I'm really excited about, are the chargers.
Okay.
The HO scale chargers.
Yep, we have.
Can
Well,
you
we
say
have
something about those.
Sure, we have chargers in both HO and we actually just introduced them in N scale as well.
Right.
The sound system that we're using in the charger, the HO charger, is TCS WOW sound. So it's got a plethora of different
prototypical sounds.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's you can, yeah, that's perfect. Like I said, sometimes you kind of think of things, whatever.
What happens is it's close to lunchtime right now, so everyone's blood sugar is taking a hit.
There you go.
And it's hard to think when you're doing that.
Yep. So I mean, we have some of them on display over here. Kind of grab one here. Excuse me. So we have some of the charger here.
Oh yeah.
We'll be coming out with the VIA later on this year. So this is our HO version. And then right over here, we have our N-scale version. And again, we'll do the VIA a little bit later on in the year.
Excellent. Are there any other things here that are worth highlighting? I mean, you guys have so much stuff.
Yeah, I think we're always a company that we try to get the starter into our business. So you want that the young person to get into the hobby. So we have a variety of train sets, whether it be N scale or HO, ON30, G scale. And I think our crown in terms of trying to get the young people into the market is our Thomas line. Yep. Yeah. So Thomas, we do an HO, we do in G scale, we do an N scale, and we do a narrow gauge Thomas. So the line over the last 5 years, let alone since we've been doing it, has expanded tremendously. This is just a small portion of our HO, and then you see some of our other scales here as well.
Excellent. Well, I mean, Bachmann's such a huge name in the industry. You don't really have to plug your website or anything, but since we're all online,
sure.
maybe we do a little.
Yep. Basically, our website's www.bachmanntrains.com. You can go there to basically, if you want to look at some of the new videos that we've been putting up. We try to get a new video up every couple of weeks in terms of whether it be a new product or whatever. So we have a new person that's been doing our videos. Phenomenal. So if you get an opportunity, check it out.
All right. I'm waiting for her to switch the cameras. Oh, she just switched it.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by.
I want to hand this back to our producer here, and I want to talk to you for a second. Let me give this to her. And maybe start moseying, and I'll catch up with you.
Did you ask him? Somebody was asking about the 1776 HO caboose, when it would be delivered.
Oh, we have a specific question from one of our live viewers. What is it? The 1776 caboose? What's HO scale 1776 caboose? Do you know anything about that?
I do not. No. Oh. Is it a particular? Is it just a number, or is it just the?
I think it's an upcoming release. That's what it sounds like. When it will be delivered. Is there anyone here that might say again?
Let me grab a catalog and I'll check it out.
Oh, okay. We're right on that. I feel like a consumer reporter from the local news. We'll get right on that, and we'll get an answer for you. Wow, you went right straight to the cabooses there. What'd she say? N&W number 1776. Oh, you found it?
Bicentennial one here.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that should be out in September.
September. All right. And you heard it directly from the guy from Bachmann. How cool. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay. Hang on to that.
Yeah, thank you. I was racking my brain like N&W. I couldn't remember what that stood for. And next, we'll be zooming our way back to the mini prints booth so that John can get scanned for his mini. John's going to get scanned at 12:30 because Ed's at 12:15 if you want to do that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's in 8 minutes. That was the update from Michelle, guys. And when we zoom back to mini prints, I believe we'll be seeing Ed Dickens getting scanned for his mini. Oh, sorry. I guess I'm blowing Bernard's secrets. Oops. What do you guys have? Different tabs open, different windows, and you're watching all the streams, huh?
Start moseying that way. I'm going to tell Blaine that if I can't get to him before, then I'll get to him. We also need to get an extension cord because we might need it in that room wherever. Did you tell people?
I'll meet you at mini prints.
So we're kind of rushing around here because I don't know if our top secret producer told you guys, but we're going to go witness history. Oh, this is, what happened? Oh, look at that. I'm so rude. I just went right in between these lovely people. Okay.
That's okay.
Oh, thank you.
We'll just give you a little kick to help you on your way.
Okay, so here I go. Watch this. Oh! Anyway, as I was saying, we're going to witness history over here. Our friend Bernard from Mini Prints, if you heard this, don't stop me, is scanning people today, 3D scanning for Mini Prints. And he's going to scan someone who's pretty well known over here. And you'll see who that is in just a moment. You recognize this tall guy over here? That's Ed Dickens. I was going to say the Ed Dickens. I'm going to try to pull up over here into a spot where we'll be able to catch all the action. Oh, okay. So I'm going to use this moment to take care of some business here. Oh, here, maybe you should ask me what's going on here.
My name is Bernard, and I do not consent to being videotaped.
Okay, so look at the camera and wave.
Hi.
And what's going on here?
Yeah, I know. Should we let him in?
Yes.
Are you sure? Sure. Okay, it's your scan. So if you want me to toss them out, I will.
He's good.
Can we do one where we're on the thing hugging each other?
No, you cannot. Could you please leave the booth, sir?
Oh, man. Okay. So that's what's happening. Bernard's going to scan Ed Dickens. So as I was saying, I'm going to set this down for a minute and do some other stuff. So enjoy watching this. I know I will. And then what wasn't said is that after that, he's going to scan me. So this ought to be fun. It's going to be documented here too. On the live stream. I'll document from this side. This is our hot mic. No, it's not off. That's what I'm saying. This is our hot mic. So. something I think is cool about this is you're going to get to see the process of how Bernard scanned someone. So that round thing that Ed's looks like he might be about to be sitting on it, but this round thing spins around, and then that device over to the right of the picture with the weights on the end near the top right of the screen, Bernard uses that to do the actual 3D scan. So it's an interesting process.
So they're debating how to get Ed seated on there for a scan so he could be inserted into the cab of the locomotive. So the great debate.
Train crew to the rescue. That's going to be a trivia question someday. That's going to be a trivia question someday. Who saved the day?
That Anne only had 2 left, so she tucked them away, and I asked him, I was like, there's a speaker going live here, so just so you know. I can see that there's nothing. It goes out.
need that kind of hold it. Or I can just hold it up like this. Oh, okay. You have to unplug it.
Yes.
Done. Comes with the platform, not there, so that's part of it. I leave it on. If it says take it off, I think that's how it always is. So. Who was the Japanese guy?
Somebody, I introduced himself, but I didn't recognize his name, and he says he walked me through my life. Oh, I'm so glad you guys are here. He's from the Bay Area. He says, I like your channel because
What's the word from the Bay Area?
he lives out there now. But it helps him feel like he's back in the valley.
That's how you say it. I don't need it so it's not, I'm not going to have that in front of me anyway. I always keep stuff it up there. The important thing is this. The map is part of the outfit. And then, as a matter of fact, when Ed's done, well, I kind of need someone to look after it. Finish off. You know, it's got to be a team or else you know what to do. But we need to know what we're doing with the room that we're doing. So you spoke out if you watch it, but it's going to be This is all the same. You take your extension size, plug in that way I can use that point to Here, come on, sis.
I'm surprised he's not here. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, we saw him.
He got so into trains that she volunteered with the railroad.
See a zombie scam?
The sandwiches are here.
Well, I've heard, I mean, obviously I've been hanging out with Michelle for 5 days, so all I like around here is, well, specifically one train. I'm really looking forward to seeing it.
Who do I give this back to?
Oh, there's people that there's a message Absolutely. Let's go do that.
I'll be holding it like this.
Is this a problem? I understand. Can you switch? Well, just tilt it up then. What do you mean by that?
Tilt it up and try to hit. John's choosing the way that he is usually recognized when we're out filming trains somewhere. This is his usual gear. it scanned like this. You know, so one foot is up on a pedal.
You cut that figure out ahead of time.
And then you'd have to somehow prop a unicycle up and scan that. And then you can add the two scans together.
Yeah.
Here's the shot.
Private app.
There's no point to making a website right now.
What?
I thought it would be great. Let's go to school. Making an investment.
I can try it.
Yes, please.
What do I say? Where's my phone?
No, just text it and say the shot. Go to the phone and then watch. What do you get, Mary? See?
We're gonna do it without the hat.
Okay. We gotta go anyway.
He wants it.
Wait, got something to do with it?
It wasn't me. He wants
I think it's a matter of this one.
And
Yeah.
then I give, and then I give.
Okay.
I won't do that again because I haven't been interrupted.
Come on into my office.
Okay, so I can take this off. Let's go find. Oh, well, we can. This isn't plugged in. Let's just. Just leave it. Just leave it. No, it's all shaky.
That might also be shaky. Here, let me just plug this in. I'm gonna have to plug it in anyway.
We're gonna make our way. Go back there. There you are, always in our shot.
Sorry, I drive like this too.
You got a license?
So you're gonna back down next to Nick.
Oh, so you're gonna want to the front.
You need to turn around.
Yeah.
And back down.
I'll turn around. Yeah, that'll work.
I think you can just turn around and back down the aisle.
Yeah, he's done.
The center aisle. Yeah.
Before we were worried
Then I'll
that
show you the plug.
we'd be interrupted.
We're gonna
She asleep?
Sam, we're gonna Sam, can we squeeze through? Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Right here. Stop about there because your plug's gonna be on the
Howdy.
There you go. That's good.
Unless you want to keep going.
Oh.
Your plug's right there. So you can go as forward as you've got cable. You probably want to be up by neck.
Is it going to be full in here? Are there going to be like a ton of people?
Yes, you want
Probably
to be
will.
further forward so they're not all in your way. Don't you want to be closer?
Yeah, closer is better. Let's do this.
Go as close as you
Do
can
some-
from this plug.
You might notice there's a 4-plug right there.
Oh, that'll work
That
too.
way you won't be across the aisle.
Oh,
That'll
there you
work
go.
better.
And then I would go as close as you want to be.
Those chairs back.
You want one over here for you too?
Oh, we'll do those.
Okay, there's one for you.
Wow.
You're
We
have to. We have to.
Maybe I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's keep the space all the way around your device.
Yeah.
I'll go grab some.
Power's your way.
Does this sound
Keep it
like
on
people
that
hearing
side.
me make the sandwich
Yeah,
order?
yeah.
Do you guys get to hear me make the sandwich order? Because we are hungry.
Yeah.
And almost hangry.
Yeah. And then and we have like a 2-hour Ed Dickens talk.
I know. So I'm gonna bring you some food. And I know how to sneak in the back. So
This one can be yours.
well, I think they're gonna go closer. So let's see. They might want to
We'll
put
see.
one out.
We'll see.
Wherever they end up, we'll pull the chairs out.
I would pull, just one chair off of each
Yeah,
side so they can walk around their equipment. Okay, then we'll go to this one back in.
All right. I'm off.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
I'm off.
I'm just gonna go back with it. Cold out here.
The head is plugged in over here. Okay, thank you.
Get this straightened out. And straighten out just enough for you to get to that plug. A long time ago in a galaxy far away, I was in night crew for the church.
So you know the hazards of rolling it up real fast, right?
We're trying to unroll it real fast.
Rolling the XLR cables really fast, and then you forget where the end is. Wow. Let's get the.
You're not going to move this card again.
No, well, we might move forward a little, but I can zoom.
Keep the cord from getting tripped on.
Okay, let's just plug it in. I'll try not to move. Oops. I'll try not to. Just do like that. Yeah.
What is your, on your locomotive?
Is that enough? Oh, just perfect.
Did you tell people what this is on the stream?
I think they've heard, but in case you haven't heard, Ed Dickens is going to be speaking here soon. And so we are going to be recording that for you guys. And the man is about to enter. Oh, no, not yet. They just made the announcement out in the general show, so people will start trickling in.
Do you happen to know where this?
No,
I don't see it.
There's speakers in the ceiling. Attaching microphones, trying to get a good sound for you guys.
Did Michelle say she was looking for sandwiches?
You gotta have a move.
Let's just do it.
And you could sit to the left of the cart too.
I'll remember.
Now we have.
Don't question is, will you remember? Good with God.
Trying to look for a place to clamp this.
On the cart?
No, I want something different.
On the edge of that arm wall over there?
I just remember him.
Look at him.
Check, sound check. Hello, everybody. It sound, everybody hear this okay in the back of the room? The gentleman with the 611 hat, can you hear this okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
That's a great locomotive there.
Steve's representing.
Well, I don't think get started a little bit early, that's okay. I'll just kind of talk just for a few minutes while Bruce gets set up. I'd like to introduce, let's see, is John here? He may be coming in. Some of my friends and crew members come in and help me out from time to time. What's a big show? Was anybody here yesterday?
Yeah.
No, it was huge. I think one of the biggest ones I've seen.
I came here for the cheerleaders, look outside. Just a joke.
We're ready for some spring weather? Yes.
As long as it doesn't.
Yeah, we get a little bit more snow. I'm a native here, and I'm accustomed to all the different weather. Snow in July, beautiful 60 degrees in January. Yes. Winter and the 4th of July, yeah. There's in Cheyenne, they say there's 2 seasons, winter and Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Kind of like old wet days in Jackson for old west days.
Yes, old West days, yeah.
You guys ready for riding weather?
We'll just give just a few more minutes here and see if we have anyone else that's going to join us. How many in the room are model railroaders? Model railroaders? Any people with live steam? Okay. Anyone into live steam? Cody, what kind of live steam you got, buddy? Oh, little tractors? Those are good, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love all the steam locomotives. I had a 15-inch gauge railroad for a little period of time. Anyone familiar with Heritage Square?
Yep.
Yeah.
That place is my child.
We built a little 15-inch gauge railroad up there and ran a really beautiful 4.5-inch scale 282 Mikado. That was a replica of the Mudhin K27 class locomotives of the Rio Grande narrow gauge. And that was such an impressive locomotive to me that myself and some friends built a railroad just so we could run that locomotive. I still have them. They're out at Bob Thane's. And I've got my railroad torn up and it's in storage now. And one of the ideas that I've had when the day of retirement comes that I may find an interest in revising that, rebuilding it somewhere. And so it's exciting. I built everything from the ground up, and so I'm one of those gearhead kind of people, and I enjoy all of this work. We got just a few more minutes here.
I do have a question though. What locomotive you like riding more, the 844 or the big one?
Question was, what locomotive do I like running more? And I think from my perspective, it's not really a question of which one I like more. They both have the really fascinating, interesting parts. The big boy, of course, is massive. It's essentially two 844s. And the 844 is a passenger locomotive, one of the finest passenger locomotives that they ever built. Those classes of locomotives, very purpose-built, high speed, high horsepower, very durable, rugged. It operates flawlessly. And we'll get into some of the, just a little bit of discussion on some of the rebuild work that we did to that. So to answer your question, it's a toss-up. I like them both. Whichever one I'm running at the time is the one that I like. You know. Has anyone in the room operated a steam locomotive? Yeah, you can relate. They're very interesting machines, and there's something really unique about them. And it's been said that the locomotive has a sense that it's alive. You know, the actual steam, the steam pressure, when the steam is under fire, meaning that you're evaporating the water, generating that heat, which is heating the water, making the steam, producing that steam. Those little heat molecules, those water molecules moving around and contained within the pressure vessel, when they're released, it expands and it's releasing that energy, and it has a sensation that it's live. Whereas a compressed air locomotive, if you were to fill the locomotive boiler with compressed air, it doesn't have that sensation. You release the air pressure and it immediately begins to reduce its pressure. The steam locomotive, on the other hand, it doesn't do that. You know, you have to fire the locomotive to keep the pressure up there, but it's that tremendous power. And that's what they did. They harnessed that tremendous power and they developed these big classes of a locomotive. And they kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's just the nature of America, how our businesses work, how the efficiency and the economy of businesses all drive that for more efficiency, more power. You want to carry more cars because you can make greater profits, you can reduce your expenses, and it all continues to drive you toward improvements. And the big boy was the pinnacle of the size class of locomotives on the UP. I'm going to get ahead of myself here. I'll talk all day about train stuff. We'll give it just a few more minutes.
Go ahead, while we're waiting, I got a question for you. On the 40 loop, we're doing a rebuild on it. So plate that holds the oil cans with the firebox part. When I put that on, I looked at the bottom side of it and it's got Ed loaded on that.
Yeah, that's
Do
me.
you know anything about that?
It's actually P3. That's what the guy said. How come you're putting P3 on everything? I said, well, turn it upside down. It's Ed. Somewhere along the line in the generation of people, and Ron Kaiser will know, you know, Dee Brown, JP, Jim Pallow, Floyd Cothran, just all the people that worked there years and years before us. On some of the parts that they made, they weld their initials. And I thought, oh, that's pretty neat. Yeah. Or you use a letter set or something. And so I got into the habit of that. Thank you, Michelle. And so I had just taught myself how to weld a little bit before working up at Georgetown Loop, and I enjoyed welding anything and everything. It was fun. So my fingerprints are on the 40, among other things, but the 14 and 12 too. We did some rebuild work on the 12, and the tender used to sit at a little bit of an angle, and we corrected all that, welded a new drawbar pocket, and then on the end of the locomotive, once we raised it up, the coupler was too high. So we took the coupler and torched it and re-welded it. You can get away with that on a narrow gauge. You'd never do that on a full-size train, but that was one of my very first welding projects. So when they run those two locomotives, my welds are holding the train together all those years. So, well, I think we're ready to get started. I think so. Well, I first would like to thank everybody for coming to the presentation. It's always fun to come talk about steam locomotives in the Union Pacific and the work that we do. And the work that we do is quite simple when you boil it all down. Anybody want to take a guess at why we do what we do? Anybody want to raise your hand and give me a guess? What do we do? We love trains, and because we love trains, we get to do what with them? We get to play with them. But why do we play with these big trains? Why in the world would the Union Pacific give us the money they do and support us in the great manner that they do? Why would they do that? Well, public relations. And when you've seen the big boy, when you've seen any steam locomotive, really, it's great public relations. Why do they run the 611? Why do they run the engine at the Georgetown Loop? People are going to come ride your train if there's a diesel on it. And there's a lot of really fun diesel operations, but there's something special about the steam locomotive. So the UP, we've had steam locomotives since 1865, and I hope we'll have them forever. So think about this, the year 2023, here we are getting together to talk about the Union Pacific steam locomotives. So I'd like to introduce Bruce Kirk. Bruce is retired, but he still helps us out, and his fingerprints are all over this stuff up here. And so all the pictures and everything that we'll be talking about, Bruce was right there with me, along with the rest of my crew that you'll get to know as we go through the presentation. I'd also like to thank Bruce Brackley. He's helping me with some IT things, and he's helped me put together some really nice video collage that we'll be able to see when this is toward the end of the presentation. So I'm going to talk for, I'm hoping, no more than 25 minutes or so, maybe 30, and then we'll have some time for some questions and answers. Or I'm going to mix it up a little bit, and we've got a video that I mentioned that we can work through. And it shows the donation of the 3985, the 5511, and the Centennial, and also a little bit of footage just from a few weeks ago when we had an opportunity to deploy the rotary snowplow. So there'll be some interesting stuff. So I'm going to start us here at the beginning of this journey, and this journey goes back to 2012. And we're going to start with a photograph here from 2013, July. So we've gone through the process of, Ed, would you like to restore a big boy? And how in the world would you like to be called up to the top floor of the Union Pacific headquarters and have a senior vice president ask you that question? You want to restore a big boy? I knew it wasn't April 1st, and I knew this person was very serious. And we had had a lot of dialogue about the various things in our shop, the condition of the 844, the condition of the 3985, the condition of the equipment, and we were putting a plan together to start moving into that next phase of the program. And that's how we ended up in Pomona. So through the very gracious donation of the Railway and Locomotive Historical Society, the Southern California chapter, they agreed to give us back the big boy. And I had heard through the grapevine that there was people at that museum who had always talked about if the Union Pacific someday might come ask us. So we want to take care of the locomotive, and we want to make sure that we can do everything we can. So here we are, we showed up, and we pulled our trucks in, we set up a trailer in a little compound, and we began disassembling parts of the locomotive and testing, cleaning, inspecting, making sure that it was ready to go. We had to return it just about 1,300 miles back to Cheyenne. It was going to go on its own wheels. And I'll never forget the day when a senior executive, I happened to be back in Omaha on other business, and asked me, we had just a brief conversation, and he said, "You're not bringing that thing here on its own wheels, are you?" To which I replied, "Sir, if it can't make it home on its own wheels, it's not worth restoring." But how else would you return a big boy? If you think about it, you know, there's all kinds of cranes and big trucks. You could certainly move it. Well, here we are. Here we are with the piston rods and the valves out of the locomotive. The piston rods had been stored in the tender for years, but we removed the valves straight away, and we began working on every part of that locomotive that's going to roll, move, or have anything to do with the suspension. couplers, anything that is going to be something that you would need to inspect, we took it apart and cleaned it. And here's one of my favorite locomotives. How many people would like to see something like that run again? Wouldn't that be something? That locomotive itself is the very first one of the 412-2s, and it's pretty tired because just like the big boy, you'll see, they got their money out of it. A locomotive is a machine that's a rolling rock crusher. It's designed to produce its power in a way that is a little bit different from the technology that we see today. Those pistons and valves and all the mechanisms of the steam locomotive has a lot of commonality with a modern diesel engine or a modern internal combustion engine. It's just those components are smaller, they're lubricated in a much different fashion, they're well designed. Well, here's this machine with all these parts out in the open getting dirty, the oil and grease flinging all over the place. So a steam locomotive has a tough life. This is part of the brake cylinder that we rebuilt, and our plan is to do what we needed to make sure the locomotive could come home safely, but we also got part of the air brake working. While we're at it, let's not do a quick job on it. Let's just rebuild those parts because we have the ability to do it fairly quickly. So here's a rebuilt brake cylinder that we just put together right out there. We brought some of the pieces back from the shop, but all the pieces that you see, these little rings, we made all of those. We fabricate all that stuff. We made a little die and a little punch that could punch out that little stainless steel retainer. That stuff's not available anymore. So rather than upgrade the locomotive, quote unquote, and put new brake cylinders on it, we just rebuild those. This is the outside of the locomotive. Now this is when, just before we left, and you can see in all of this locomotive that looks a little bit old and dirty, a little clean DB7 Nathan force feed lubricator. And we took that apart and we rebuilt it. Didn't take very long, a day or two. And next thing you know, we're ready to go. And the chain, and the reason I have this picture up here, there's a lot of interest in the chain. You know, what does the chain do? So it's a nice thing to discuss. And remember this picture because we've got a modern picture of that chain. So the locomotive had sat in the museum in California for longer than I have been alive. So this machine was moved briefly in 1989, but other than that, it sat completely stationary, completely inanimate until we came to pick it up. And so as we moved it, we began to build the track, and we did all that work ourselves. The Union Pacific Steam Crew, we did all of that work manually by ourselves. Laid the track down like a model railroad. So as we began to move the locomotive into the curve, it exposed all of this rust. It looks worse than it actually is. And we needed to lubricate and clean all that stuff up again. And then we got it into a curve of the opposite direction, and we did the same thing. Now our plan was to move it with panel track, and I was kind of working those details out as we went. And by the time we got down into Los Angeles, I had it all figured out. And so I took my crew out to dinner one night, and I bought an HO scale tractor trailer. And it would just happen to work out that those are almost pretty perfectly scaled pieces of HO scale Snaptrack and a monogram model big boy. And I was illustrating to them my idea. And there was a little bit of scoffing and chuckling, but they knew I was serious because there was really no other way to do it. To do this in a way through outside resources would take a tremendous amount of outside resources, which is equivalent to a significant sum of money. We would need to be the ones that would consult them and show them how to do it. So I figured, why not just do it ourselves? And that's what we ended up doing. So we literally just put all the track panels together. It's a little bit of tweaking here and there, but for the most part, once we got it ready to go, we built ourselves a giant full-size model railroad. We had to move their locomotives out of the way because they were behind the big boy. And so it was neat for them because here comes this crew, and all of a sudden we're doing all this activity, and in a matter of days, we've got the locomotive disassembled and we're reassembling it. And we're also making preparations to lubricate their locomotives and get them ready to go and start pulling them back out of the way. And then we disconnect the track, slide it over, and we start pulling the big boy locomotive out. This will go down as part of some of the most fun parts of the project for me. This project, would you agree, Bruce? Yeah. So we had to build a mile's worth of track. We had 24 track panels, roughly 600 feet at a time. It took us 7 days to move that locomotive 1 mile. Not bad when you think about it. There's earthquakes out there in Los Angeles. There was just a few very minor tremors when we were there, but we were prepared for things like that. And we did what we could to protect everything. And when you do the math on how much pressure that the locomotive exerts, it only comes out to 40 PSI, 40 pounds per square inch on the railroad ties and on the track. So although it looks frightening, and when you're negotiating with people, that was my responsibility to be the very first person to reach out to all of the different organizations. There's an airport adjacent to there. There's a power company. Right about in here is I think it's a 6 or 8 foot water main, which is one of the main water mains coming into that part of the city. And so when you're talking to these people about moving this big locomotive, the first answer that they give you is often no. I don't want you to do that over my property. So we worked through all that. So here we are, we're getting it moved. And as I said, it took 7 days and we had to gyrate ourselves around, but you can see this is taken from the back of the tender and we're lined right up so we can get back on the main track. That was just a really, really enjoyable part. We had a little security fence that we would bring with us and we did everything ourselves. And when we get to come home, this sums up the enjoyment that we had coming back. And we wanted to share that with the museum that was gracious enough to donate the locomotive. We had met other people along the way. There were city officials from West Covina, Pomona. We've got police, some of the police. We've got the mayor. We've got some other folks in the cab, all enjoying this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And we pulled it out with a 1996 Southern Pacific locomotive. And there's our crew, and there's some members of the museum. And you can see the parts that we've staged up on top, all the parts that we didn't want to have wearing out on the way home. So we took that locomotive apart, and we put pieces of it everywhere we could. This is the original 1961 sales document that the Union Pacific provided to the Railway and Locomotive Historical Society, the Rail Giants Museum. We returned that, they returned it to us, as I presented to them the same document for the locomotive that we donated to them. When we began negotiations, I wanted to meet with people that could make a decision, which is Rob Schatzsnyder there, and I asked them if they would be interested in returning the locomotive to the Union Pacific. We want to restore it again. So the day that they had long hoped for happened. Now we fast forward, we have the locomotive home. This is a photograph from the inside of the 844. So as we were operating the locomotive in 2011, actually it goes back as early as 2009, it had what's called leaky tubes and flues. So those with a steam locomotive background, you understand what that means. The inside of the boiler here, we have a visual on. We removed these tubes and flues on the inside, and this is what we found as we were pulling those out. Lots of dirt. This is just dirt and mud that's accumulated in the boiler. So the scale accumulation, you can see how thick it is. It's actually very, very thick. As it moves back toward the firebox, it was less thick. So what happened over the years, the plugs and all of the things that you normally remove to wash that part of the locomotive had not been removed in years. So all that mud accumulation was accumulating in this part. So as the water can no longer circulate, this is where the water would normally circulate here. And it's all, the word would be occluded with mud and dirt. So we had to fix that. When we first were negotiating the return of the big boy, I had 5.5 years to rebuild the big boy. My plan was to take that 5.5 years and chip away at it and work and take our time and really do a good job. As we took the 844 apart in early 2013, we found this problem. So now we have to fix this before we can fix the big boy. The good news story is I believe that all things in life happen for a good reason. We were able to get ourselves equipped with all the right tools, all the right materials that we need to do the boiler work, because we had to do some pretty significant boiler work. We replaced all the tubes and flues. So this is a 2 1/4 inch tube. And ironically, the 844 suffered a very significant boiler failure in 1999 for this exact same reason. So we were heading in the same direction to have another catastrophic boiler failure. I can't say that. So that's why I took it very serious when those tubes and flues are leaking. On a steam locomotive, when you have a few little problems along the way, when it comes to the boiler, there's really no shortcuts. You can't shortcut any repairs. You can roll the tubes again, and that's the mechanical process that installs them into the sheet. But as you do that, you weaken and thin out the tube that you were seeing there. So the right thing to do is to extract those and replace them with new. And as we pulled them out, that's what we found. So we took every single one of them out and we cleaned that boiler from stem to stern, top to bottom, and redid it. And this is the blowdown. I actually have a brand new version right over here that you can look at. And it's a brand new casting. And so what the blowdown does is this releases this valve. And the water right behind this side sheet, this plate, is released to atmosphere. Or in the case of the 844, it goes through a network of piping. And so that's what we did. We replumbed the arrangement that takes all that muddy water and it discharges it down to the track instead of letting it rain down on the top of the 844. This is the big boy when we put it together. Is this too boring for you guys? Okay. So all of this new heavy duty piping, and I'm going to get over here. I know Bruce is going to smile. The work that we did on the locomotive, it makes me proud. Very, very hardcore work. Look at these beautiful welds. Big, brand new spring checks. A rebuilt blowdown, that's Bruce's work. Brand new Series 800 forged steel valves. All of the big heavy duty turret valves. These are the valves that control the steam pressure that is used to run all the auxiliaries, the appliances. The blower, the injectors, the exhaust steam injector, the dynamo, the air pumps. All of those appliances are controlled from these two main turret valves, they're called. And externally, they're in really good shape. Internally, they're in good shape. But we rebuild all of the consumable parts that are eventually going to wear out through just the normal aging process and just rust and wear and tear on a steam locomotive. A steam locomotive wears out the most when you run it. But if you don't run it and if you don't lay it up, that means prepare it for storage. So a good analogy would be you've got your snow blower and it's springtime, you don't need your snow blower anymore, and you throw it in the garage. Chances are it'll start up. Chances are that gasoline will go bad and it's going to get gummy and you're going to go use it in the fall and it won't start because it's got bad gas in it. So you protect it, you put some preservative in there, the fuel, and you clean it up a little bit and you do some things. On a steam locomotive, it takes us 2 weeks to do that. When we come in from a trip, the big boy will hold steam pressure for 5 to 6 days. Think about that, because of all that big, nice insulation we put on there. So after that 5 or 6 day period, when the steam pressure's off of it, that water's still 180 degrees. We let it cool down a little bit more. We drain all the water out, and now we go through every one of these myriad pipes that you see, the steam, and we blow it all out, and we flush it really good, and we put a good oil solution in there that completely preserves everything, and we do the same thing to all the compressed air lines. And that takes us a solid 2 weeks. Disassemble all the valves, disassemble this, run the air compressors, I mean, just tons of stuff. So the next time we run the steam locomotive, fires right up. If they called me today and said, Ed, let's just come up with a scenario. Our government has this great event It just popped on our radar screen. They want the big boy. I'd call my guys, we get up there, we could leave tomorrow afternoon. And we'd have to work really hard, but it's ready to go. When we get ready to start a trip, it takes us multiple days to get ready. So here's the 844 when we're all done. And one of the things that I've always enjoyed about our steam locomotives is the status that they represent, not only to our company, but to our country. The 844 represents one of the finest locomotive designs, and I see a 611 hat back there. And I'm going to tip my hat because the 611 is one heck of a locomotive. Being a Union Pacific guy, I love the 844. I don't love one over another. I just respect what they are. I served in the Air Force, and to me, this is the Union Pacific Air Force One. So it's got a stainless steel number plate. I brought the number plate out of the floor, the cab floor of the 4014, and it's about almost 50 pounds. You can take a look at that, just to give you a sense of how big these are. So this is the 844 when we got it all done. We finished that up and we're ready to go in 2016. We got to get the big boy ready to go for 2019. Now the pressure is on us. Here's the inside of the boiler. Look at how this massive boiler is held together. For those with a steam locomotive background, you'll know what you're looking at here. For those that aren't familiar, this is the inside of what we call a pressure vessel. That's most of what you're looking at when you see a steam locomotive is the boiler or the pressure vessel. Built in 1941 to 1941 standards, a tremendous safety factor, just an enormously rugged machine. Very, very good condition. So we sandblasted it, painted it all, ready to go. This is the front, what's called the tube sheet. Look at these big giant braces. So this is a flat part, and it's got 300 pounds per square inch on every surface. When we test the locomotive, we'll be testing it here in 2 weeks for our annual inspection with the Federal Railroad Administration. We jack that pressure to 375, hydraulic pressure. We make sure that locomotive is rock solid, not a drip, not a leak. So let's start taking the locomotive apart. Literally, when we got back from our trip, we took the 844 out. We got back, and it wasn't a few days later, we hired a company, Holcher. They've got big heavy-duty lifting equipment, and we had a plan for them to come pick the locomotive up. We disengaged and disconnected everything, and we pulled the front engine out. We pulled this out, and I get tingly goosebumps telling you the story, because this is half of the big boy. And if you make these wheels 80-inch diameter, this would be the 844 right there. It's just everything that the 844 has. There it is, one half of your locomotive. So we drug this out. We stood around with our jaws open, got some really good pictures. It's about 11 o'clock at night when we finally got to this point. And it was snowing, that's right. Of course it was. Oh, yeah. And Holcher, they were going to come up in the morning. They had a minor derailment they had to go to. They didn't get there till 3 in the afternoon, snowing. They were unloaded their gear. And they've got these 70-ton side boom Caterpillars that are enormous. You know, in here, I mean, they wouldn't really fit in here. They're just huge, powerful machines. And the hoist capacity is 70 tons. And we needed 2 of those. We had a plan to swing the locomotive, and as we started to pick it up, the side booms were coming up. They had their counterweight all the way extended, and we had to regroup and pick it up a little bit farther toward the front so we could get more leverage, and we were able to pick it up then. I knew we could do it. The math worked out, and those operators are so good. When those Caterpillars come up on their side, they flinch. Happens to them all the time. Got their counterweight way out there, and the thing starts coming up in the air, and they're as close as they can be to the big boy, and they start to pick it up, and you can see it lifting, and then the Caterpillar starts to move a little bit. It was a blast. Here we are under the locomotive with all the new stuff that we built, big heavy-duty brand new springs, new spring rigging components. This is called the equalizer over driver. And I want you to remember this picture. It is actually sitting on its back. This is what transfers the weight to the front part of the locomotive, the number 2, and then the number 7 and the 8 driver. And you'll see that here in just a few moments. But brand new pieces. Again, when the locomotive, think about, they ran for 17 years. And this particular locomotive has 1,039,000 miles on it in 17 years. So the Union Pacific took the wheels out of this locomotive 24 times over its lifespan. Disassemble them, rebuild parts, put it back together. And out of that 24 times, they rebuilt the spring rigging probably 10 times. So this stuff has been taken apart and rebuilt and welded up and remachined and taken apart and over and repeat and over and repeat. We get it. It sat in a museum for years and years. There's a lot of rust on it. These pins and bushings, they look like a camshaft. They're worn out. This hole has been welded up and bored out and a bushing applied and so on and so on. So we took them apart and we're going to start welding them up, and you get into some hard spots and you get into this and you get into that, and you end up with a job that's not really what you want. So we just make new parts. Sounds like a big deal. It really is not. In our modern world of production, CAD drawing, 3D printing, modern casting, and it's not as expensive as you think. And that was my plan from day one. Let me just back up here. No, you can keep going forward, I'm sorry. I want to back up in the conversation to the day when the senior vice president asked lowly me, you want to restore a big boy? We had had the conversations that I referenced about the Challenger, the shop, the 844. He knew where I was headed with what I wanted to do with things. And I said, I want to make it as new as possible. We're going to have a lot of new parts. And he just smiled at me and nodded yes. Well, here we are. We're cranking away. Here's that equalizer over driver I told you about. All new pins and bushings, all new springs, and putting this locomotive, remember that puzzle? Putting this locomotive, so you've got springs. These springs here have 60,000 pounds, 30 tons. Well, that means that you've got to, when you put them together, the springs are unloaded, so they're not compressed, and they don't fit in there. So you have to assemble this unit, take it over with the crane, because it's far too heavy to manipulate. You load it into press, and you hydraulically compress it. And then you gag it with metal, and you're holding it together with steel, and you set it aside, and you do another one, and another one, and another one. You go to put this thing together, of course it doesn't have the drivers in it, and we've got to shoehorn this stuff in there. This brake hanger has to come out. These equalizers aren't in yet, and you set it in there, and you set it on wood blocking. Well, when we took it apart, we found some wood blocking in there. You just leave it in there. Wood's just going to crush. And that's how we get it together. Once you get the spring rigging assembled, then you can get the drivers in it. And for those that work on narrow gauge equipment, you've probably done this. We used to rebuild our trucks down in the Durango and Silverton. You do the same thing, put them together, and then you torch that gag, and it's kind of a neat thing. We did that here. You got to get in there and torch that gag, and you got to fish all that metal stuff out of it. But it was really fun. You can probably hear the enthusiasm in my voice. I'm having the time of my life here. It's a lot of work, but we had fun. We replaced all the bolts. You can't quite see them, but I brought one of them here. A big, nice, brand new forged, called a binder bolt. That's what these are. This is the bottom part of the frame. And this is where the driver fits in there. So we cleaned up these roller bearings. We did it 3 times. Remember that, Bruce? We cleaned these things 3 different times. Then we had Timken come up and we inspected them. We got in there to the extent we could and just look at all those rollers. And then we this is what it looks like on the inside. This is your oil level. We cleaned everything thoroughly, inspected everything. And this is what we see every night when we're done operating. We inspect that locomotive from top to bottom, front to back. We climb underneath it, and we inspect the oil level in some of these roller boxes. And this is where we're looking through these little ports here, but this is that roller bearing housing. These are the lateral motion springs. So when the big boy runs down the track, it has to, even though it's somewhat flexible because it's articulated, that means that it's two locomotive units together, and it articulates. Each frame is independent of the other one. Those wheels have to have clearance within that frame that I showed you in order to move laterally. Well, if you just machine or you just have that set clearance in there, the locomotive is going to go down the track like this. It needs to have something that connects that driver to the frame, and that's done via these springs. The guys tease me about the colors that I like. My favorite colors are yellow and orange, and they were saying it looked like McDonald's. But I wanted to have that color difference when we inspect it. And so here's your spring mechanism, and here's the seat for those springs that are set to a very specific dimension, and they're held in place with a big bolt, and the end of that red seat contacts a plate on the frame that's renewable. So as the locomotive's going down the track, it's always bumping up against there. And it'll wear that plate out eventually, and you replace it. As it's going into a curve, that lateral is allowed to move over. And as it moves over, it encounters that pressure of that spring. And the sharper the curve, the more pressure that it has. It's known as a lateral motion device, lateral motion spring, and the constant resistance principle. So as that locomotive starts going out of the curve again, those springs push that driver right back over again. So we rebuilt all that cool stuff. And here's the Ronald McDonald Springs up in the air. But it gives you a sense of the scale of work that you have ahead of you. I like this picture because it shows the new crane that we put in the shop. So we've been cleaning the shop and adding additional machines and doing everything we need to do to be able to do this heavy duty work. Anybody want to take a guess on what this main driver weighs? What do you think that weighs? 400 pounds? A little bit more. Anybody want to take an educated guess? How about you, miss? 2,500? A little bit more. How about 20,000 pounds? 10 tons. A little bit under that, but we'll round it up to 10 tons. So here we have 20,000 pounds swinging through the air, working its way over to the drop table. And this is what it looks like. You've got your binders up. There's that lateral motion device there. Look at these brakes here. We often get a question, why do we have a diesel with us? So I brought with me $250 brake shoe. isn't grinding down on that. And all those really nice passenger cars that we have, they've got brakes too. And they're special, which means money, which means somebody's got to fix them. So it's all part of a grand strategy to really utilize our resources carefully and do what we can to be good stewards of this equipment and not wear it out every time we run it. Speaking of wearing out, this is a big giant pin. And when we took the front engine out, remember when the bulldozers picked the locomotive up and we pulled that front engine out? Well, we took all that apart, and as we took the front four wheels out, this came apart in 3 pieces. Well, it's not supposed to be in 3 pieces. It's a big heavy-duty casting. Well, you know, when you break something, when you work in a shop, you work at the Georgetown, what happens when you break something? You fix it. Yeah. Who likes to weld in here? I love welding, and I really like putting my initials on things. But when you weld something like this thing lives in an environment of oil. And a casting is somewhat porous. And over its lifetime, it's going to absorb lots of oil. So if you're going to weld a casting, you got to bake it and cook out all that oil, which oftentimes creates a lot of problems. This is bronze. And the bronze is welded onto the steel and then machined down because it's a dissimilar wear surface, meaning that you don't want to have the same type of metal wearing on the other. So all this is lubricated in there. Long story short, we estimated where we thought it broke and how, and we made it bigger. We made it stronger through 3D. You could draw it in CAD. And we had not 1, but 2 of these made. And we put all this material on there, all this material, and then machined it, and it's ready to go in. And look what it looks like. So here's a bushing. Here's another little half of a bushing for the spring rig. It's a big giant equalizer, all new. All the lubricating lines, all the air brake lines. But how do you get this darn thing together? Because it's one solid frame. When they built these locomotives, in the early days of locomotive development, they bolted the frames together with all kinds of pieces of metal. And it worked good. But over the lifespan of the locomotive, those bolts would loosen up and this would start to wear out. So what they were doing from the 1930s on, they were casting the frame as one giant, huge casting. The cylinders, the valves, the little places in between called frame filling, all the brake rigging suspension points, all of that was cast into one big, massive, complicated frame casting, including this hole right here. Well, this bushing was worn out because this was broken, and this was leaning to one side, and that was worn out. So we restored all those dimensions. You just machine them with the portable machining fixture, make this hole round again, make a new bushing, and you can't just put it in the freezer. You've got to shrink it to 250 below zero, and you need liquid nitrogen to do that. And that's how we got it back in there. And you'll be surprised how quickly the project came together because we used new parts, and we had a big boy kit. So here's what, we've got it all greased up. You can't quite make it out here, but that's that pin, and we've got it in the suspended position, and now we're going to lower the entire front engine frame down onto the front 4 wheels. Again, all new springs, new leaf springs, new roller bearings from SKF inside this housing. Look at that beautiful cast iron wear liner, all new. So much fun. But the lube lines and all of this, it's just a work of art. I've mentioned many times when we travel how neat it would be if we could take and put a mirror under the big boy. So when we pull into Rollins, when we're down in Denver, or we're in Ogden, there's a mirror, a whole set of mirrors, and you can walk along and see what's underneath that because it's so fascinating. And it's such beautiful work. Bruce, Ted, Austin, Jimmy, Garland, Troy, Kurt, excellent workmen. Beautiful work. Now here we are inside the boiler. So the locomotive sat in California longer than I had been alive, and water gets down in there years and years. It doesn't rain that much, at Pomona, but it rained a little bit over time, and the water would get in the smoke box, and then it would trickle through the bottom set of tubes down here, and it rusted this out. Not only that, but if you look over here, you can see these little pieces of metal. They welded those pieces of metal to protect those staples, because when the big boy burns coal, how much coal would that big boy burn in an hour? Anybody want to take a guess at that? It'll burn 28 tons of coal in 4 to 5 hours when it's producing its max power. They'd have to take coal at Harriman. What is that, 30 miles west of Cheyenne? If they got delayed, they absolutely had to take coal. So this locomotive had a voracious appetite for coal, and coal is essentially dirt and sand and grit. And when it burns, the velocity of the air currents flowing through the firebox, which are created by the exhaust of the locomotive, that chugging sound you hear, we're talking 250 or so mile per hour velocity, and it just sandblasts everything down. So this whole region here was eroded. Many of the staples and many of these sacrificial little pieces of metal that we call eyebrow, there's thousands of those in that firebox. So this part was all worn out, so we just completely cut it out. The tube sheet, rear tube sheet, cut it out. Front tube sheet, cut it out. Make a yard ornament. Austin's got some of the tires in his front yard. If you drive by his house, you can see an eccentric crank from the 844 and a couple of tires from the 844 sitting in his front yard. Yard art. We made it new. So this is what we did. We put all this big heavy duty plate, full penetration welds, and all these staples here. And if you're interested, you can come look at the staples. And I have a sheet out of the 844 that we cut out. That's why we did the work on the 844. The side of the firebox that is exposed to the fire had eroded below the fire brick, because years of letting the locomotive come home and sitting around wet all winter. And then it just gradually starts to pit, and you can see for yourself here. So lots of big heavy duty work. This is what it looks like on the outside. And I have here one of our MKS stable caps. 611, I don't believe, has MKS caps. They've got a cap and sleeve arrangement. But that's what these are here. And you can pick out here all the new ones that correspond to all the boiler work that we did. And one of Bruce's jobs, he made this ingenious, we call it a cap cutter, because these are welded on. Well, how do you cut these things out? One in here, you take that off and you take those studs out, but you've got some areas that are really hard to get to. Well, Flannery, the company that designed, that patented this type of arrangement, we call it the staple, cap, and sleeve, and the bolt themselves, they made a cap cutter that sits on there and cuts that weld off. So Google is your friend in the steam locomotive world, and sure enough, you could Google Flannery staples, and there's the patent, there's the drawing, and there's a packet of really cool information on this stuff right there on Google. So Bruce made, what do you figure it took you? A couple of days? Couple days.
1921 patent.
Yep. 1921, and he made a cap cutter. We actually made one. We had another company make it. It was a little too light duty. And a little tiny little tool, little inserts. You guys know what the inserts are? It's a special little cutter. So Bruce made one with these big heavy duty 1/2-inch cobalt cutters. 5 of them or 6? 6 of them. And that thing went through here like a hog. And what did you do, 21 or 22 of them before you had to sharpen it? Beautiful work. Because if you use a torch or an air arc or plasma torch to cut this stuff, it's very hard to not dig into the metal of the boiler. And we didn't want to do that. Not the end of the world if you do it, but it's just best to systematically, when you're going to do this much work, to design a system that's going to give you good quality, good production quickly. Thank you, Bruce Kirk. That's right, make welding easier. So here's a staple. This is a close-up of all of those things that I showed you. And that's all done by hand. That's done by your muscles, your tendons, and it is hard work. This is a soft steel, so it can form, and it has to be formed cold. You don't heat these things up. I've seen pictures of applications where somebody's taking a torch, and I'm going to make some sound effects for you. You know what a torch sounds like? And they're heating this up, heating it up, heating it up, heating it up, getting it orange, and then make it look like that. That's not the right way to do it, because you heat it up, it cools off again. And when it cools off, it contracts. And now the water can get in behind there. So you got to do that by hand, and there's the only way to do it is the hard way. We do everything the hard way, don't we? But that really is the only way to do it. Now there's other newer accepted techniques, such as a full penetration weld and a fillet weld. Not really a fan of the fillet weld, but I'm not against it. The full penetration weld is what we have in the 844. And I know I'm talking a lot of technical stuff, but you can come look at it if you're interested. Or the threaded application. And we replaced all of the boiler work was done in kind, meaning that we did what we took out. We didn't reinvent the wheel. It worked for years and years. And we seal weld all of the ones on the inside. Look at the quality of that weld. That's Jimmy Thompson. Yep. And remember, we had 800 and some odd staples to change. So that's a lot of work, day after day. And here's a picture of yours truly. Somehow I have become the brick mason. There's room for one person. Sometimes Bruce is in there, God bless you. But Bruce and the guys are on the outside with the mad scientist handing them all kinds of odd shapes to cut. And we hear that saw running. It's a tile saw. We're cutting all the brick. So all this heavy duty brickwork fits in here. These are cast. We make these. There's the burner. This is the fire pan. So this is the inside of the firebox. This is where all that oil comes out. It's a beautiful, beautiful work that we did. But it took us 9 days. And I'm usually okay at estimating. If my crew were here, I'd have to rephrase that. Because I think I said I could do it in 5 days. It took 9. 9 days, 16 hours straight, nonstop, brutal. But 44, that's the 4014 for you. Here we are in the very top. We're getting it all put back together again. So this big locomotive has 2 sand domes, and they're both comparable size to the sand dome on the 844. So they carry tons of sand, and they fit on these big heavy steel brackets and these big pieces bent angle. This is the top check where the water goes into the boiler. And this is all the insulation that we're putting it on. So here's the cylinder. All painted, high temperature paint, all the new pieces that we've made, all the jacketing, getting ready to put that on, but tremendous insulation. Remember I mentioned that the big boy will retain its steam pressure for 7 days, 6 days. That's why. This is an interesting shot. This isn't 1940. This is probably a month or so before we had to run the locomotive. We rebuilt all the air brake. Over the course of my career, I've become an air brake geek. When I started, I worked on 2 railroads before I worked on the Georgetown Loop. The Georgetown Loop was a really great training ground for me. I had some really good mentors that gave me the old Westinghouse air brake books. And something about that geeky technical reading really inspired me to learn the air brakes. And I really enjoy that part. And because of that, I understand the functionality of it, and I want to keep the older air brake system instead of modernizing it with some modern system. Is this too technical? Nope. But this is all rebuilt in-house. 24, number 8 ET. So here's that chain cover I mentioned to you, and more of the new pieces that we've made. This is the eccentric link. Again, think about how much the steam locomotive had been in service and how many times this was disassembled, and they would weld up this surface here. They would grind it down again. or they would discard this entire unit and replace it with the new one. Well, that's exactly what we did. This is called the link trunnion, and that's all brand new. That's all forged. What a forging is, it's the specific type of alloy steel, and you form it when it's hot. They call that when it's in its plastic state. So it's literally so hot that it's like clay. And you put it into a special die, and you get the representation of what will become a part. Here's a throttle valve. And this is a special grade of steel, 8630 modified vanadium steel, the right stuff. But this, why is it the right stuff? Well, we've got a boiler that's 7,000 horsepower of steam capacity. And what is keeping that steam? What's keeping that 7,000 horsepower inside the boiler under complete control of your human hand? And you can just like this, 7,000 horsepower. There's 7 of them. And I brought with me the pilot valve casting. Well, you could not, in all of your human strength, there's no way in the world you're going to open this up, because it's got 300 PSI on this surface area times 7. So what they did, American Multiple Throttle Company devised a system called the balanced throttle. And it has this, we call it a balance piston. And this is the stirrup, of course, this is the worn out one. And the camshaft is connected to a series of levers that go back into the cab. And when you grab the throttle, and there's a very special way you grab the throttle of a 7,000 horsepower or any locomotive for that reason, you just don't reach up and grab it. Sooner or later, it's going to bite you, or worse. You grab it with 2 hands, and you make sure that you're not in line with it, and you respect it. And you learn that respect from years of an apprenticeship of teaching you the dangers of this powerful machine. So you grab a hold of that throttle and you open it just a little bit, and a pilot valve, which is a miniaturized version of that, opens up in here. It allows the steam to flow to the bottom side where those balance pistons are. And now the steam, and this happens in a fraction of a second. That steam is now on the underside, and it's pushing up and counteracting the steam pressure, the force down. And now you just mechanically open those throttles one at a time. And it's really neat how it works. You've got one on one end it opens, the next one's on this end, and so forth. So the steam flows through those superheaters in somewhat of a symmetrical way. But that is the most important thing that we have, one of many most important things. And it took us quite an effort to find somebody to make this for us. It took probably a year's worth of haggling, and we ended up having to agree that we would buy, I think we bought 50 of those things. We only needed 7, plus we won some spares. But that was that important. I remember having a conversation with Austin, and I expressed to him the dangers of an uncontrolled throttle, the dangers of a stuck throttle, and the dangers of all the things that could happen if one of those things break. But typically they will fail closed, but they could fail stuck open or fail where they break. And now you have nothing to stop the steam. So very, very important part of it. More important work. This is the connecting rods that Ted cleaned up just beautifully. These are not new. These are some of the connecting rods. Most of them are from the 1950s. And here's the throttles that I just mentioned. There's a pilot valve down there. That's an older one. But Garland, our CNC machinist, has made these, as well as a fuel firing valve. I have one of those here. All the valve bushings. So now we're talking about the actual part that makes the locomotive work, the valve that distributes the steam, the exhaust steam, the live steam. We're using a portable machining fixture, the valve, to bore out what we call the steam chest. So on a steam locomotive, the cylinders are divided into 2 pieces. You've got the steam chest and you've got the cylinder. And so we machine this out, and then we make some really nice valve bushings. And that's the valve bushings here, again applied with liquid nitrogen at 250 degrees below zero. Look at the beautiful machine work. And the valve moves in here. So this is the port that communicates down to the cylinder. This is live steam here, exhaust steam here. So I'm going to make some more sound effects for you. And so think about what that valve is doing. You've got that steam that we open with our throttle, with our hand. And that steam is not like vapor coming out of a spaghetti pot on your stove or even your pressure cooker, you know. Oh, no. This steam is 300 PSI, over 700 degrees of superheat temperature. So this steam is explosive. So here's this steam inside of this area. I want you to envision a valve that is opening, exposing, and covering these ports. And this is what it sounds like. But it's tremendously loud. On the outside here, the valve, the exhaust steam goes to the middle of the valve and goes on this side as well as that side. Because once the steam's done its work, it's over with. Get it out of there. So the new super hot steam can come in there. And this is the valve. So this is the valve sliding back and forth. You know. Have you run the 40 up at the Georgetown Loop? Or the 111? Same thing. Wall Sharks valve gear, piston valve. I mean, it's just amazing. But look at the weight of this. So you have the mechanical force that you have to operate that valve back and forth. Well, this is all fine and well. Here's the pistons. We welded those up. We applied a more modern style, meaning that it's the same type on the 844 of rings, and put the pistons in. Normally that takes almost a day to put pistons in, or excuse me, 4 days on the 844. We put all 4 of these things in the big boy in 2 days. We're almost down to where we can run the locomotive. This is the flexible ball joint. And this is what allows that steam that comes from the front engine down into the front steam chest. Once again, all new studs, all new wear liner plates, elbow support shoe bracket, all of this stuff, it's all brand new. Air pumps coming together, all the piping, all the lubrication lines. And you can see that that front engine wasn't under the locomotive yet. Now this is a neat view, and I've got one of these here, and it's one of the exhaust nozzles. And this is looking down one of the 2 smokestacks. It's a really simple way to line them up. You just use a plumb bob, and all of this mechanism is all brand new, and that's where your exhaust steam is blowing up through the stack. Putting our big heavy-duty jacket on, here's that front steam dome. And now we've run it, and we've derailed it. I wanted to show this picture because there's a lot that can happen in the railroad world. That's right, yeah. Rawlins, Wyoming. And it's a little bit of a long story, but suffice it to say it was my fault. It was a moment, I was a little bit tired. I knew that we shouldn't have gone this way, but I did. So we block everything back up. It takes a little bit of time. You can see that this driver's coming up. It's almost re-railed. As derailments go, there's some wood here. As derailments go, this was a good derailment, meaning that it was wide gauge. It was a function of the lateral force. Remember those springs I told you about? The lateral force exerting on the curve, and then it was just the stars were lined up, and there was one joint right across from another. They were a little bit weak, ties were a little bit soft, and clunk. But we got it all taken care of. Only a couple-hour delay. So remember a little bit ago at the beginning of our talk when I had mentioned that the 4014 was restored for public relations. Did anybody ever imagine that you would be able to see an operational big boy underneath the St. Louis Arch? That's a neat picture. This was another fascinating picture that I took there. Over the years, I've come to know so many great, talented photographers, Bruce among them, John Stravino. John, are you here? There he is. I'm going to quick segue here in just a moment, John. Hold on. This picture here was one of these once-in-a-lifetime pictures where we were getting ready to turn the 844 so it could face the opposite direction, so we could put the locomotives together nose to nose. And that gives you, now it's a little bit of an optical illusion because the locomotives are on the same level of track, but it's just the way the big boy looks, it looks so much taller. They're actually the same height. When you sit cab to cab, the 4014 cab is 12 inches higher than the 844, which is a huge engine. When we were double heading, running the locomotives there, we would go back to the 844 and say, wow, this cab is small. And they would come up to us and say, man, this cab is huge. So it's just so much fun. But that's why we do this. So everybody can experience the magnificent railroad, the experience of the railroad, the Union Pacific, the history, but a steam locomotive. And here's the great crew. Here we all are. I do what I can to take a few minutes and take a picture. We're so busy, we're rushing, we've got to do all this work. We want to get home. Ed wants to take a picture. Well, I'm glad I do that because we don't have that many pictures aside from what the public takes. So I'm going to introduce everybody here. The man in black that you can't see, Ted Schulte, he's here. He's wandering around. He didn't want to come in today because I made him talk yesterday. But Ted is an absolute skilled craftsman. Such detail work. Fireman engineer, and he's just retired from our crew. So we wish him a great retirement. He's going to come help us and hang out every now and then. Kurt Clark, another absolute peach of a person. Brilliant skills and you ever hear that story of Big John? Oh my goodness, Kurt, he breaks things. He doesn't mean to. He is so powerful, he breaks our drills. We get these battery-powered drills. And he's sitting there drilling something. It's like, Kurt, that's a brand new drill. Or drill bits. I watched it one time. We were lining a switch, and he pulled the switch stand out of the ground. I was down there trying to open it, and he grabs this thing, and the spikes come out. Oh my goodness. Kurt's training as an engineer. He's been with us as a fireman. And here with us today, we have Bruce Kirk, the master of so many trades and the person that does difficult jobs. Some would say the not so pleasant jobs. If you need to find a part of that locomotive that you can't break, you can't destroy it when you've got to take it apart, but it's so rusty or it is so intricate, it's Bruce's job. And he will make little intricate tools, and he will sit over there and you'll hear a little hammer, ting, 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 ting. And he's over there and he will get the job done. Right behind him is our beautiful CNC machinist and manual machinist, Garland Baker. Garland has a gift of machining with computers. He's one of these that has the patience and the knowledge to program what you need this machine to make these old parts. Oftentimes we have to draw everything manually. We have the benefit of all the Union Pacific Historical Society drawings, so that's helpful to us, but you have to transfer those into the computer language. That's what he does. An absolute, beautiful, talented electrician, Troy. Troy's no longer with our crew. Troy was the one that did all of the electrical work in both engines, another one of the craftsmen that will just sit there and pull wire and more and again and make up the connections. That's what they call that, when you terminate those wires, and he will just make it just beautiful. It's an art form. Smiling Jimmy Thompson. Jimmy he's on our path to become a locomotive fireman. He's qualified in various aspects to inspect the locomotive and to do certain aspects of the water treatment. Jimmy's welds are the ones that I highlighted with those stay bolts. Don Creer, he's retired. He was our ace welder. He's another one that can weld anything. The welds that Don Creer produces are absolutely first class. So he and Jimmy are qualified 6G welders, and nobody welds on the boiler except them. We can all fabricate all kinds of different things, but when it comes to the certified welding, that's Don Creer. The front part of the big boy, the exhaust casting, is cast iron, and it was just too far gone. We were too late in the project to design and make one and have one cast. So we fabricated it, and Don did that. And it's absolutely a work of art. Next time you happen to look at the big boy, you can look in there, you can see those beads, those stringer beads of all of his handiwork. Beautiful work. And then my right-hand man, Austin, locomotive fireman, who has a passion for steam. We all have this passion. Austin is one that is in his element. He loves tractors, rebuilding old tractors. His fingerprints are everywhere on the big boy. He draws things in 3D CAD. He has an understanding of the mechanism of the big boy in the 844 that far exceeds, I would say, probably anyone. And he takes that and he can design things and draw it in CAD. And then we can take those drawings and we can send them and have forgings, we can make castings, we can make the parts ourselves. We want to draw up something like this, draw it up in CAD, then we can send an email to Puma Steel up there in Cheyenne, and they can plasma cut it, and then we've got a kit and we put it together. Most of the time they can deliver it to us that afternoon. I mean, we're able to do so much work with that skill. And then here I am over there. This was such a proud moment for us that we were able to deliver the big boy on schedule and on time, but it took a tremendous effort. So a lot of people give us a lot of credit, and we're very thankful for that. But the credit belongs to the Union Pacific for letting us do this. I mean, that's not lost on me. Think about that. So there's a quick moment, another selfie. You can tell Austin's like, oh, not again. But this was a moment we're both standing up in between the engine and tender. And here we are, just a quick moment before we back those locomotives in the cab. In the background, you can see that beautiful work we did on the 844, that jacket. Just beautiful work. What a great team I have. I'm so blessed. And how did I get here? This is my good friend Ed Gerlitz, and sadly we lost him in 2013. Ed and I spent many, many years, long before I was a member of the Union Pacific Steam Crew, daydreaming about what it would be like to build big things. One of the things that he did that was so fun in his life, he would always tell me that I don't smoke and I don't drink. The only bad habit I got is I like to play the lottery. And he would spend, several dollars a week, and we would sit and meet for coffee, and he would always, a way for him just to kind of drift, we called it fantasy land, where you just forget all the troubles of the world and you dream about, I'm going to win this money. And I'd show up there and he'd be there a few minutes before me, and he'd have this napkin with all these numbers on it and all these wheel arrangements of locomotives. And the bigger the money, the bigger the locomotives. And we talked about, we were always thinking that it'd be cool if we could restore a Yellowstone. Everybody know what that is? The Duluth, Mesabi, and Iron Range 2884. A big boy is a 4884. Well, they've got a couple of those Yellowstones, and I thought, oh, that'd be neat to run in the Rio Grande. So he and I would daydream about doing big projects. And that day came, and he got to be a part of it initially. So Ed's a great man, we miss him. And here is this is our very last slide here. You can see, we like to clean things on the steam crew. So we've just washed the cab floor, and here it is right here, if you'd like to come look at it. So what we'll do, our next thing is we've got just a few minutes of video, and we've got some music that goes along, that accompanies it. And then I'm going to just give you a quick narration, and then we can talk for a little bit, have some questions and answers. Everybody doing okay? And I thank Bruce for putting this together. And while Bruce is putting this together, I'd like John, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but John is in a position, would you stand up so everybody can see you? So John's the newest member of our crew, and he's got a lot of responsibility ahead of him. And we're tasking our water treatment friends, Paul Gershio, our expert, and he's going to transfer that information and knowledge, and John, along with Jimmy Thompson, and everybody in our crew really, but it's going to become a primary focus of John and Jimmy, and that's water treatment. So you're looking at the future UP Steam water chemistry guru right there. Thank you, John. Good work.
We just happened, excuse me just a moment, sorry. first slide. Sorry, one more time.
So everybody's aware that we donated some equipment, and we determined through a little bit of a process of negotiation that we were going to allow the 3985 to go to a new home where it could be restored again, along with this great locomotive, the 5511. So we were tasked with moving these locomotives. The 3985 had been operating for a period of time, and it was no big deal to get it moved. We had a few things to do on that one. But the 5511 was a little bit more of a challenge. And so we set up a plan to do what we needed to do to take care of the type of lubrication system that it was designed with, and that's grease. These big heavy blocks of grease fit in these pans on a spring, and they hold up against the bottom of the journal, the axle. And as it operates, that axle heats up and that grease kind of melts almost like candle wax. Well, that's pretty risky, and the grease that we have today that you can buy isn't like that good old-fashioned grease back in the days of steam locomotives. So my plan was to apply a different type of system that John fabricated up, and we put oil pads in there, and that's how we got the locomotive across the system. So you can see that we're moving it. We did a little bit of a test run. Really not going to show us much other than it's not going to completely catch fire. So that's a term that we use that's kind of a railroad euphemism for trouble. Well, the 5511 did catch fire on us a couple of times. And in some cases, if you don't catch that, it actually becomes a flame. So when we stopped and dealt with one of the problems, it was so hot, around 300 and some degrees, just on a very small band of that journal. The journal pad, let's see, I have one down here. The journal pad was actually smoking. And as soon as I pulled it out, I saw flames on this poor thing. So if I bought one, I bought 50, and that's why, because we ended up changing out several of these. This is just one example. We've got other ones that are shaped differently for the different applications. But it was a fun trip for us. Yeah. Yeah, I had to go to the hospital. I remember that. I was overcome by carbon monoxide at 1 in the morning and ended up being in the hospital for 4 or 5 hours. But I'm mostly okay. I mean, what do you do? Yeah.
Just throw something else real quick. Sorry about this. First part was this photo shoot that we set up. We thought it was a really historic time to have 4 locomotives in the house. So as soon as this finishes up, then we'll slide into the actual move.
Yeah, this was kind of a secretive behind-the-scenes photo shoot. This would be the last time that these locomotives, perhaps within our lifetime, would be available together for photography. So we had Bruce and a number of his professional photographer colleagues. We invited them up and we let them kind of have at it. Flew some drones around. We had a man lift we could put up in the air. And here we are getting ready to leave. Of course, it was really cold, and it only got colder. And we're switching the consists, putting everything together. We're well equipped. We've got a flat car with an air compressor, a light plant. We donated this locomotive to the Boone and Scenic Valley Railroad. So we wanted this equipment to not get scrapped. I mean, it's unthinkable that you would scrap a steam locomotive, but the diesel locomotive you could scrap that. And it's happened, unfortunately. Well, we did not want that to happen, so we did everything we could to include all the equipment to make sure they would find a good home. And here we are gallivanting around the country at 18 blistering miles an hour. And I've run that 3985 quite a lot and fired it. It's a fun locomotive, but it needs a lot of work. And the decision to restore a big boy was one that, as I had mentioned previously, that they left that decision to me on whether or not we were going to restore a big boy or whether we would restore the 3985. It would be my responsibility to be in charge of the project. So they said, well, which one do you want? And my thinking was that the 3985, no matter how glorious that locomotive is and fascinating as it is to see, that we could rebuild it completely and we could run it, and the rail fan community would be overjoyed and they'd love it. But it would not have had the impact that the big boys had. You know, the world's largest steam locomotive. So the process of getting it and bringing it to the shop and rebuilding it, and now here we are running it, just under 14,000 miles, has delivered a level of public relations that many people I know couldn't understand. And now that we see what it does, it's one of the reasons that I'm here talking to you today. That it's likely that had we not done that, with all the pressures of the world, it's hard to say. But that locomotive delivers a tremendous impact for us.
This was a cold one.
It sure was.
Very, very cold. And here we are doing our thing inside, underneath that locomotive. Several dozen times climbing underneath it. It was so cold out that the oil was solidifying and these were frozen. And it would take a period of time for us to begin moving to heat everything up, but it was so bitter cold that by the time we got oil flowing again, things were getting dangerously hot. So part of the fun part of my job is I have nicknames for everything. And we have a little rubber container or a little plastic container we call Jub Jub. And it's a oil pump container, and we use it to replenish oil in the roller bearings every night. Well, we needed to cook that oil on our coal stove and get that oil about 100 and so degrees. And then at the last minute, when we were ready to start rolling, we bring that hot oil up and dispense it through Jub Jub, and we pump that hot oil in all of these pads, all 12 of them, and then start cranking, in addition to the journals on the tender and the journals on the lead truck. We call that hot jubbing. It's miserable, it's cold. I ruined several pairs of clothes, but you have fun when you do it. Even though at the moment it's miserable, you know that you're going to look back on the few photographs. I've got some really cool videos underneath, but we really don't take a lot of pictures because we're working. But when we see these images here, it brings those memories back of our hot jubbing. And here we are with our big boss. Throughout the entire process of planning, they didn't have any really good understanding of what we were going to do. And they joined us in Sydney, Nebraska. And this is after much of discussion and weeks of discussion about all the logistics of moving a train like this. There's good old Jimmy. There's John and I in Austin. So as we rolled into Sydney, Nebraska, it was late at night, and here's this flat car behind the 3985 with this light plant shining all over the countryside. And you can see this thing coming. You're like, what is that? Oh, that's the train. Oh my God, what? Oh, whoa. And so I asked her, I said, well, what was your first thought? You know what she said? I don't appreciate you guys enough. Because of what she saw. Because she thought this thing was just going to be zipping by at 60 miles an hour. I said, no. You get it now, don't you? So she was with us from North Platte on.
I want to pause it there just for a second. See where you're coming in over there.
Okay. This is at Silvis.
This is coming into.
Okay, yeah, this is coming into Silvis. So all of the 9 days worth of stuff, we were 80 minutes late. How's that for planning? So we told them Now we'll be there at 2 in the afternoon, and we were there 80 minutes late. So they were able to have their fundraiser. They were able to kick off the ceremony for the restoration of these locomotives, and the Union Pacific got it there 80 minutes behind schedule, which is quite an accomplishment for all the things that we had to face. There's Ted and Austin. There they are. They're theirs now. Fix them up. They had a special fancy dinner that night, big fundraiser. A few last minutes to take some pictures, the crew that made it happen. We're wearing our Ushanka hats. Boy, was it cold.
That's the start. So that's starting over again.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. If anyone would like to stay around for a little bit, we've got a few minutes for questions and some a little Q&A. If you're interested in that. Anybody have any questions about all this stuff? Yes, sir.
How fast does the big boy go, and how fast miles per hour can the big boy go? How many train cars can it pull?
His question was how fast does it run, and that's one of these internet things that over time it only gets faster. But the reality is the locomotive doesn't go much over 60. And for those that, if you want to compare the Challenger, for example, the Challenger runs about 70. I've been on it at 70, and that's pretty fast. That's a little bit over diameter speed. And what that means is that's 1 mile per hour for every inch in driver diameter. And the Challenger has a 69-inch driver, so you're going to run at 70. So that means that it has to really be put together well and really balanced, and all those engineering parts of all those pieces that you've seen here have to be just right, has to be maintained really well. The big boy is it's significantly bigger. You know, when you look at them side by side, you look at the blueprints, you're looking at one versus the other, you really can't detect how much bigger the big boy really is. So the big boy has smaller driver diameter, 68. I've run it at 55, and we typically run along about 45 or 50. Its max speed through the years has been bumped up into this astronomically high figure of 80. And although I would not have any proof to say that they didn't ever operate at a speed like that, but it's from an engineering perspective, from one who runs it and understands the engineering and the history of it, I would find that hard to believe. And we've tried to do what we can to manage a lot of that because it becomes an interesting topic. I mean, we like to talk about fast things. And back in an earlier day, we talked about more powerful than a speeding locomotive, you know, and they're just big, fast machines. How many cars can it pull? It's a big, powerful locomotive. Back in the 1940s, they advertised it pulling 5 miles on level track. That's kind of a number that I throw out there because it's historically one they talk about. But realistically, they weren't a machine of unlimited power, and they were designed to pull 3,800 tons from Ogden to Wasatch up to Green River. And out westbound out of Cheyenne, they pulled a lot of tonnage as well. But they're just like any locomotive, they do have their limitations. 844, on the other hand, they were designed to run 110, and they often ran at 100. But the 844 with an 80-inch driver, and they were much. It's interesting when you look at the components between the 844 and the big boy. Now they're very similar, because the 844 has to be built so heavy duty because it's under tremendous force when that machine is moving so fast. All those parts have to be so powerful and so big. Big boy, powerful, big because of its size, in addition to the speed that it runs. Did I answer your question? Okay. Yes?
So it's probably a controversial question for some people. What's up with the E9s?
No controversy there. They're just sitting around in the roundhouse waiting for us to come up with some plans to figure out we don't need to figure out what we're going to do, but they need PTC. and they need mechanical work too. But we did save them, and we're ready to go. They got a little bit smaller diameter wheel. Got to buy special wheels, but when the time comes to run them, we'll be ready.
All right.
Yes, sir.
How long did it take to rebuild?
How long did it take to rebuild the big boy? 2.5 years. It was pretty quick, huh? It seems like a long time, but it's 2.5 years. That's a good question. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say, man, like, I think it's so badass and beautiful what you and the team did. Like, it's so amazing the hard work you did. And I truly think that if they try to pick other people and try to seek out, like, a group of people, I don't think the dedication and the care would be there. And I can see it, like, just you personally speaking to everybody here, the photos, all that. I just think it's such a beautiful thing, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Why did you pick that for Big Boy over the other ones that are there?
Why did I pick the 4014? Well, I'll try to keep a short answer, but it's a little bit of a story behind it. So in 2011, I had to take rules. Every year, managers have to take rules. I had waited so long into the year that the only rules test available was in Colton, California. And so here we are in November or so of 2011, and I wanted to go look at the 4014. I had looked at the 4005, the 4004 in the park in Cheyenne, the 4018 in Dallas, and I knew there was one in Green Bay where it's wet and cold, and I knew there was a 4012 where it's wet and cold, so I didn't really ever look at them. And I had seen the 4006 in St. Louis with moss growing out of it. And so when the day came, not that I had really ever thought about rebuilding a big boy, but it had occurred to me. In 2005, we moved the 4023 up on a hill in Omaha, Nebraska, and there was a little sliver of time. Again, I wasn't a manager. I was just somebody on the crew who thought, wow, let's not do that. Let's move it to Cheyenne. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to put it on a hill. So when the time came to pick the 4014, when I went to look at it in 2011, I was impressed with the jacket was off, the boiler was painted, and it was in California where it's kind of dry. And then, as fate would have it, months later, here comes this question. And so another little quick part of the story is, so the bosses asked me if I would want to restore a 4000, a big boy. We ended that meeting. We agreed to meet the next day after this vice president talked to the other executives who make these decisions. This isn't a single person decision. So he called me back again and he says, we're good to make the next step. And then he said, well, we don't own any big boys anymore. The last one that we more or less had was the 4023, and he was involved with the process of putting it there. And he goes, you can't have that one, because it was a fairly expensive move getting it up there. So then the next thing he said to me, and this is something I'll never forget, is he was a kind of a person, when he spoke to you, he emphasized with a finger. He pointed at you. So he says, go get us a big boy. To me, that was like George Marshall telling General Patton, go to Berlin. You know, so I instantly told him, it's the 4014. He goes, well, go get it. So great question.
What do you think is going to be the next time we see the 844 run?
Next question next time we'll see 844 run. We don't generally talk about when we will do things. We don't want to set an expectation, but it'll be fairly soon. You know, we were thinking about possibly running it this year, maybe next year. You know, again, it's all contingent upon our planning, but it's right in there. So along those lines, when we talk about which steam engine we want to run, we'd love to run both engines. But when we talk about where we're going to go with it, they if we were to receive feedback internally from the UP, they would like the 4014. So there's just an appetite for that one, and that's why it appears, and rightly so, because we're not running it, that the 844 sidelined. But it's sidelined only because the most recent locomotive is the one we're running.
And I'm curious with the Challenger and the 5511 and Sodas, are you guys going to be doing any consultation with them with the experience that you've gained doing the big boy. And the 844 restoration seems like you're the go-to guy to answer questions.
His question was with the 844 and the 4014 work, that actually was the original vision with the organization that has the locomotive now, that they wanted us to do the work. And we have our responsibilities there, so we determined that we'll give it to you, and they will come up with those resources. So yes, it's only fitting that we'll do everything we can to help them and give them consultation. But they're putting together a really competent group of people, experienced folks, and with their resources, they'll be able to do everything and more to make that 3985 and that 5511 and the Centennial and the passenger cars. So they've got a really good group of people that they've got together, and they're going to be able to do things that are going to be great to watch. Yeah. It's the Railroad Heritage of Midwest America, and it's a group that involves several other spin-off groups, Milwaukee 261, and just a variety of people that are come from different walks of life, really talented, capable people. And the work that they've already done and the things that they're doing to get ready for this work is impressive.
Are you going to be involved with Depot Days coming up in Cheyenne?
Her question was Depot Days, yes. So we are going to run our Depot Days this year. We'll have a presentation similar to this. Hopefully, it'll be different, of course. And then we'll have Saturday the 20th and Sunday the 21st, the roundhouse and the back shop, our regular shop, will be open. So you'll be able to come up and view the 844, this big, nice locomotive. And we'll have tables similar to this. We'll have our guys up there answering questions and just having a good time with steam engines.
You've been working with Rail Giants to sell tables and some other parts.
Yes, yeah, we per the agreement, we agreed to give them some of the stuff that they wanted, and they've offered a lot of that stuff for sale. And we've created a little certificate of authenticity, and just kind of having fun with steam locomotive parts. So people who want to have a piece of steam locomotive history can buy it from there. Depot Days, May 20th and May 21st.
What does a project like this cost?
What does a project like this cost? Well, that's a question we get all the time. So
Isn't the answer to that, if you have to ask how much it costs, you can't afford it?
I like to have fun with it, but in a respectful way. So two things. They give us tremendous support, and the resources that we have are the resulting value and the quality that we have in this program. It's a lot, but it's not as much as you think. You know, when you're buying all these big parts, and that's one of the things that when you look at a project like this, it's easy to be intimidated by everything and the whole scope of it. But if you break it down into individual component pieces, and when you understand how to make them, there's a lot of different ways to make parts. But if you make them, and we do as much of the work as we can ourselves, and that saves a tremendous amount there. But I've answered that question in a variety of ways, everything from $100 to, a couple thousand, and people usually say $1,000 an hour, and that's probably more like it. That's a good question. Did I evade that nicely? Yes.
Our live stream audience has a question. They heard that the big boy might be a movie. Speak to that.
I didn't hear that question.
They heard a rumor that the big boy was going to be in a movie.
Oh, Big Boy going to be in a movie. News to me. You know how rumors are.
Yeah.
Generally, if the question starts with, well, I heard, it's one that I always like, I didn't hear that. Not to say that somebody's not working on details that I haven't heard yet, but I haven't heard that. That would be neat though, wouldn't it?
There's another question coming from the YouTube people.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. They want to know if both 844 and 4014 could go out to Oakland or Emeryville anytime.
The 844 or the 4014 would go to Emeryville. Well, stay tuned on our Facebook page. Is anybody in here on Facebook? I like Facebook. I have a good time on Facebook. So we've got a special page called Union Pacific Steam Club, and that's where we talk about and we announce all of our upcoming trips. So stay tuned for Emeryville for the 844 and the 4014. Yes, Alan?
Before you run out of time, you want to talk about your snow plowing?
Oh, snow plowing. Yes. Do we have any snow plowing videos, Bruce?
Yeah, can you talk about a couple more things?
Sure. Okay. So a lot of people internally, the snow plows are a resource. They're a tool that is deployed very infrequently. And Mother Nature is the one that determines the frequency of that deployment. And we have enjoyed a period of mild winters throughout the nation. And so in other words, we haven't deployed our rotary because we haven't needed it. Recently, there's been times when it's been requested, but there's other means to move that much snow. Well, I got the phone call, what's it been, 4 weeks ago now? And the phone call came that we need you to deploy that thing. Well, there had been discussions that we don't need it anymore and we're going to get rid of it. We're going to scrap it. And so I wanted to help educate, to say, well, maybe we should hold on to that thing. When that day came when it was needed, we didn't actually plow any snow with it, but we were ready to. So from the time we got notified that they'd like us to move that machine out and stand by for deployment, we moved it without incident 36 hours after they told me about it, which is another part of how we do things. It's so proud to be able to do that. But when you got the Union Pacific standing behind you, the dispatchers were telling all the other trains this is the most important train on the railroad, and they were putting Z trains away. You guys know what a Z train is? A Z train is our most high priority. Nothing stops a Z train. The CEO parks for the Z train, usually. So here we are rolling along. Bruce was right there with me in the cab. So Merle, have you ever had the dispatcher tell you you're the most important train on the railroad?
On the Z.
On a Z, that's it.
Well, we used to have the Railblazer.
Oh, the Railblazer or the ski train, maybe sometimes. Amtrak, maybe? No? Okay. So we went out with that, and we bring all of the neat things that we have and all our support cars that we have all of the stuff that we need to maintain the steam locomotives when we're deployed. And those are ideal for a very one-of-a-kind machine like the rotary. So they called, we answered, and we got out there. We ended up not using it. They were able to open the line, but we had to run all the way to Point of Rocks, which is milepost 777. So we were at 683, which is Rollins. We went all the way out 94 miles, turned around and came back. And then we were on wake for 30 hours or so coming back. But it was fun. Only a person like me would say that was fun. Yes.
I know they had the rotary, but I forget what year it was.
2007. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it was Randy Arby got stranded.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the last time we ran that, and I personally operated it for 300 miles for 30 hours, plowing through up to 12 feet of snow. And you wouldn't think that on the prairie, but the wind blows those cuts and it drifts amazingly deep. And then there'll be wide open prairie and then a huge cut of snow. And there's only two things that are going to move that snow, the rotary snowplow or April.
If you guys bear with us, we're collecting a whole lot of material these days to enhance Ed's presentations. So I'm going to do this a little bit rough today.
Okay, that's okay.
And so we'll get to it.
So what we have here is John was actually riding our support equipment. Don't you see John hanging out of the door right there? And here's one of 1,000 SD70s that we have in the UP, the 5011. That actually was the locomotive that went with us on the rotary. And so we delivered the 401, that locomotive that you saw, the Chicago Northwestern F7A, to Boone and Scenic. We took our cars who were at the car shop getting some maintenance work done, connected it all together, went to Boone, dropped off the F7, and we were working our way back. I went and got a hotel room in Omaha, John was on the train working his way home. He was in North Platte, Nebraska. My phone rings. It's my boss. We need the rotary. I couldn't have been happier. I really do like this stuff. And there it is. So we got the support equipment back home. We called everybody in on a Saturday, and we started doing all this work. And so you've got the rotary snowplow, 2 AC locomotives back to back, and then we've got steam piping that we've designed to fit on each one of these locomotives. We've got a steam line that runs through the tool car, and we've got a steam connection that connects to the boiler car. And in the boiler car, we have a steam plant that we put in there in 2016, and that's how we steam the big boy up. You know, there's a lot of ways you can steam a locomotive up. The best way is to heat it up with steam. And then you heat that water, it's nice and hot, and then you keep injecting that steam into that boiler. And then pretty soon you have steam pressure, then you light it up. We use the steam, and it comes from the tank car that you see back here. The steam heats this hood. This is the newest rotary snowplow in North America. It was built in 1971 by Omaha, the Union Pacific shops. And this entire skin surface, this stainless steel surface, is like a small steam space in there. It's designed to keep that hot. One of the things they learned over the years, when you run a rotary snowplow, you create this massive blizzard all around that. And that wind-blown snow just covers everything. This thing looks like a massive Q-tip if it wasn't for that heated hood. These special windows are heated and they rotate just like on a naval ship. And it's designed for single person operation. So the operator of the rotary outfit might sit right in here, and you're controlling these locomotives. You MU, multiple unit, you're connected to them, and you run the whole show. Controlling the wheel speed and the power and the direction that you can throw this. And back in 2014, we did some work and we fixed this. You can see how we rewired some of these things here. We fixed a few other little things and just made it easier and convenient. And we fixed the stuff that was broken and didn't work that well. When we took it out in 2007, there were stuff that didn't work very good. And there's John looking there. But it's a really interesting machine, as I mentioned, designed and built in the Omaha shop by the Union Pacific Railroad. Here's our 3 support cars, our tool car, full of 5 weeks of groceries for 6 or 7 people. So when we go out with this, we're completely self-contained. We've got the boiler dorm with our steam plant. We've got a generator in there that runs, got 208 k, 480 volt for all these cars here. A tank car full of 8,000 gallons of water, food, bunks, bed, freezer, washing machines, 900 gallons of diesel fuel, parts, more spare parts, freezer, more food, parts, and you've got an engine on the end. All of this is hooked up with electrical heat tape. We've got tank heaters on the inside so it doesn't freeze. All of this stuff ready to go. So we're completely self-contained. Pick up the phone, push a button, call us, forget about us. Give us some crews. There's my Ushanka hat. And this is how the machine operates. And this is the big storm. So I was texting Bruce. Bruce is a great resource and a great friend. And he was telling us what we were potentially could expect. And I was thinking, okay, bring it on.
Bring it on.
So
that was Facebook.
Yeah, I was out here at Milepost 700, and we're going to run the big boy later this year, and we're going to stop at Rawlins, Wyoming, and I'm going to go out there that night when we get there, and I'm going to get another picture just to see how high that pole is. So right up here on the track was all the snow drifts and all the problems that they were having. And here we are staged there in Rawlins. We've got our ice cutters on. We're ready for action. We're ready to go. And here it is, the windows, air brakes, the MU throttle, and the control for the wheel. When it runs, it's maximum speed's 145. I run about 130. Here's those big side boom cats that I mentioned that we used to lift up the big boy. They were out there. They had one of the cars derailed. They had lots and lots of problems they were dealing with.
all gonna be raw still.
That's all right. Yeah, we've got all kinds of equipment in there.
That was,
anything
that
we
was out
need.
my morning view of the, coming over there that morning. It was cold.
So in this instance, because they told us they wanted to get rid of the machine, so we haven't done anything to it. If we have a decision to keep it, there's some modifications that I want to do to just make it that much better when we use it again. And for example, once we start it, it is so cold, we don't have the ability to heat the gear cases and heat the diesel engine, and it's just too much risk of it not starting again and something getting so frozen. The gear cases are massive, giant gearboxes, big electric motors. And the oil in the gearbox is the same oil we put in the roller bearings on the big boys. As a matter of fact, the shaft bearings are the bearings out of a big boy. So when Union Pacific designed this, they use big boy roller bearings in the shaft. There's 3 of them. So all of that mechanism would get so cold. Sometimes when you run the rotary, it's during the springtime and it's really not that cold out, so you might not even need to heat the hood. So we never fired up the steam plant. We didn't do any of that because once you fire the steam plant up, you're committed. Now you got a bunch of water everywhere and now it's going to freeze. So you're waiting until the last possible minute to do all this, but look at this really cool pipe. We put that pipe on in a matter of hours. And it's really, really simple the way we connected it. And then there's a rubber hose that goes down in here, right into the back of that. Perfect. So we use our steam locomotive support cars to run the rotary snowplow. And that's why it's at the Cheyenne Steam Shop. It's pretty cool stuff. But these locomotives are really high tech. So if we run out of fuel, we have some fuel pumps that we can take. There's 4,800 gallons of diesel fuel right there. And we can, you actually can't, they designed it so people can't steal fuel out of locomotives. We take all that apart and we stick our siphon hose and we got pumps. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3 in case they break down. And we got like our own little service station with a big fuel hose and a nozzle. And we can take that diesel fuel and we can fill it in there. We can take it, fill it back in here. So we're not going to run out of diesel fuel as long as these things have fuel. So the first thing we do when we told them to bring us these engines, to run them over to the service track and fill them completely up. Well, they got 2,000, nope, fill it up. So if we need it, we got it. Generators, heaters. John cleaned the windows a few times. What do you think of it, John?
I wish we could have got to plow some snow.
If you're familiar with the Continental Dividend events there by any chance, the week before Ed was and the crew and everybody was out there, that was 100% blown in 5 feet over the top of the overpass. So it was just totally blown over. That's why I-80 was closed for so long.
So this is what you make when you don't have any other way. Like I said, there's 2 ways to remove the snow. This or springtime. You can try bulldozers and everything else, but it's extremely inefficient. You're going to tear up the railroad and you're going to cost a lot of money to do that. Just run this thing. So those yellow pieces right there, they're adjustable and they adjust down just below or just above the top of the rail. We have to make some other cuts in there because there's parts of the railroad track that actually stick up. So we need to modify some of that stuff. When we ran it in 2007, we hit one of the switches. That's what that big chunk is there. When we were leaving 36th Street, we're going along. It's just, that'll wake you up. So what we'll do if we're allowed to keep it, I'm going to modify the wings. I'm going to modify those, put the flanger on it, put the ice cutters on it, make all the heaters that I talked about, and make it very, very user-friendly and just improve it. That's what we've done on our steam locomotive, improving it all the time. There's all little changes. The model makers, scale trains, and the guys that make the model trains, they asked me last night, and I told them, I said, well, we just kind of change it every now and then, but we're always improving it, making it better. So ultimately, it's easier on us, it's cheaper, and it's less labor intensive. And when you learn things, when you do something, that's the benefit of having a big shop where we can fix it and make it even better.
Yeah, I don't want to get any things about climate change, but everybody knows we're having weirder and weirder weather and strange giant snowstorms like California is. Why in the world would they want to scrap this thing? Because it costs millions of years to keep it ready or something?
Well, sometimes, when you go through reorganizations, you talk about assets and equipment that you have. If the equipment's not utilized for a period of time, the natural question is, well, do we need it? And so my responsibility would be to build their understanding of why we have it and that we need to maintain. But, that's a normal question. It had been 10 years before 2007. The last time it operated was 97. So it just happened to be in that decade cycle, again, with all the different weather patterns and weather events. And there's just any number of things that will cause a problem. This problem was a result of a delay on a train, and the train was delayed, and there was pretty significant snowfall, and it drifted in on some well cars. You guys know what well cars are? The double stack cars, they're empty. And so it literally just drifted them in. Now you're in trouble. And then that created like a snow fence, and then it drifted over, which was right on track 1. So now you got this problem, and there's the solution. And so that's what they call this for. But you'll see that. So historically, the railroad back before 1949, same type of situation. They had a period of fairly mild weather events and winters. And so they kind of slacked up a little bit on this piece of equipment. This old rotary, they got rid of that one. This old plow, they got rid of that one. The snow fences blew over. Nobody put it back up. One thing after another, boom, 1949, blizzard of 49, bam, now your railroad shut down. After the blizzard of 49, they made a whole bunch of rotary snowplows. This one. So 1949, 59, 69, we're talking 20-some years later, that the effect of the blizzard of 49 still was in their heads, and they were still preparing, and they modernized, and that's where this machine came from. So this machine is a result of all those lessons learned, because they had some actual steam rotaries up into the 70s. They had steam rotaries, and every year we'd have some snow events. They'd pull them out. The railroad was set up with a lot of people that knew steam locomotives still in the 1970s, a lot of mechanical department people. They had steam rotary out, had a lot of guys familiar with it. They'd have it ready to go, and they'd plug it in to the steam plant, which was still steam, that heated the building, and they'd get it ready. They ran that steam, that's the 076 in 1977, where we ran this one.
I'm just curious. I've been watching YouTube videos on the Sierra for that.
Yeah.
And then you see that they have
rotaries on each end.
Rotaries on either end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They do that. Oh yeah, Mother Nature really throws it at you on the Sierras right out of the coast, and they double end them in case an avalanche comes down behind you. Now you can't get through it, so they've got a rotary facing either directions. You're not going to catch them flat-footed.
Then we have the Denver Salt Lake over.
Yep, that's where a lot of my knowledge comes from. Reading the stories about those. Reading the first-hand accounts in the Colorado Midland, Colorado and Southern, Denver and Rio Grande Western, Denver and Salt Lake. That's where my understanding of this stuff comes from. Nobody's taught me this. When I ran that rotary in 2007, I just ran it. Just got up there and ran the thing. And when you get into a snowbank, you figure it out pretty quick. It's really simple. Not to oversimplify it, but if you're a locomotive engineer, you're running the equipment. Hold on.
No problem.
Yeah.
I believe CP in Canada is still using it regularly, aren't they?
I'm not sure. I know they've got lots of spreaders in flangers and other big equipment. I'm not sure. I just don't know enough about it. But the idea is that you don't really want to run a rotary snowplow because it creates a bobsled run. And you have to have another machine to knock those banks down, because every time it snows, you're committed to continue to running that expensive, complicated, slow machine. So if you can handle the snow in other ways, that's what you want to do. Jordan spreader, which is an art form in itself, like all specialized piece of equipment.
Sorry, I gotta run out and let Sadie out.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bruce. All right, everybody. Well, thank you very much. This has been fun.
That's 611 that.
I thought I did.
Well, I don't want to.
It's like over there. But I brought it up.
Myself, I want to buy towers for all these really nice engines. And I can't, you know, I end up buying more cars, more engines, and don't spend any money on towers. A lot of the coasters and stuff. I bought most of them from Choose R Us and something. We used to do a lot of the segment that used to do it with Dan I figured there was some sort of because that's why I figured something. There was
We're always looking forward
well, that's what I was saying. There was, you know, you guys were looking at products, and you was doing. We did a segment on a Santa Fe SG40-2, and that's why. And some of the stuff he was doing and everything else, it was good information. And all of a sudden, I hadn't seen him anymore, so I figured there was some.
But he's not even doing that. He's not even doing it. All he does is open up his old boxes and shows us. No, this guy, he's a hoarder.
And it's looking like
that's the problem I'm starting to have myself. I used to do modeling and putting kits together and giving stuff and now I just a long time ago I was hunting for something and there's stuff that I bought. I don't brand stuff, collectible stuff that I like to run it too, don't get me wrong, but it's just well it needs to cost. Or I gotta paint it. And I'm a pretty good brass painter. I painted some nice models. But I just it's so you brass model, you just spend anywhere for a nice painted or an unpainted key model from the 80s, early 90s. You're anywhere from $700 to $1,200. You gotta take the you gotta take it completely apart. You take it apart, you're starting at least a month-long process. You gotta catalog everything, and it's very nerve-wracking. And I just spent $1,200 on this model, and then I gotta completely take it apart, and I gotta sit there and focus every night, commit to it, and I just haven't had. I haven't had the motivation. There's a lot of stuff I want to do, but I haven't been able to sit down on the bench and do it for a long time. That's the difference between a year and a half. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know the guy personally. I just remember seeing him. He used to be on the channel, and there was some good stuff there. I'm like, I haven't seen him in a while. I was just curious. It was just pure curiosity.
I'll find somebody.
I wish I had.
Oh, what's this? So what's that? Oh, nice.
They're all chopped down together. Inside that tube, and it was spring loaded. So that when I came down with the cutters over the cab, that aluminum was self-centered. So, had a hard
Arrowhead's the one I'm worried about right now. Maybe they see someone out there.
had to push.
Let me just pull this off here. I'm going to take just a minute to go look at the table over here. Since Ed was talking about a bunch of stuff over here. I'm just going to look at all this stuff.
So that when it hit the boiler shell, it quit cutting. So when you took the cap away,
People get to see that.
the ball peen hammer, and they fall off.
It is, yeah.
And it left you like glass, a ring of just smooth glass.
Why, you want to say something?
Well, in my house, all ready to go. But yeah, it was a 1921 patent application, and when I told the people of Omaha wanted to know
this one? The guy that made this for me, Ed wanted bigger.
They made a whole video.
This is a reproduction builder's plate,
and
it's dimensionally a little bigger than the original. He was able to, Ed liked, this hangs up in the shop, and Ed wanted bigger plates.
I think I took some pictures of some of these signs in the shop.
And they wanted to know what that thing was. And as soon as I said, well, I took it from a 1921
Hand-polished
patent
them,
application,
cast them
they were like,
running out of battery again. Son of a bitch.
okay, I don't want to talk about patent applications because they were worried that.
Anyway, that's a peek at the stuff that's on the table here.
From
a lot of cool stuff. And
chemical people, they're not quite right.
I just got a notification that the phone battery is getting low. So we're going to go over to the cart. Back to the cart.
The company, they're good.
And I just want to show what's happening here real quick. This is a familiar sight for me, and I'll explain what I'm talking about. So, one of the cool things that I've noticed Ed always does is he always has time to talk to people. And that makes him, I think, a really good ambassador for UP especially.
All right. I'll check your site. Okay, thanks.
So why don't we switch back to our main camera, all the way to the left there. And I'm going to plug this one in. This is our microphone camera, so it needs to be plugged in. Unfortunately, it needs more juice. So we're going to go back out to the show floor here real soon and try to catch up with some of the people that we haven't talked to yet.
In the last hour of the show.
And during the last hour of the show, this show runs for about one more hour. And we're going to stay live the whole time, of course. I think we had these right. Anyway.
So you had to just take it apart, and only took a few minutes to take it apart, and flush it all out and clean. So where you based out of? Put it back together, check your butter, and put it back on the motor. Oh, yeah. Well, it worked out really, really good. It was one of those things that I got a brainstorm, and I wanted to see if I could do it. And it was extremely simple. And it's, yeah, it's still in my locker. Oh, yeah. Well, it's already been used since we finished just 4,000. It's been used for more caps off of the 4,000 system. We have stable. Yeah. That was mine and Jimmy Thompson. Him and I did all that. Until you get up there. Yeah. Oh, Austin. Austin is phenomenal at that stuff. I don't even. You got a little bit of local. But anyway, I'm a hands-on, freehand machining type of machinist. I'm not in freehand machining stuff. Very certain. But I like freelancing, and I like making really
well, the plan was they wanted to bring in and finally said, okay, you can have it for 5 years. No, we want it now. So we're using the 395 and we're going to rebuild. So we start using battery numbers, put that one on now, so we extend it. And they're going to also we'll take the 40 and swap it.
That's right there.
Yeah, how do you load your face? All kinds of different.
So, using this. Redo this.
You bet. Good seeing you. Nice to see you too. All right, take care. Good luck to you, Doug. Keep your nose clean. Will do.
Well, thank you, Mr. Internet.
Thank you, Mr. Steam.
Yeah.
Really appreciate the opportunity to share that because, you know, people want to hear that stuff. Those are great stories.
Yeah.
Good
And
information.
you're still live right now.
Oh, okay. Well, hello,
Yeah.
live.
Yeah, I'm just getting this ready. We got to go still run out there and catch up with someone.
We've got a lot to do.
Yeah. So, but it was great. I thought
Thanks,
that was,
everybody. Really appreciated you on here.
Good.
They're all silent the whole time.
Were they?
How
Yeah,
you know they enjoyed
there was
it.
hardly any chat going on
Yeah.
the live chat. So
Does the audio work out okay?
it seemed like it was
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
You know, no one complained. So
Well, I shortened the presentation a little bit because I wanted to leave a little bit more time. But, you know, it's interesting. I don't have a script and I don't have anything. And I kind of try to cue off of what I'm perceiving as an interest level from the audience.
Yeah.
Because
That's
the overly
great.
technical stuff oftentimes falls, yeah. But then on the other side, and so I try to balance it with what's going to be interesting.
I would think at a train show, you probably have
You're
people
probably
that
pretty
get-
safe that they're okay with the technical stuff.
get a lot of what
Yeah.
you're saying, you know, or if they don't, they're happy to listen.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, we're we should. Can we get a picture?
Sure. Yeah,
we can
that
get
would
a
be
picture
great.
together. Let's see, where's the light?
I have to say, my dad is so jealous every time I say, "Oh yeah, we were meeting with the Dickens." My dad was out there photographing the big boy, everything.
Yeah. He went out.
He's a total fan.
He
So.
went out in Kansas somewhere. One of the tours, you know.
Lens broke in
And
his
someone knocked
Knocked
off
over.
his
Oh, no.
someone knocked over his tripod and screwed up.
Okay, smile. Okay. Thank you.
You know how many times we see, people, we try, it's become the 25-foot back mantra, but people are just too close and they don't really understand it. There's several things working against
so
us.
much drawing them towards it.
Yeah, it's drawing them toward it. And if they're in a big crowd of people, there's a crowd of people. So what do? You walk around it, and it usually puts you closer. And then if you've got people on the track, you want to get around them so they're out of your view, and then pretty soon you're either right on the track or you're too darn close. And they don't move until the last minute. It's pretty unsettling.
Yeah.
I think what people need to figure out is, number one, close shots aren't good anyway.
Yeah.
Frankly, they suck.
Oh,
As
yeah.
someone who films trains all the time, you don't want to be close. You get a poor depth of field.
Yeah.
You can't see much.
And then it's just a bunch of...
Yeah, and a lot of times it confuses the hell out of the camera because it doesn't know what to focus on.
Yeah.
If you're using autofocus, which most people do. So, if you stay further back and think to yourself, I'm here documenting this event. There are people here, so it's okay. There are people here,
Yeah.
so that's what the event was.
Yeah.
People were there. I was filming in Evanston when you guys were taking off on the way back, and there were drones all over the place.
Yeah.
And at the time, I was kind of like, well, that kind of sucks. I wish that buzzing wasn't, because people had I'm serious, there must have been 8 or 10 drones out.
Yeah.
But after a while, I'm just thinking,
that's part of it.
There were drones out.
That's part.
You can see them in some of the pictures,
Yeah.
of the videos. So
Yep.
that's what I've resolved or sort of determined is
It's about the event.
it's about the
Yeah.
event.
As much as
The
a
drones will
piece
be
of
buzzing
equipment.
along the cab, buzzing along the front of the engine, buzzing above, and I try not to look at them, and you just do your thing, and you're just like, rather than to get angry and frustrated about it and try to quote a bunch of airspace rules and everything else, that's going to go nowhere.
Mhm.
Is you just realize that they're here for this machine, this locomotive that we have invested in, and that's part of the return on investment.
Sure.
Some of that footage they get is pretty darn cool.
It's great. Yeah.
Some of it I remember, I'm like, oh yeah, pretty close to the engine. But
Yeah, if it's close enough for you to swan it down.
yeah, because I always worry about the thing. Yeah, I'm not scared about it hitting the locomotive. It's probably not going to hurt anything.
No,
But I'm worried about it coming in and giving me a haircut.
Right. And if someone loses control or it decides to do its own thing,
Or
which
they
they
go
do sometimes.
one way thinking it's the other. You see, I would think that would be a big problem, but
Those things
it'll
do
happen.
happen.
Yeah.
The people who are very good at flying them, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But people that are foamers that are right there, just
And this is their maiden flight.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to get a drone because Big Boy's going to be here. Well, that's the guy that's going to give you the haircut if he's not careful.
The challenge too is the folks that will put the camera in between the rails.
Yeah, that's
Because I think we all can agree that's really cool footage.
Yeah.
And that title on YouTube is going to get a lot of clicks. But how do we message that in a way to discourage it
Yeah.
that isn't just sounding like you're just nitpicking everybody?
right because it is. Well, first of all, it's trespassing. I mean,
If they do it where I don't see it, they're going to get away with it. But if they do it where I can see it, I stop.
you have to stop.
And I'm not trying to be a clown about it, but I just feel,
You have to. It's safety.
I can either look the other way. There's a few times I'm going too fast, and I've stopped and gone back and picked up the camera underneath the tool car.
Mhm.
And that is potentially awkward. I've talked to a lot of departments, talked to our PR people about it, and they're like, yeah. And the cops, they're like, confiscated.
Yeah. if it's on
Give it to
UP
me.
If it's on UP property, I mean,
And I don't want to do that. I mean, we actually did on 2 occasions seize, confiscate somebody's gear. And the guy was right there, and if he would have just identified himself, I would have given it to him. But he mounted it on a type weight and really went to some ornate trouble to make it. And I could see it sitting there, and we were going slow enough, and they're just GoPro mounted on his type plate, so I pick it up. But, you just don't want anybody to see that and maybe duplicate it.
Exactly.
Or maybe they're doing it because the other thing is they do it when I'm coming on them. And that can't help but make you a little bit upset.
Yeah.
Because if you fall, we're not getting any younger, and we don't move like we used to.
Mhm.
And I've seen some situations where people are really close to very dangerous stuff.
Yeah, I'm happy to say I've never been associated with any close calls of any kind. Just don't. I'm not there to make peanuts. I'm not there to risk my life. It's not worth it.
Well, some people just get lost in the moment.
Yeah.
Try not to get worked up about it. And I try not to.
The
For
thing
the most
is-
part, I'm pretty calm about it. My guys get a little worked up every now and then.
The thing is, too, though, is having done this as long as I have, I understand that you get detached from reality. And this is what you're looking at, and you don't even hear stuff. So it's just hazardous to be too low. I don't understand. I mean, I've done the GoPro on the rails, but only at places where it's okay. As in, a heritage railroad, where they know that people are going to do that. They know that you're making a video. Yeah, I mean, just don't do it safely. The train's not going fast anyway. It's way off in the distance. I mean,
The run is predictable.
the run's
You know
predictable.
exactly when it's
There's
coming.
only one train on the entire line. You know where they are.
So there was a turning point in Ozark, Arkansas, when we had traveled all through Texas and we're coming up around. And the day we left Van Buren, Arkansas, it's colder out, the steam's blowing everywhere. I can't see the steam cloud parts for a minute. There's people, then it's steam, and then there's more people. Then they're in front of the engine. They're taking a selfie, and it's just so unsettling because you can't see it.
Especially when you're starting out, right?
Yeah, and we're just leaving, so the cylinder talks off, and I got my PA system, and I almost started insulting people. It was the verbalization was coming, and so I didn't say anything. I said, "Hey, you in the French-looking hat, some guy had a beret on," and that made YouTube one of these things. But I figured we gotta change that. When we get to Ozark,
This is still yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Bruce. So we get to Ozark, Arkansas, and we're leaving, and everybody's getting on the track. And I'm on the PA, back off the tracks, and just like mindlessly saying something, realizing that sound isn't traveling very far.
Right.
It sounds real loud where I'm at.
Yeah.
But
Especially
it's just not.
And most
if
of the
they're
time,
down by the cylinder cocks, they didn't hear a thing.
Yeah, and
All
they're
that
ahead of
noise.
you,
Yeah.
and they're standing, and you can see as far as the eye can see, there's people coming on and off the track trying to figure out where you're at. So the next stop we made, I talked to the guys, I said, "This is what we're doing. We're going to walk it out of town." And where we literally just walk ahead of it very calmly, very professionally, allow people to have whatever pictures they want. We're going to be in the shot because we're physically escorting the locomotive, and we're going to help you understand that we're going to be back there. Then we got two cops behind that because they'll just close in behind you.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you got four people out in front of you,
Yeah.
and that's the ticket.
Yeah,
It adds
that
a lot of
seems like a
time to the
great
day.
plan. Yeah.
Sounds like a good
Totally
option, though.
brings the stress level down. Totally brings the risk down. And we're not there to knock anybody's pennies off the track. Some cops will do that. We just look the other way, realizing that, hey, who hasn't done that? But the other side of that is that where does this go?
Yeah,
If we let this escalate to a problem, to where risk management, law department, I've been involved in litigation where people have fallen on the right of way, and they're suing us now.
Yeah, and somehow that's your.
And somehow I didn't do something right, and you fell, and it comes back to me personally, because I'm ultimately the person who's the guy running this fair. You'd be surprised how many people in the railroad scatter when there's whose responsibility is that. So it's going to be my responsibility. I'm going to tighten it up, and we're going to do it live. That's the responsibility. Which is a friendly way for the public. We're not screaming at you. We're not insulting you. We're not mad at you for coming. Because sometimes that's the perception. All these railroad guys have been traveling with this thing for days and days and days. They're kind of getting short fused, and they're kind of getting tired of seeing all this behavior. Well, we got to rethink. And I talk to the police about that. A lot of the guys have been with us a lot, but I remind them today, for the first time, and probably the last time, nobody's a trespasser.
Anyway,
nobody's bad, and nobody's going to get yelled at. Let's just be realistic about it.
Well, it's the first time for all the people that are there.
Yeah,
They
these
haven't
people are
been
there
there
now,
recently.
and they're so happy.
Seen all that. They're so
Their
happy.
kids and grandma and everybody is having the time of their life, and you're going to scream at them because they're coming to where you told them you're going to stop. It makes no sense. So let's just chill out. Have fun. Because if it's not fun, you're not doing it. It's going to
My
be
dad
stressful.
was one of the happy.
Oh yeah. Once we get that thing rolling along, it's a totally different ballgame.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Well, thank you. I got one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Oh, I gotta change the battery. I need to change the battery on this thing, so we're gonna switch to another view here for a minute. Just hold that still.
Okay, and I brought him down. Now, it's either I bring him back, or he's kind of stuck. And I was wondering if you wanted to meet in the parking lot of Walmart, if you're going to put home line on the side, and that's I'm going to do that. Okay, and not. Well, Jennifer is with me. I gotta take her, I gotta go to Greeley and drop her off at Greeley. Well, I can. Well, if you need me, I'm gonna go do what I gotta do, and then he can ride with me on the way back, because Jennifer's car is in Greeley, but I've got to go back to Cheyenne and down with him. Right, so if you wanted to come from Greeley, it just depends on how long it's gonna be.
Okay, switch it back.
Well, we'll make it work. What you got? Oh, I got sickness.
If you'd like to start moseying out of here, go to
I'll take it back, and I have no problem with that, but I said if you had nothing that would interfere from you stopping at the Walmart parking lot or Collins, you could well, one way or the other will get it. Let's see. I can't picture it. There might be another there's a list. They gotta come back anyway. So we've got to get paid. Okay, this is enough of a load for one trip.
Where do you want to take?
We've got the Shell or
You probably better stay this time. Just got
okay, that'll be next week.
Hey, you doing this for
Well, yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Right.
Oh, thanks. All right. We'll see. We'll see you in May. We'll see you in May.
Okay.
Okay, back out. Oh, hold on a second. I just realized something. We have a really high camera. I think we should. Well, actually, it looks pretty stable. You want to just leave it like that? It's probably more stable than it was when it was lower. But we're going to go through the show, basically from this end to the other one more time. And at that point, we're going to talk to, hopefully, someone that I've been trying to catch up with this whole time. So this will be one more chance for you to have a look at the magnitude of the show. It's a really big show. And there was one area toward the back where we lost our internet connection yesterday, so we're not going to try to go back there. What you missed was some layouts. Really sorry we couldn't bring those to you, but where the internet doesn't work, there's nothing we can do about it. So anyway, you guys get scanned? Are you going to get scanned?
Yeah, I'm in line right behind this guy who gets gas, so yeah.
Oh. Seeing more people, more people, more people. Oh, actually, Lauren wants to do a quick interview. I forgot about this. I just remembered now that we're seeing it. I had completely forgotten, but here we are. Would you like to ask the questions? You want me to ask the questions? I won't ask as good of questions as you would. I've been called worse. So we're here with Sarah James, wife of the amazing and famous Lauren James of Otter Valley Railroads. And he thought it would be an interesting interview to ask you what it's like to be married to this guy and all of his train madness.
The train crack?
The train crack, yes.
The train crack.
Train crack. I haven't heard it called that before, but yes, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, it's something else.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's it like trying to fall asleep while he's over there going crazy and making all those noises next to you at night?
That's what earpods are for.
Does he talk in his sleep when he's dreaming about trains?
Yeah, he does. He told me to buy a railroad one night.
Oh.
Yeah.
What kind of things does he say when he's sleeping and dreaming of trains?
Sarah, we should totally do this. We should buy this. And I'm like, what?
And it was a railroad?
Yeah, he wanted to buy a railroad.
Does he ever ask you for advice about business matters?
No, absolutely not.
Does he ever ask you for permission about business matters?
Sometimes, especially when he wants to mortgage half the house to put trains, manufacture them, yeah.
Oh. Does he have a layout at the house?
Yes.
How big is the layout?
About 1,800 square foot.
Did he ask you to build that?
Yeah, he told me to never stray.
That's it?
Yeah, I know where he is on a Friday night. He's down in the basement playing with his toys with his friends.
Right. And there's a comic that I've seen of an angry wife showing up at the train shop saying, "You said you were going to be at the bar."
Yeah.
Does that sound like something Lauren might do?
Yeah, well, bar, trains.
The trains are more expensive, right?
I don't know, but it's better for your liver.
No, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There's also another meme that says to introduce your children to trains so that they never get addicted to drugs because they have no money.
Exactly. It's perfect.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Am I doing okay? What other questions should I ask?
What's the best part, the hardest part about running one of the biggest train stores in Canada?
What's the best part and what I'm getting my cue from over here, my lines. What's the best part and what's the hardest part about running one of the biggest train stores in Canada?
The best part is meeting all the people.
Yes.
I love hobbyists. They're interesting. They've all got fun stories to tell. I like knowing what they're doing, what they're going to do with stuff. I love seeing the sceneries and the details. It's just so cool. Mm-hmm. And I like the history. I like to hear, these 85-year-old men. I've been playing with trains with my grandfather since this. We love it. All the girls at the shop, we love hearing those stories. The hardest thing is trying to find product in Lauren's store because he just likes to shove, jam because there's so much of it.
Wait a minute. Isn't he an accountant?
Yeah, but he can't count, apparently.
The old Walmart buildings. What old Walmart buildings? Is there something to that?
There's an old Walmart in our town where we're at right now.
Okay. So
This
is a known story. Okay.
Yeah, it's sitting empty, and I said to him, I'm like, we should look into getting that because that more square footage for more trains. Mm-hmm. There's Tim Hortons across the street, so I can go get coffee. Yeah. Because we're all addicted to our coffee there.
Coffee's good. We like coffee. Yeah.
Yeah, and I said we could put a lounge where you could drop off your wife while you shop, and she could sit and do some things while just like they have at the department stores for the men when the women are trying on clothes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can drop off your wife.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
And she can have a coffee.
Coffee's good. I'm to the point right now where just everything sounds good if I'm sitting down. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So what else? Any other questions? What else do we have to ask?
How was your weekend?
Oh, that's good. How did you like the train show?
I can't get over how big it is here. It's huge.
That's actually what she said.
Yeah.
And let's see, what did you say? Oh, the worst part was when he shoves things in. And I was going to say, I thought he was an accountant, and accountants are supposed to be organized.
He's not very organized. It's trash bags everywhere.
Oh,
Like our cars. We like trash.
oh, we have to get in on this.
I will say this, John. I have the most amazing partner who lets me be creative with OVR. And if it wasn't for my beautiful wife, we wouldn't have an amazing business. And one thing to know, our daughter Isabel is the third generation of Otter Valley. So Otter Valley this May will be celebrating our 20th year in business. And it originally was started by my mom and dad with me. And my mom has passed, but we continue on some of the legacy that she had, some of the values, principles that she instilled. And we carry on that same hardworking, dedication, pride into our daughter. Right. And we're a mom and pop business, true and true.
Even as big as it may end up getting.
Lauren Co will still be controlled by Sarah Co.
That'll always be. Well, I mean, I can tell, though, from talking to people that have done business with you guys, that's the feeling they get, too. So now it was Sparky, and you might have paid him to say that, but.
You should see what Isabel does when she sees Sparky.
Oh, we got. What was yours?
We pay you in trains.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
The butter system's not old with the Jameses.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to report that on your taxes either, do you? As an accountant.
You're not CRA. I don't know who you are.
I don't know. All right. We have to go catch up with other folks on the other side before it's all over.
Take care and have fun.
But it was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
It was great to meet you.
John.
Yeah. It was fun. It's all about.
See you on the line.
Yeah, down the line, whatever. Oh, she's back. I didn't know she was back.
You want to say goodbye, everybody on YouTube?
Do you want to say goodbye?
Yeah.
Did you get your face paint again? Oh.
Yeah.
Popcorn's way outrails trains today.
Yeah, that's okay. Popcorn outrails me too. Yeah. All right. Thanks again. Again, it was really great to meet you. And hopefully, are you guys going to come out for the May thing, or do you just only do the train shows?
We're going to do Collinsville.
What's Collins?
That's the RPM in St. Louis.
Okay.
We're going to be at Springfield.
Yes.
And then you're welcome to come to Canada in September for the 16th.
What's Canada?
OVR's third annual manufacturers event. It's bigger, it's badder, and better, and with a live cannon.
Oh, here's what we should do. First, we should stop holding hands.
That's right. That's awkward because I was holding your hands there.
I know. I think you got confused. You thought he was holding Sarah's hands. What we should do is have you come on to the show that I do with Michelle and promote that.
Absolutely.
So you'll be seeing this guy some more.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Thanks, John.
Great meeting you.
Have fun.
Izzy?
Bye. Bye. Okay.
This young man.
Hi.
Howdy.
All right. Okay, Bernard's still busy. That was funny. I had forgotten that Lauren suggested to do an interview with Sarah. And it was funny. We're even getting questions from people in the audience to ask Lauren or to ask Sarah. That was good.
Yeah, that was smart.
Oh, was it? Oh, the Denver Garden Railway Society. That was that rude guy that walked right into the shot and started talking to someone I was trying to interview earlier and said he didn't care. That was really classy. All right. And we're almost there. Back into the area of the manufacturers. And we can sneak through here. Isn't he right here? Watch out, you're going to run people over. Oh, yeah, and here he is talking to more people again.
Okay. That's all right.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I think I will. Can you hold that still for a couple minutes? Okay, this is where we were before. Let's roll this right up here. Oh, you're doing it. We're going to ask you some questions. So,
Just walk me through how you see this going down. And is it better that I go to the other side of the table?
it's up to you. If you want to pick it up and show some pictures in it or something, that would be good.
I think I can. Let me do it from this side then.
Okay.
Because then I'm not fighting
Oh,
for...
in that case, let me do this. I happen to have a camera in my pocket that's tied into this.
Okay.
And hopefully it's still connected. Would you please check if this is still connected?
How long of a segment are you looking for?
Just a couple, just to find out.
30 minutes?
No,
An hour?
2 minutes.
Oh, you want an hour
Yeah,
and a half?
hour and a half, 3 minutes,
Okay.
an hour and a half plus 30 minutes, minus about 93 minutes.
Okay.
Or something like that.
We're going to focus on the book?
Yeah, well, focus on the book. I mean, you've got the models too, so, but the book is really what you're here talking about, right?
It is.
Okay.
Let's focus on the book.
Okay.
Because the models were in low stock on the Pensacola parts. Maybe I can mention that without really going into a lot of detail.
Yeah, whatever.
We're effectively sold out of the Rio Grande cars right now.
Okay.
I'd rather not bring those up because I don't exactly know where we're at there.
Okay. Just talk about whatever you want then, but we'll focus on the book. Okay. They probably heard all of our planning too.
That wasn't a live stream, was it?
This is a live hot mic right now that we've been going live all day. It's on like the 8th hour right now or 7th hour. I'm so fried right now.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Oh, you need to tell me that before we start
Oh,
talking.
I'm sorry.
Laughing at me.
I know. She's like that. So I'm here with Blaine Hatfield of Arrowhead Models. You know Arrowhead Models because he brought out those amazing, what were they, coal gondolas a while back? Or not gondolas, coal hoppers. I told you I'm fried.
Yeah.
And also the other ones that were gongs a while back with the brass sides that could be dented and all that. I never did get one of those, but that's a different story. But you're here this time because you've written a book that's all about these amazing silos and elevators that are out in the American Midwest. So maybe talk about that since that's what you're showing here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've written a book called 100 Ghosts that is an exposition of rural grain elevators. And the book specifically is organized around 4 railroads: the Northern Pacific, the Milwaukee Road, the Chicago Northwestern, and the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy. And basically, the book details the structures along these lines. And I think one of the big revelations of the book, among other things, is that these elevator structures correlate, like the architecture, the way they look, correlate to the railroads that own them in such a way that one can predict, based on looking at a structure, as to which railroad probably owned it. And when I had that revelation, I really began to ask myself a lot of questions about elevators. You know, if the elevator structure itself is predictive, is it understood? Right? Do we as a community understand how these elevators correlate to the railroads that own them? How the co-ops correlated, right? Do we understand these systems? And came to the conclusion that by and large we don't. And what I uncovered there is honestly a pretty fascinating story about how these firms worked.
They were extraordinarily opaque. In fact, an oil executive is known to have remarked that if you think the oil business is secretive, you ought to look at the grain business. And so in addition to covering elevators in Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming, we also tell a great deal about the story of these elevators and try to do it in such a way that it isn't just dry history, but has meaningful insights and personal stories and touches.
It sounds like you really went on a deep dive on these things, huh?
Well, I tried to. Producing a 400-page book is a big effort, and so it was forgive me, but it was
I would just call it a deep dive. I mean, did you take all of the photographs in the book as well?
Yeah, so all of the photographs are my own. All of the copy is my own. I did all the formatting and set all of that up. So consequently, all of the mistakes are my own too.
Oh. Well, I mean, something of that magnitude, though, you're going to have some probably to be expected. But that's what second and third editions are for.
Right.
So is there anything about the model business that you have to talk about or want to say about? Or, things that you have in the works? Or I know people tend to keep those hush-hush, but are there things that are coming in? Anything new?
Yeah, I think we can make some disclosures. We're not ready to make any new announcements yet, but our recent announcements are the Penn Central and Rio Grande committee design hoppers. The Penn Central hoppers have entered into low inventory for us, so if that's an item that's of interest to any of your listeners, carpe diem, The Rio Grande cars have been received by our facilities, and we'll begin shipping those likely late this upcoming week is when we plan to be shipping those. We have cut off orders on those from our website because we're into low inventory on those numbers as well too, and once we get everything shipped and can reassess where our numbers are at, we'll know.
Was this your first time at the Rocky Mountain Train Show?
It is, and honestly, it's been a phenomenal show. My compliments to the organizers here. I feel like they've done a really good job taking care of us, and it's been a great show. Turnout is way above what I expected.
I think the original estimation of what was going to happen was going to be like 10,000. I'm not good at estimating crowds, but I would say if I had to guess, they probably hit that at least.
Yeah, and I'm not good at guessing either, but this was a big show.
Well, what I do know, though, is that every time we've come by here today, you were talking to someone. So it was probably worthwhile that way.
It's been a productive show, yeah.
Cool. Did you sell a lot of books?
We have. We sold a number of cases of books. Spring Creek, which is one of the dealers here, one of many, but one that represents our brand, sold out of cases, and had to restock in real time with inventory that we had brought. So that's a benchmark for success, I think.
Sure.
We're happy.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. And thanks for not ending up talking to someone for too long while we were waiting.
Right.
All right. Hey, thanks again. That's Blaine from Arrowhead Models and from 100 Ghosts. Yeah. Oh, it really does. I mean,
sure.
Oh, here, why don't we do this? I'm going to set this phone over to the top secret producer, and I'll see if we can flip through.
I'm dying to see more of the pictures, folks, so I'm getting them to flip through. Yeah?
Just two things. Take this, and we'll just set that behind me. Yeah, just set it on the thing there. Okay.
So give me a second to catch up here.
Okay. Tell me when you're ready, and I'll come back over and put the phone down toward the book.
Okay, I'm ready. And do
I
I have
just
to
talk on it like a microphone? Just pretend this is the head of the microphone. Okay. They can see this. Please proceed.
So the way the book is organized is it's organized around specific railroads. In this case, you have a map. We're starting at Lewiston. A close-up of Lewiston, you have Hanover Junction. This is where the Milwaukee Road and the Great Northern shared trackage rides over the Big Springs Trestle. So as we move out from there, you've got Hanover on this page. I'm going to turn the page.
We're catching a glare from the lights, but that's okay.
You've got Big Springs Creek Trestle. And then we just start moving across the railroad. So where? And then the next up, you'll see Danvers and Sage Creek and Hoosick. And if you look, as we move through, you have the Indian Creek Viaduct and then Danvers.
Did I ask
Elevators.
you before how long it took you to do all this?
I'm
sure we must have talked about it on the phone at some point, but I don't remember.
You know, I've spent about 5 years on the project.
Okay.
I've determined, and I hesitate to commit this to like an academic record of sorts, but I've determined that there's an attrition rate of elevators of about 3% a year, just based on my work on this book. The result of that is, you know, over 5 years, that's 15 elevators. The book has approximately 130 elevators in it. You know, if I started the book today, I would have, of those 130 that are featured, there would now only be, 115. So it's significant, right? Time is of the essence. And that was one of the motivating reasons to engage, in the project.
How much of it is like real nuts and bolts versus how much of it is photographs?
There's approximately 60 pages of like historical data.
So
hardcore text.
Out of 400?
Out of 400 pages.
So you could say it's a somewhat of a, what do they call it, coffee table book?
Coffee table book, yeah.
Because there's a lot of nice pictures in there.
It definitely bends that direction.
I can see the nuts and bolts though here. That's a lot of information. And footnotes too.
Footnotes as well.
Yeah, so you have documentation of where the information comes from. Very nicely done.
Yep. And in this, we describe what elevator co-ops were in operation on the line. We describe the life of those co-ops, from where they came to where they were merged into, what years that happened. So it can be a great modeling reference in that respect.
Yeah.
One of the more provocative claims of the book is that, and I mentioned this at the outset, is that there are characteristic elevators. The way that came about is I was doing some field research on a different project, and I believed that I was standing on a CB&Q rail line, but the elevators to me looked like NP elevators. And I know this is anecdotal, but I'm like, those aren't CB&Q elevators. Those are Northern Pacific elevators. The thought was inchoate. I hadn't developed enough the theory to recognize what was going on. But when I went home and started to really research the line, what I learned was that the NP actually built a branch line down. And then when the CB&Q was building across Wyoming, it just joined that branch line. And then over time, the NP part of the service pretty much dissipated, and it became a CB&Q line, right?
It's really archaeology, isn't it? When
It
you think
is.
about it?
Yeah, for sure. And I thought, if that's going on here, there's something important that's happening that's maybe not well recognized. And anyway, the book points to some of those features. We give, in addition to line photographs, I have a section here where we point to, I guess, what we would call some of the spotting features of an elevator, right? By which you would make those kinds of assertions, how they differ, what those things look like.
Yeah.
So it covers all of that.
I feel stupid because I forgot to mention this, but we didn't even mention, besides being at the show today, which is about to close, how do people get it? Can you just go to Arrowhead Models and buy it there?
Yep.
Okay.
Right from our website.
Or check in their local, because if they live in Deshler, they might be able to just go down and get it, right?
Absolutely. Ron's Books is carrying it. Spring Creek has a number. Those are our big dealers with the book.
Okay.
Robert Darby just bought it.
How did you buy it? Oh. Is it at the train shop? Wait, he's not. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. Cool. All right. Thanks, man. Oh, yeah. Don't let me forget the battery. I'll walk away and have it trailing on the floor. Okay. Now for the second time, thank you. It's good to see you.
John, great to see you.
Yeah. All right. Now, there's no one for you to talk to.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So we're gonna go back toward where our little boothy place is where we can sit down and close this out. Thanks. I think we've talked to everyone.
I can talk to you. He can push.
Oh, I thought, okay. All right then. I think we covered everything and everyone that we wanted to talk to at this show. Now, except for those layouts toward the back that I was mentioning earlier, we just can't get the connection back there. So, unfortunately, whoops. Almost had a close encounter with a toddler. That would have not been fun. So, quick question. I don't know for sure, but we might be doing this again next year. And the question in that case is, if you liked it well enough that you think we should do it next year. And I can't see I got to put my glasses on to see the comments. Oh, we're down to 4 minutes. I'd like to come back next year, and the whole time that we've been doing this, the plans have been in my brain of how to do it better. And I've already come up with some ideas about that. So, oh. Looks like Bernard is closing things down. I'm going to go talk to him real quick just to ask him how things went. By the way, can you still hear? That's a great question. Before we're done, Bernard,
It's over. Go home.
I'm trying to
see. There is nothing left here but a man wearing a hat. Are you on live?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm on live, but I'm not sure that we're actually live. Oh, maybe we are still live. Okay. Yeah. I was going to ask you how your show went, because we didn't really do an interview with you. Uh-oh. Sir, is that approved tape?
Are you kidding? It's cleaning the floor.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Are you picking up pictures? They should
So,
be paying me.
they should. So, how was your show, sir? Oh, here. How was your show?
What show?
There was no show. Okay. There's nothing to see here. Okay. He has nothing to show for the show. All right then. I wasn't either. It was all a dream. Oh.
Are you on live?
Yeah. It was all a dream.
When are you flying home? What are your plans? Where do you go from here, sir?
I think we go back to Greeley.
Oh, you're going back to Greeley?
We're going home. Here, let me do this.
He's going home.
We're going home on this way. There it is. We're going home on Tuesday.
Oh, really? I'm flying out tomorrow.
Oh.
So I'm staying at the same hotel.
Oh, tonight?
All you people might want to know this. Are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Okay, so I'm going to be at the hotel tonight. and then I fly home tomorrow. Just in case you want to know.
You're going to fly home to extra horses.
More horses.
Yeah, that's more horsepower. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the place where I can sit down, and I have a few closing thoughts.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Do you want it?
Whatever. Yeah. He just got a hat out of the whole thing. That was a special parting gift from TSG Multimedia to Mini Prince for being extra good train crew members over the past, I don't know, 2 years, I guess. I'd have to look it up, but yeah, Bernard's a train crew member. And I guess I'll talk about train crew here in a second. Here's our presents. And this is where we didn't spend our time, in our own booth. And I'm going to come back here, and since she's here, I'm going to ask Michelle if you had a good show.
I had a great show. The museum had a great booth. We had lots of kids in our youth Lego train booth.
Yeah.
I talked to a lot of vendors, and they said it was really a good year for them.
Yeah. We talked to a number of the vendors and manufacturers, and they all seem to be happy with the show. With the show.
Yeah. I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. I'm tired.
Yep.
But
Yep.
It's all good.
Yep.
It's a great show.
And I'm sure you're going to get to hear about this on our live show next month. Wait,
Couple
what is
weeks.
this? Oh, it's this
We're
month.
already in April.
Yeah, we're in
Like,
April.
3
It's
Wednesdays
it's
from
this
now.
month. So you'll
3
be
Wednesdays.
hearing this show in this month.
Yeah.
In a couple of weeks.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Yeah.
Hopefully they enjoyed it.
Yeah, we had a steady number of viewers the whole time, both days.
That's
so.
great. That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
So tell all your friends about the amazing talk from Ed Dickens. They can catch that on the replay.
Yeah.
All the fun that we had here at the Rocky Mountain Train Show. And for me, as the first time coming to it, it's a big show. And I hope that we get invited back next year.
I already
because
turned your paperwork in.
because
Next year.
because I was telling people walking over here that I have some ideas of how to make the production value even better.
So yeah, it's great. I hope you come back next year.
Yeah, hope we come back next year. Okay.
This is like my hometown show, right? So this one's like dear to my heart. And when I come here, I see all my friends and family. Like I call them my family. And so I love this train show, obviously, because I've been talking about it all year. But
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys got to come see it.
Yeah, yeah.
Part
No,
of it.
it was a lot of fun, and seeing other stuff too. And there's even another day to see stuff. So we'll find out about that tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, and I bought some stuff. I finally shopped.
Oh.
I took like an hour, like a half hour of my time and went, I gotta buy stuff. So I only bought 2 T-shirts. That's pretty.
They're still
shocking.
open over there. The T-shirt place is
I
right
know.
behind
No,
us.
I'm trying to refrain.
You might need
We're-
to get another house to
We're
store your.
exhibiting, what do you call it, restraint. I'm being good.
She looks
I
like
actually
she's
spent all my
restrained.
money on cars, so I don't have T-shirt money. I bought auto racks in N-scale.
Oh.
They're beautiful. So.
Cool. All right then. I'm hoarse.
I know.
I'm tired. I'm gonna go back behind the camera and finish
We're gonna
up.
say goodbye.
Finish up stuff. Do you want to talk to her here? Do you want to have any extra closing comments while I get this stuff ready?
Yeah, just hope everybody had a great time watching.
We'll watch Michelle finish packing this stuff. Is that okay
Ooh,
with you?
exciting.
Yeah.
You want to watch me pack? No, you
Yeah, I need something to show while I'm finishing this.
You're walking away with the batteries.
Oh, okay.
You also were supposed to get another scan with Bernard.
He's done.
Oh.
Yeah. Bernard stole my hat and he's done. He's taking everything apart. So, thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. And, whew. Oh, we're actually 3 minutes over. So, thanks everybody for watching. It's been a marathon of a show and really appreciate you guys